Alright, what's up YouTube? Welcome to the live stream. It is Friday, May 23rd, 2025. Gonna be doing some Red Dead Online today. Gonna do some dailies, gonna do some valuables searching. Not really searching, finding. Valuables finding. I'll do a bunch of other stuff too. It's been a while, right? I think my last live stream was like 10 days ago. So, apologies for that. I was going to try and live stream on Tuesday of this week, but we had some things come up. I was away this weekend. Me and Morgan were in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, for the regional softball NCAA regionals, right? So, the NCAA here in America, National Collegiate Athletic Association, basically college softball. Our local Yukon University of Connecticut Huskies team qualified for the NCAA tournament for the first time in like almost 25 years. Many of you know we have a connection with them at this point through Avery, so we thought it'd be cool to travel down to the Bayou, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, aka modern day Saint Denis. Not really. Saint Denis is based on early New Orleans, but we were probably about an hour and a half from there. So very similar climate. No, we did not see any gators, legendary or otherwise, but we did suffer through the swamp heat and humidity. It was like 97 degrees Fahrenheit, which I don't know what that translates to for my international friends, but it's hot. It was really hot. It's like desert hot, and then on top of it, you add the humidity of there just being swamp, right? Mud, water. The moisture comes up through the ground, the hotter it gets, and the wetter you get and also feel. Not too far from the Mississippi River. In fact, we can kind of see the Mississippi River from where the stadium was. But either way, so I was traveling. We got home really late Monday night. And when I say really late, I mean it was like 11:59, one more minute, and it would have been early Tuesday morning. So, and because of the fact that we're on a plane, Morgan's ears were bothering her. So when we woke up officially on Tuesday morning, she was exhausted, not feeling well, had issues with her ears, so I ended up keeping her home from school. All of that is a really long way to say that's why I didn't stream on Tuesday. I was in the game playing. I played a little bit on Wednesday, played a little more yesterday. Ultimately, haven't had a chance yet just because things have been so crazy trying to settle down from this weekend. This is the first opportunity I'm getting to live stream. But happy for it, happy for the travels, happy to be back and live streaming, happy to be back and playing Red Dead. There's a lot going on with bonuses this month that I've kind of missed out on. I was hoping to get Blondie up to 1 million, but that's probably not going to happen by the end of the month. All these are topics we'll cover throughout the course of the live stream. But yeah, we'll be doing some dailies today. Then we'll be doing some, probably going to go around the map and look for some valuables. And then probably maybe look at doing some naturalist stuff. I don't know that I'll go for the full 6 hours, but I do kind of want to make up some time since we lost some time. So anyway, that's the plan for today. Those are the goals, as Sasquatch Man would love to hear me say. Braytech, how's it going? Welcome. Howdy. Lurking while playing Origins. Very cool. Hopefully you're having fun playing Origins. I think I heard you say yesterday that you started playing some of the DLCs. I actually haven't played any of the DLCs for that particular Assassin's Creed game. Odyssey I did because it came as part of the bundle that I bought. I ended up, for Odyssey, dude, I ended up getting like the whole game. I think it was like 2 or 3 DLCs for like half the price of the base game. It was such a good deal on Odyssey, and I'm glad they had it because that's ultimately what got me back into Assassin's Creed. At that point, I had already owned Origins, and I did end up going back and finishing the base game for that. But I don't think I played any of the DLCs, and I don't want to say anything and ruin your experience. So we'll just leave it at that. I hope you're enjoying Origins, and I appreciate you hanging out and lurking while you're playing. So anyway, let's go ahead and get started with this. I already got a Moonshine Soul with 5 minutes or more left. He was in Blondie's posse while I did her dailies, so that's why you're seeing that on your screen. He's probably about to pass out if I had to get. Yeah, he's about to pass out. Let's make sure we give him some me so he stays alive while we're going through these dailies. Under the generals for today, we have 1 camp theme updated, 5 canned food eaten, 2 pheasants skinned, 3 player kills with a bow in showdowns, 3 posse races completed, 1 posse joined, and 1 Sean McGuire mission completed. So for these, we'll go through them real quick. Camp theme update, you can do that at your camp. Go up to your wilderness outfitters, talk to Crips, and you can update your camp right there. Canned foods, easily enough. I'll show you how to do that right now. Right, so I just hit L1, bring up my weapon wheel, switch over to the item wheel, take your right joystick, move it that way, and you should have some canned food there. If you don't, and you need to order some, hold down on the left button on your D-pad, which will open your catalog. Go down to provisions, and there's canned food, right? So if you need to order any canned food, you can order it right from the catalog. You can do it from a general shop as well, a general store as well, but probably easiest just to do it through the catalog and then go to either a post office or your camp lockbox to pick that stuff up. Again, I have some already, so we'll hold down on the weapon wheel, R1 to go to the item wheel, and then just do this 5 times. Michael, how's it going? Good morning. Family is doing good. Yeah, so last time, well, maybe the second to last time I was live, obviously we had some issues with my grandmother and poor health. She's actually okay. You know, she's, you know, we were worried we were going to lose her. But she's been in poor health for such a long time now. When I got there, I'm not even sure she knew I was there, but that's just like mental, right? She has Alzheimer's, mental issues. You know, she may not be all there, but she's still here, which sounds like a weird thing to say, and I'm not like trying to make light of the situation or make jokes. It's just how it is. You know, she may have not even known that I was there visiting, but she's still alive and breathing. So I appreciate you saying that, Michael. As far as the Morgan update, you know, she had her injury, her knee injury. She is better now. In fact, she is cleared to start playing softball again. So that's all good. So yeah, it's all good, man. It's all, you know, it's life, right? It's life. It's all good, but it's part of being alive. So anyway, there's your 5 canned foods eaten. I think that's probably the easiest. Well, camp theme is pretty easy today too. So a couple of easy general dailies. Maybe we'll do the pheasants a little later. I don't know, man. For 1.1 gold bar and 200 XP, I'm not going to stress out over trying to find pheasants. If you really want to, I can show you a few spots where I usually find them. Right. So starting with kind of just south of the Tall Trees Moonshine shack, towards like Quaker's Cove. I usually see them on this road here quite a bit. I know for a fact, based on when I played story mode, just outside of Valentine, this little spot here where there's this little U, right? This spot here, just south of Lucky's cabin, if you know, you know, is a static spawn. I don't remember a time where I've never not seen them there, right? So that's another good spot. And then also over here by Heartland Oil Fields, like this little section of New Hanover Heartlands, right next to Heartland Oil Fields, is a really good spot for pheasants. I find. So there's 3 spots for you. Maybe we'll check them later. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not stressing over no damn pheasants. At this point, his gold is back up to levels where it's like even with Blondie, I think he's like maybe 3 or 4 gold bars shy. But after being all the way down to 0 twice, I'm back up to 1183. I'm not stressing over 0.1 gold today. I got at least one daily to keep my streak going. You know, PvP, no. Posse races, no. Maybe we'll do a Sean McGuire mission just so I can do it. Get a credit for story mission done towards awards, but we'll see how I feel. So, Ian, welcome. How's it going? Been a while since last stream. How's your grandmother? She's doing good. Like I was just telling Michael, she's, you know, I don't even know if she knows I was there visiting her. That's how far gone her mind is, but it's certainly not like the deathbed level stuff that my aunt perceived it to be. You know, my mom, it was 2 weeks ago, and she's still here. She's still with us. So we'll count that as a blessing for now. Retta, how's it going? Welcome. Retta Draco Gaming, welcome. All right, so that's it for general challenges. Like I said, I'm not going to stress over no pheasants. Not going to worry about player kills. Not going to worry about posse races. Maybe we'll do Sean McGuire. For the role challenges, mine may look a little different from yours. If they do, it's just because you haven't ranked up your role enough. These are the role challenges for people with rank 15 or higher at the start of the day. So if you look at this, you're saying Outlaws, I only have 1, or I only have 2. How come you have 3? That's why. You just haven't ranked up your Bounty Hunter role enough. Get back on that grind for that role. And the same applies to the other roles, too, as we go through them. So again, keep in mind, these are the role challenges for people who have rank 15 or higher within these individual roles. So for Bounty Hunter, it's 2 bounties completed within 1 real-world hour. That's not a bad one. 3 bounty targets brought in, and 3 bounty targets looted. I would say all 3 of these, if you wanted to, are good ones. There are some bounty dailies that bug. Actually, quite a few. I say some. Quite a few bounty dailies that bug. Not these 3. These 3 are fine. You're going to be okay today if you want to do some bounty hunter dailies to get you to your 9. Trader 2, good sold to distant buyer. $200 money made from trading, and 10 small animal carcasses donated to crypts. Collector, 3 arrowheads found. That reminds me, I got to reset my collector map. I haven't done so yet today. I was editing baseball videos. Michael will appreciate this. Michael, I was editing the game against the Chicago Cubs. Baltimore Orioles versus Chicago Cubs. Apparently, the Orioles are going to Wrigley Field later this year, which is kind of exciting. I played that game as part of a 7-game session, 7 individual game sessions, and I'd forgotten about it, so it's kind of crazy to go back now. I will say, for those of you who are interested in the baseball stuff, the Orioles are still playing at this point. I'm not going to say whether or not they made the playoffs, and if they did make the playoffs, I'm not going to say how far they've gotten. But I will say I am still playing the 2025 season, so more on that to come. Maybe Sunday I'll put a community post up and outline the next batch of games for those, but just wanted to get that out of the way real quick and say, Michael, I was editing your Chicago Cubs. Wreck-It Jenny, how's it going? Welcome. Good morning. Sasquatch Man, good times and good vibes. Indeed. Welcome in, sir. How are you doing today? So for Collector, 3 arrows had found, 5 bird eggs found. The duck eggs are... Where are the duck eggs? Owangila today. Lake Owangila. And then 2 collectibles found with a metal detector. If you do that correctly, you might be able to double down on arrowheads and metal detector at the same time. Moonshiner, 1 moonshine bar changed to core, 1 moonshine sold with 5 minutes left. You can see that one I got it completed already when Blondie was running her moonshine, and he just happened to be in her posse. And then play with the band for 2 minutes. Last but not least, Naturalist, 7 crafted or cooked at Wilderness Camp, 1 legendary animal photographed, and 2 sedated animals revived. In my mind, this sedated animals revived and 7 crafted or cooked at Wilderness Camp, 2 of the easiest role dailies you're going to do. I say this a lot. I'll say it again now. I know Naturalist is a huge pain in the ass. A lot of people don't like it, but if you get through it and you can get to rank 20, you actually end up with some pretty easy role dailies, which then can lead to gold, right? There's no gold within the Naturalist role. You get money, you get XP. It is on bonus this month along with the other roles, but there's no gold when you're doing the actual role itself, but you can get some pretty easy gold through dailies. That Legendary Animal Photograph one's not bad either, but these 2 are like really easy. Blending Tonic's another easy one, just as for example of roles, Naturalist role challenges that are easy and, in my mind, worth ranking up the role as quickly as you can. It's a grind, but you can do it. I believe in you. So for 9 today, we're looking at 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then if we don't get the legendary animal, we can fall back on maybe some small animal carcasses. I'm not going to stress over it too much. Definitely going to do 8 today. Whether or not we get that 9th one will depend on whether or not he already has the small animal carcasses on him. If I don't have 10 on me, I'm not going to go kill 10 small animals, again, just for 0.1 gold. 200 XP. It's not worth it. I have over 1,000, almost 1,200 gold. I have all the XP I will ever need. If you look at the top left corner of the screen, rank 1,000, 42 million lifetime XP, right? So I'm not stressing over 200 XP. What I am interested in today is pursuing my pinned items, which those of you who follow the channel closely know these are my items that I'm working on towards awards. This top one here, 429 out of 500 miles traveled on foot. I'm in the last round of that. So while we still have 71 miles to go, we're getting close to having that one completely maxed out. When I'm done, it'll look like this one, and this one, and this one. So yeah, we're getting close on that one. Pretty excited about that. Probably not. It's definitely not going to happen today, but it should happen at some point within this calendar year. Rowdy, how's it going? Welcome. Good to see you. When is the new toy coming in? So one of my biggest gripes right now is the tracking of the shipment. So for those of you who are wondering what Sasquatch Man's talking about, it sounds kind of ominous. Could be potentially a little dirty. The new toy is a new controller. I finally pulled the trigger. No pun intended. I finally pulled the trigger button and ordered a Scuff controller online. It's a totally decked out orange and black, which is going to be great for when I do get back to playing some MLB The Show. I promise to post pictures of that as soon as it comes in, so you can kind of see like what my custom controller looks like. But they don't offer like it says track shipment, but it's not like a FedEx tracking number, right? So track shipment brings you to their website where it tells you that it was shipped. I'm like, well, that doesn't really help me. That's not really tracking shipment. Which, minor complaint. Small peanuts. But yeah, that should be hopefully arriving sometime within the next week, if not maybe early June. It is an international shipping. I don't think I realized that. It's international shipping, so should be here soon, but not too soon. Dirty Ducky, how's it going? Good morning. Welcome everyone coming in. Glad to see everyone here. We're just kind of going through my pinned items, right? So this next one we have 953 out of 1,000 enemies killed with mounted weaponry. I have been getting quite a few hideouts with maximum guns lately, so I've been making a little progress there. The only problem is that is the slowest and steadiest of one of these awards. You only get like 7 or 8 kills every time you get on a mounted weaponry, unless you can I don't know. Does it count if you steal Carmelo Montez's War Wagon? It'd be something good to probably study. If you can steal Carmelo Montez's War Wagon, sir, do you get credit for killing those enemies from that? Does that technically count as mounted weaponry? I don't know. I should know that, but I've never actually tested it before. So, 967 hat shots. Been getting quite a few hat shots lately as well. That one's nowhere near maxed out, but it's getting closer and closer. 33 away from being reset. Flying birds. I have this one pinned. Honestly, I don't really do this one unless it's like a daily fight to kill 5 of them or whatever. Sniper rifle headshots, we're at 385. That one still also has a long way to go, but it's pinned because it's something I'm actively working on. So you see, if you're new to the channel or you're new to the streams, you'll see me use sniper rifle in quite a few scenarios where I can get to the top of a cliff or have a good vantage point. If it's something where I know I don't have a good vantage point, or there's going to be a lot of enemies on the ground, you'll see me go with tomahawks because I'm also working on throwing weapons. And then occasionally you'll see me finish off the last enemy with a melee kill, so that's there as well. 685 executions. There's the throwing weapons, 688. You'll see me get probably quite a few of those today. Again, not going to reset it, but we'll probably get to like 700. 841 valuables sold to a fence. I've been working on that a little bit whenever I can. Again, I was away this weekend, so we're kind of like back to ground zero a little bit on a lot of this stuff. But I did do valuables search yesterday. We'll do one again today. Typically, I find between like 25 and 35 every day, so expect this to end up kind of like around 870 by the time the stream is over. We'll get to that a little bit later in stream. 19 to 24, some river habitats categories turned in, so that's almost reset. The problem with that one is moose. I need both the western moose and the western bull moose, which can be kind of rare. I'm going to try to do animal tagging today. Hopefully it'll be forest river habitat friendly animal tagging, and maybe we'll get to that one. And then I think the last one I have pinned is, actually there's this blood money thing, and then 16 to 20 mountain grassland. I have been working towards those. That's something that I definitely have been focused on. So, this is all the stuff we're working on. We've been working on it. I'm going to continue to work on it. Some of these awards will be maxed out by the end of the year. Some of them will still be plugging away at. It's just one of those things where, at this point, the game is kind of grindy to begin with, but at this point we're like in super grind mode because I'm at rank 1000, and if I didn't grind awards, I would have pretty much something else to play for. I do like logging in every day and just riding around the map, so a lot of these awards are kind of like an excuse to do that. So yours came in yesterday. It took about 8 business days to arrive. Is that from the time they told you it was shipped, or is that from the time that you clicked place order and paid and checked out? Be curious about that. Thank you also, Sasquatch Man, for purchasing a gifted membership for someone. It looks like that went to Dirty Ducky, which is great because he is a long-time follower of the channel. So Ducky, you know the rule, you know the routine by now. But you now have access to custom emotes. You have access to behind-the-scenes videos, and you get a nice little green highlighter on your name. So there you go. Cassie, hello. Yeah, so all right, so let's get started. I've been doing a lot of talking. We're like, what, 21 minutes into the stream already? Haven't even done anything. People out there are like, come on, do something. Poking me with a stick. I don't appreciate being poked with a stick. So let's go ahead and do something. I'm going to get my sniper rifle off my horse. I prefer to use the rolling block. I know a lot of people like the Carcano. It's just never been that friendly to me. So we're going to clean it. We're going to clean it. And we're going to hold down the square button to clean it. I love that you have to do that 3 times. By the time you got tracking and email, okay, cool. So yes, same info you got as you did on track. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think again because I think it's an international thing, right? So they're not going to know what the FedEx tracking number is probably until it gets here in the States. But yeah, that's all fine and good. I'm very much looking forward to it. You know, I already kind of know there's going to be some trial and error to it because the joysticks, the way they describe the joysticks, I don't know what this current one is. I don't know if this is considered like lower and closer to the controller or higher. I think they're lower. I hope I didn't screw up and order mine too low, but we'll see. Very much looking forward to getting it and getting into some gaming with it. Especially, like I said, it's an excuse to enjoy some of the stuff that's been going on with MLB The Show, right? The whole plan was all along to use that controller exclusively for MLB The Show and kind of have like an Orioles orange and black theme going on. So yeah, looking forward to it, really, truly. Nice little late, but still birthday present to myself. So, for those of you who don't know, my birthday was on the 9th. I'm now officially 43. I can say that I'm 43 instead of saying I'm almost 43, which always sounds weird, right? Especially as an adult. It's like a little kid thing, right? Like Morgan was so excited, like for the 5 days leading up to her birthday, she filmed herself on video saying, 5 more days until I'm 9 years old. 4 more days until I'm 9 years old. Well, for me, it's 14 days since I turned 43 years old. But anyway, yeah, so this controller, the Scuff controller, was something a little birthday gift to myself. Treat yourself, as they used to say on Parks and Rec. Not gonna lie, Rolling Block's feeling pretty good today, man. There's a lot of headshots here. Make sure we don't die. Don't die. So yeah, still very much enjoying MLB The Show. The last few sessions I've had, I'm starting to turn the corner on the hitting. So I'm pretty excited about that. I don't know if it's something that I did or if it's something like a patch maybe fixed. But it does feel like maybe the hitting isn't as bad as it was. So, you know, for those of you who maybe gave up on it because you weren't enjoying the hitting, maybe give it a second chance. But yeah, like I said, Orioles are still playing. I won't say if that means that they made the playoffs or not. But they are still playing, still very much playing the 2025 season. Don't die. Please don't die. Oof, that was close. Half my health lost because I slid down the hill. Mouse click triggers is game changer on control. Yeah, I got to mess around with that too. Today is your father-in-law and your niece's birthday. Nice, they share a birthday. That's cool. I like that. I actually found out that a few people's birthdays that I thought were much later, like next month, were actually just happening just recently. So, lots of birthdays. I know plenty of people that have birthdays between like April 1st and now. So, kind of makes me wonder what our parents were up to. You know, minus 9 months, right? What's that, like August? September apparently was a very busy time for our parents. Yeah, the real life Orioles are terrible. There's no denying that, Dougie. I won't even try to argue with you. They did. They finally won a game yesterday after losing, like, I don't know, 7 in a row and like 12 of their last 13 or something ridiculous like that. They fired their manager, which is unfortunate. You know, I don't necessarily think it was all his fault. I think the GM needs to go. You know, they lost a pretty quality pitcher last year and did nothing to replace him in the offseason. And then they also lost one of their best hitters. Didn't really do much to replace him. That being said, it's way too young and talented of a team for them to be having these kinds of issues. It does sound like maybe there's a little bit of a management issue, like from the front office, but also maybe some issues with the coach. And the coach is always going to be the first scapegoat. But I don't doubt that if things continue in the trend that they're going, that the next person to go is going to be the general manager. And like I said, he in my opinion, completely botched the offseason. Like, no question about it. And I think, you know, not to make excuses, but maybe what they were thinking is that they were going to have some players returning from injury, specifically pitching, returning from injury. But you can't bank on that, man. You can't bank on players returning from injury and returning to the same level of success that they had. So why not go out and get a pitcher? And then you get all these rumors about, you know, they actually asked one of the top free agent pitchers if the Orioles even reached out to him, and he said that they didn't. So it's like they weren't even trying to fill the pitching need. So it's unfortunate, man. You know, as a freaking Orioles fan, it sucks because it's like you finally had an opportunity to be good again. And front office blunders, stop me when you've heard this before, totally screwed them. And hopefully not for too long term, because like I said, Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, Jordan Westberg, Colton Cowser, these are all good. Jackson Holliday, these are all good young players who, with even just a little bit of guidance, should be able to lead that team for a decade. But if this is what's going to happen, you know, as a player, are you inclined to stay? Or are you inclined to go somewhere where you can win and get paid, right? Getting paid is always the name of the game with these guys because it's a business, but if you can win and get paid, that's what you're going to do. That's what anyone in their right mind would do. So anyway, yeah, as much as I love talking about my video game Orioles, who I will say are having more success, it's hard not to, having more success than the real life Orioles. So all my money right now is behind, my money and my passion is behind my MLB The Show Orioles versus the real life ones. Anyway, that's my piece about the Orioles, the current state of the Baltimore Orioles. Where are you going? You guys always talk all that trash and then run away. Yeah, the home run derby was kind of a turning of the corner. Sasquatch man, you know it. Try the headset down real quick. So yeah, so that helped. It definitely helped. The home run derby, I think, helped. But you'll see, maybe not for a while, right? So at this point, you got to remember, I'm so far ahead of where I am on the channel in real life, right? So in real life, I'm way ahead of where I am on the channel. The channel, we're still, I think, at the All-Star break. All right, Cassie, take care. Thanks for stopping. On the channel, we're still at the All-Star break. So Home Run Derby, All-Star break. I'm editing currently like the first 3 or 4 games. I've already edited the first 3. We're just working on one this morning. I was telling Mike I was working on the Cubs game. I want to say the edit I was working on this morning was like game 110, but it's only like the 4th game after the All-Star break. I know it's confusing. I think a lot of it is because I like skip around. So there's a ton of games that I simmed through. Not only like simmed through the batting portion, but just like simmed through the schedule. I love baseball, but the season's way too long. I'm not playing 162 games of a video game. Like, sorry, not happening. I'm trying to get into the future, see how my draft picks can do, right? So I think I ended up with, let me pull it up actually, I've got it right in front of me. We ended up, of 162 game schedule, I played 38 of those games. That includes the Home Run Derby and the All-Star break. So by the time we get to the end of the regular season, there will be 162 games. And I kind of just gave away whether or not the Orioles made the playoffs. So I'm just gonna stop talking about it now, so I don't ruin it for you guys. I will say it was pretty exciting finish to the season. Well, why not? We'll just throw it out there. Let's go ahead and say it came down to the final game. I got to the end of the season. It was a series against the Yankees in New York, where on the second to last day of the season, if they won, they would be in, and then because they didn't win, we had to do it again the next day. Game 162, win and in with the third wild card spot, and I guess I can say it now because I said they're still playing, and then I said I got to the end of the regular season. They won. They made the playoffs. So anyway, just try to keep that all in mind, like as you're watching. Like I'm talking about like how good I'm hitting now. I'm not talking about at the Home Run Derby, the All-Star game. Although I did get better during the Home Run Derby. You're not wrong. When I say I got better, I'm talking about like the games I just played last night, the session I just played last night, which so far ahead at this point, or maybe so far behind, right? Depending on your perspective. If you're talking about videos on the channel, I'm very much behind where I am in real life. So I've got some editing to do. I'm hoping to find some time this weekend to do that. With it being Memorial Day weekend, I didn't schedule any Challengers games, so I have like all day Sunday, unless we go out and do other stuff. I have all day Sunday to do some editing of MLB The Show. Probably post like the first 4 videos, post All-Star break videos, sometime next week. Maybe like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I haven't really figured all that out yet, but for this live stream, let's go ahead and get some arrowheads while we're waiting for the Homestead robbery timer to time out. I can talk a little bit more about this stuff while I'm cinematic riding, but I'm really enjoying it. It's so much more enjoyable when you can hit. And look, I'm not trying to score 10, 12, 15 runs a game. I'm not trying to get a million hits. Like, I don't want to have all these 2 hitters, right? So for the reason why I kind of gave up on the hitting for a little bit was it was nearly impossible to hit. I felt like because of it, my pitching was suffering. So when I made the decision to start simming through the batting portion of the innings, that was why. But I'm back now to actually played for the playoffs, full games, taking every pitch, every opportunity to hit, while also taking the opportunity to pitch in the field, and I'm very happy with the results. So I realize it's like super long-winded way of saying, like, stay tuned kind of thing, like, wait and see. But yeah, so if I had to look at it, and I have my little notes in front of me, of course I do, right? You guys know me by now, most of you anyway. So coming out of the All-Star break, we'll have a game against Tampa, which was game 97 of the season. Then I made a trade for a second baseman and a pitcher who both played kind of key roles down the stretch, which was kind of cool. So, like, if you're not familiar with baseball, after the All-Star break, you get into, like, the trade deadline and, like, trading up until, like, August 1st or July 31st. You can trade with other teams. So I didn't try to go too crazy. I did try to make, like, a big splash with one particular player, but I didn't want to give up my whole farm system. So I ended up making a couple trades I thought were, like, kind of made sense. I needed help at second base, and I didn't necessarily need help with the pitching, but they were offering this other pitcher along with their second baseman. So I was like, okay, well, I'll take that guy, and we'll see how it plays out. And he ended up playing. The pitcher ended up doing pretty well too. So really worked out. So then I fast forwarded to game 100 of 162. It was in Cleveland against the Guardians. After that, I fast forwarded to game 104 of 162, which was against the Rockies. That was kind of a cool game because their starting pitcher was making his major league debut. So I had some fun with that one, introducing him to the major leagues in style, and that's all I'm going to say about that. And then the one I was working on this morning, like I was telling Michael, was in Wrigley against the Cubs, and it was game number 110 of 162. So you can kind of see, like, definitely back half of the season, almost like second, third of the season, if you want to call it that, right? Between games 80 and 120, I would say is the second, third of the season. And there'll be some other stuff too. So as you move along further to that, eventually we'll get to game number 138 of 162, which is the first game in September. Again, for those of you who are not familiar with baseball, September 1st, you could have what's called the September call-ups, which is where some of the minor league players, the AAA, AA, not usually single A, but sometimes if they're really good, players get to come up, and it's a way for you to kind of rest some of the starters. So we had September call-ups. I'm done with that already. And ultimately, you'll see eventually the final playoff push. But for the first, for like next week, it'll be the Rays game I mentioned, the Guardians game I mentioned, the Rockies game I mentioned, and then the Cubs game. I still have to export and QA it, but it should be ready to go by this weekend, I would think. So keep an eye out for those. I said this weekend, next weekend, right? So probably going to be a little bit of a lack of content here for the next few days this weekend. And that's only because I was away last weekend, so I wasn't really doing much. If something kind of funny happens in Red Dead over the weekend, maybe I'll do a quick upload, like a 2-3 minute video. If the game throws something at me, I'm always willing to upload whatever Red Dead related, right? But as far as baseball goes, so I think, Monday's Memorial Day, we'd probably skip that day. Most people will probably be busy doing other things anyway, so I don't know too many people are going to be hanging out watching YouTube videos. Maybe, I don't know. But Tuesday we'll be live streaming Red Dead again, and then maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday of next week I'll do some more MLB The Show stuff. So, like I said, there'll be a little bit of a lull this weekend. Starting next Tuesday, I'll live stream Red Dead, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday of the following week, I'll have more MLB The Show videos. And while those are posting, I'll be busy editing more videos for MLB The Show. So we should be able to get back on schedule. It's kind of ironic, really. I reached the All-Star break, and then there was kind of a break, right? So it was kind of like a true All-Star break. I played the first half of the season, and then we ended up getting a little bit of a break because I was away. Weekend is your last for a while. Go on vacation starting next weekend. Gonna be gone for 3 weeks. Nice, man. I think, did you say you're going? Are you going international? Right? You're going. I think you're going international somewhere. Beach. Sasquatch on the beach. I'm assuming you don't need to use a very high SPF suntan lotion with all the hair. Bro, I got 100 SPF suntan lotion for our trip to Louisiana and still got scorched. Like, I had my sunglasses on all weekend, so like right under where the sunglasses sit, my cheeks got burnt, my arms and my neck got burnt. I went to Louisiana a Yankee and came back a redneck. Correct. Nice. Yeah, man. I hope you enjoy it. Have a good time. Like I said, we just got back. We were in Baton Rouge. We left Wednesday, right? No, we left Thursday. So Thursday around 6 o'clock we got there. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then we came home Monday, but we didn't leave until late in the afternoon on Monday. Your boy was in the bayou a good trip. UConn lost both their games they played, but they played against some really tough competition. I think they played against arguably best player in the country right now. There's some really good pitchers in the country, and there's some really good hitters in the country, but I don't think there's a better pitcher who hits like Jordy Ball, and she proved it. You know, I think she allowed like 4 or 5 hits the entire weekend across like 3 games. She's just a beast. So they made Nebraska fans out of us for sure. So no offense, Ducky. I know, actually Sasquatch fan too. I know you guys are Vols fans, but Nebraska's pretty dang good. Well, I'm curious to see. They actually played tonight. Nebraska versus Tennessee softball in the Super Regionals, best of 2 out of 3. You're already leather. You don't burn your work. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You're outside every day. You're not like me. You're not vitamin D deficient. Anyway, I just stopped in here to pick up some stuff from the post office. We still got this timer running, this search the homestead for the valuables thing going. I am going to go up here. There's another spot for Arrowhead, which is also a metal detector spot, so we'll get credit for both of those. But yeah, it was a good weekend. It was, we were calling it an epic daddy-daughter trip before we even left. Morgan was amazing. Unfortunately, due to sort of financial restraints, the fact that Lady Outlaws couldn't get any more time off from work, and just the fact that Avery's a real challenge whenever we travel. Avery and Lady Outlaws stayed home, so it was just me and Morgan. I felt like after working so hard all winter at her own softball game, and then getting hurt and having to miss 4 of her own games, I was like, you know what, it's a nice little gift for her. You know, she probably was pretty down missing some softball games, so let's pick her back up. Let's get her to this regional experience. She got to be in the dugout with UConn for their Friday game against Nebraska, which was pretty cool. You know, she has a little team pass, participant pass that they gave her. She had, she had to have credentials in order to even go on the field and be with them, but she got to be on the field with them during the national anthem. So, there's not too many kids that can say that. So definitely thankful to UConn softball, fans for life already, but they cemented it with how they treat Morgan. So that was very cool. And like I said, we got to see some of the best softball in the country. We were on ESPN, ESPN Plus at least. They were asking for like pictures and video of Avery with the team, and while they were talking about her impact on the team and the association that she has with UConn softball, they actually had the cameras trained on me and Morgan in the outfield. They mentioned us by name. They even like spelled our names correctly, which is kind of cool. Like, there's 3 different ways you can spell Eric. They got it right. So that was a pretty cool thing to see. People were reaching out to us saying they saw us and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. And absolutely, the memories are going to be the reward. And it sounds so cliche to say it, but I think most parents know you take a bullet for your kid, right? All parents should be able to say that, but sadly some can't because of their circumstances. But yeah, obviously for me, it's, that was exactly what it was. I'm all about that sort of memory building, memory making, right? Hopefully she appreciates it. I think she did. She's back on the field now, so that's exciting. She got a hit in her first at bat back. She got it off of another player. She didn't have to hit off of me, which was good. It was probably one of her hardest hits she's ever had. So she picked up right where she left off prior to the injury. I'm pretty excited about that. We're pretty excited about that. So she gets to enjoy, unless barring re-injury, which I don't think we're gonna have to worry about. She gets to enjoy the rest of her softball season. So, let's see if these wolves bother us all the way over to where this arrowhead is. We may have to kill some wolves. Harriet. And they're coming. They are not. They're coming back. See it? either way, again, I said at the top of the stream, say it again. That's why I wasn't able to stream on Tuesday. We got home too late Monday night, and then her ears were bothering her from being on the plane. So we kept her home on Tuesday, which is so funny. She's missed so much time for softball, and now we're like, oh, you got an ear infection, you got to stay home. But she was home with me on Tuesday, and I wanted to make sure I could kind of like keep an ear out for her since she wasn't feeling well. She needed any kind of pain medicine or anything like that. I wanted to make sure we could get her that. So while I was in the game all day Tuesday, I did not have the opportunity to live stream, which is why I'm doing it now. You guys know typically I don't live stream on Fridays, but I'm here trying to make up some time. So Curtis, how's it going? Welcome. Howdy. Taking a bullet is no issue. Sometimes you want to send them to the moon. Laugh how the kids are rewarding and hair. It's so, dude, just so true. It's such an interesting little like dichotomy, I think is what you call that, right? Dichotomy, when things, opposite things can be true at the same time. So for me, it's, same thing. It's like, yes, I would absolutely take a bullet for her, but she also drives me nuts sometimes. But we did have a good little like 3-4 days together. The last day there, we had a lot of downtime. Our flight didn't leave till almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon even. Checkout wasn't until noon, so even though we woke up like around 8:30, we kind of just hung out. So we were just like kind of laying in bed and going through old videos. I was trying to find a very specific video of me and her. I have a video of me and her from when she was real little. The kids were real little. They're probably like not even a year old yet. Probably like 6 months, where I was kind of like cooing at her and she was cooing back at me. It's a really cute video. I was just see if I can find it, post it. Unfortunately, I couldn't find that video. I know it's on Facebook. I posted to Facebook, my personal Facebook page at one point. So I know like it's in my memories whenever that time of year comes back around. I want to say it's gonna be soon, but I didn't have it on my phone. And I don't know if it's because Lady Outlaws filmed it on her phone or why I don't have it on my phone. I'm sure she has it. She keeps everything. But either way, I couldn't find that video, but we were going through kind of some of the older videos from when they were real little. And it was a very cool trip down memory lane. Like, I enjoyed it, and I know, it's good to look at that stuff every so often with your kids, I think. Like, every year or so. As they get older, I think they enjoy seeing what they looked like and sounded like when they were little. I know I enjoyed going back through it. So to have her kind of like laying on the bed next to me as I was going through my phone of old photos and videos was really cool. So, yeah. Gotta appreciate those moments, man, because another 5 years, she ain't gonna want to lay on the bed with dear old dad and look through old photos. She'll be too worried about her friends. Probably boys. All the stuff I'm not ready for. But dude, I love it. I love being a dad, especially like this time of year. Like, I complain about it because we're at the field every damn day. But I love the fact that like she got cleared by the doctor at like 10:45 in the morning on Wednesday. She wasn't supposed to have a game until Thursday night, but they moved the game up, which kind of worked out because it rained here really bad yesterday. But we ended up having the game on Wednesday night, and so we got clear from the doctor. I took her right to the cages because she hadn't swung a bat in 2 weeks. Knocked some of the dust off there after a couple rounds in the batting cages. And then she got a really, really good hit on Wednesday night in her first at bat back. And, like I said, she worked too hard this winter. Now that she's back, I can see how happy she is. And I know how happy I am for her because she earned it. She deserved to get back on the field and get that hit on Wednesday night. Even if she doesn't get another hit for the rest of the season, which I think she will. But that's besides the point. She's kind of a little beast. A little softball beast. Anyway, there's your duck eggs, Owen Gila. I actually forgot to check. Or if I did it while I was talking, so I didn't even realize. I don't even know how many duck eggs I have right now. But if you're looking to get all your bird eggs, I only have 5. If you're looking to get all your bird eggs for the collector daily today in one shot, here's where they are. Lake Owen Gila Dam. You'll hear us just call it Owen Gila. That's what we're talking about. If you hear any of the streamers, content creators in the group here, like Dirty Ducky during his daily challenge videos, say Owen Gila, that's what he means. What else can we do? We already did all our generals. We could potentially do some natural stuff. I don't think I'm going to get a camp here. Well, let's try. Be good to get a camp and do a wilderness camp. Now, for some reason, you can't get a camp on this side of Oangila. And sometimes you can't even get it, like, in between here and Strawberry, which is awfully wilderness looking. Right? It's probably one of the more wilderness-y areas of the map. But you still can't get a wilderness camp set up. I keep passing by that card. I don't care about that card. Let's see if in the wilderness we can get a wilderness camp. Oh my god, it worked. Praise be. Ended up next to a wisteria right there too. So let's craft or cook our 7 at a camp, wilderness camp. I probably need and can do split points, rifle cartridges. 1, 2. Nope, can't take any more. Okay, let's do. God, that's a lot of animal fat. Explosive rounds, though? Do I really need explosive rounds? I don't know. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 should give us our gold. Again, you can craft anything here. I just find it easiest to do split points and or explosives and or dynamite arrows. You know, anything you can really think of here to craft, you can do it. There's tonics, but you know, you can craft some minty big game if you need that, right? Whatever you feel like you need. Craft it at your wilderness camp instead of at your regular camp. I'm gonna get that daily for Naturalist today. Let's go to Emerald Station. There's always sheeps there, at least there should be, to sedate and revive for that daily. If for some reason you get here and you don't see sheep or cows or really anything, any kind of animals, it just might mean there's another player in the area. Especially if you're in a public lobby. If you're in a private lobby, you don't have to worry about that. But if you're in a public lobby, you may get here and see that there aren't any actual animals. If that happens, my good friend Key told me one time to go in through the barn, come out the other side, and that resets. It allows the animals to spawn back in. I've seen it work. I don't have to do it that often, but I know for a fact there was at least one time in my mind where I remember that happening. Interestingly enough, I was talking about forest and river habitats and mountain grassland habitats earlier. These count towards farmland habitats. My sheep have somehow gotten very low. My sheep samples. I've been turning in a lot of farmlands lately. I've been lucking out on our bulls. So I do actually need, I think I'm down to like 1 sheep sample, interestingly enough. I was maxed out for the longest time. So we'll take the sample and revive them. I don't actually like need it for this current round of farmland, but I will need it again at some point. Like I said, I think this will only give me 3. So as we're turning in more and more farmland animal habitats to Harriet, we're going to need these sheep samples at some point, so might as well just do it this way. You don't have to do sheep. I just think it's easiest. You only use like 2, 3, maybe 4 rounds on each sheep. So it's efficient in terms of using rounds, but there's like rabbits and there's a muskrat that spawns in this little creek over here. So there's smaller, even smaller animals you could use even fewer rounds on if you wanted to, or just whatever. If you want to go sedate pronghorn and revive that, go ahead. You run across a legendary animal, you want to revive that after sedating it, go ahead and use that one. I just think it's easiest to come to Emerald and do the samples and reviving for the sheep here. But, yeah, I've been doing that for quite a while now. So yeah, we need a legendary animal photograph to finish up our naturalist rolls. Moonshiner, I haven't done either of these 2 things. I guess we'll wait to run his Moonshine to do these, because I can't change the decor while he's in Blondie's posse anyway. But yeah, and then I think that's going to be it. You know what, let's pop into Crypts real quick before we go to the Moonshine Shack. I don't think I have 10 small animals to give to him, but let's check. You just never know. And like I said, if I don't, and we don't come across a legendary animal, I'm not going to stress. I said on top of the stream, I'm not going to stress over this 9th roll daily. Not during my .1 week when I already have over 1,000 gold. But for now, let's just check. We have it. It's easy enough just to turn them in. I'm not going to go around hunting small animals for 10 animal daily. Some people like to hold like 30 of each pocket animal, and that's fine. It's never been my thing. I usually hold about 10 or so. I might have used my 10 last time we had this daily.
Going to be out of supply.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I only have 7. So let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I got a bunch of pelts too. So I'm not going to worry about it. It's only 3 animals, but you know, it could take an awfully long time trying to do that. I am going to donate my feathers to him though. This is Blondie's crypts, and she doesn't do much in the way of donations. So I'm going to hold on to perfects, but all of my goods, the good quality pelts I've recovered from poacher missions and things like that. Also, owl feathers count pretty decent on the owl feathers there, right? 4.5 for just 3 owl feathers, 1.2 for pelican feather. Just give him some stuff, get him operational again. Not gonna focus on building up a wagon today. Maybe later in stream. We did a lot of trader stuff last month, and honestly, I'm burnt out. So even though Rockstar put it back on bonus, I'm just burnt out. And then check out where her camp is. Oh no, I thought it was Horseshoe Overlook. Never mind, it's not. So yeah, let's. Pheasants, not gonna bother with unless we come across them. Sean McGuire maybe a little later in stream. Let's go do some moonshine stuff. She has a moonshine ready to go. I know he has a moonshine ready to go, so we can get some money and some XP. Then we'll do these last 2 moonshiner dailies, and then that might be it for daily challenges for today. How far into the stream are we? Just about an hour. I've been doing a lot of talking too. We had that blood money thing, so I don't think the roll challenges are too bad today. That 9th one may be a little tricky, but I don't think roll challenges are too bad today. The general challenges for the second day in a row kind of suck, in my opinion. There's PvP, there's posse races, there's I guess pheasants aren't too bad, but they can be maybe a little tricky to find. I showed you guys 3 spots earlier in the stream. Not going to stress about no damn birds or small animals. But feel free. Yeah, I think, you know, at this point, most people who watch the channel have been watching the channel a while. They know how to do these things, so I'm not going to bother going over it in too much detail. I should say real quick, Blondie has evergreen moonshine. I didn't. Oh, she has a buyer. I was gonna say she might not have a buyer, but she has a buyer. Evergreen moonshine probably not the best in terms of like preferred buyers. Definitely berry cobbler or poison poppy. I didn't have any berries to make berry cobbler on this character. Also didn't have any absinthe to do poison poppy, so I did evergreen, and we lucked out. We still have a buyer, so that's nice. Her moonshine to her buyer at the shack. She should get some decent XP here. She only needs like 6,000 to hit the next rank up. She's at 703. She needs just under 5,000 XP. So she'll rank up today for sure. I know Braytech is doing his best to catch up. not really, but we have been kind of like checking on each other to see where his I don't know what to call that character. She's not a newbie anymore. I know in the past we haven't really called her his main, but I feel like she's a higher rank than his main at this point. Like, are we at the point now? Let's take a vote. Put it in the chat. Are we at the point now where Braytek's female character should be considered his main? He streams from her all the time. But anyway, I think she's in the 690s. So his female character at some point is going to catch my female character. But he's already passed her for money too, right? He's closing in on 1 million, so that's pretty cool. Pistols, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for popping in. We are gonna get caught behind this guy. You gotta love it when that happens. Can you get out of the way, dude? Like, pull your wagon over to the... Yeah, that boy. Run right into that barrel. Thank you. Crates. No need to stop. Tell it to him. But yeah, right? Future ex-wife. Dude, that makes me think of the original Jurassic Park. He says, I'm always on the lookout for the next future Mrs. Ian Malcolm. Friggin' classic. What a great character. Jeff Goldblum was amazing in that role, too. Looks like we got the coyote over here. I wonder if I can get a picture of it. Maybe get that 9th daily. But I've been trying to figure out how I was going to do. So that should be 1,800, well, 1,600 XP for her, 453 bucks. She just broke 980,000, so just 20,000 more for her. And she'll hit a million. I'll have 2 characters with 1 million RDO. Still, nothing to spend it on. Well, on her, I guess I could go on a spending spree at some point, but... Alright, we're trying to get an angle on this coyote, man. It's not gonna let me get a picture of this thing, I already know it. Too far away, right? Yep. Damn, I hate it when this happens. This coyote is like literally the bane of my existence. Of all the legendary animals, I feel like I like this one the least. I don't understand why that wouldn't count. Why does it matter how freaking far away I am? If it's in the frame, I'm zooming in, right? Can I zoom one more? No. That should count. There we go. Got him. Yeah. So there you go. That's how I'm going to get my 9th daily today. No need for small animals. Didn't really take me too long. Like I said, don't care about the 0.1 to 200 goal. I just want to be wasting my time. And I didn't. Have her drag him back in. You can't see that. I'm doing it off screen. So for those of you who are wondering, maybe watching for the first time, I do have 2 characters in the same lobby. Kind of go back and forth between the 2 occasionally. Have to pick up another controller, and you guys don't get to see what I'm doing, but I try to limit those moments.
That was a good sale.
Like right now, she needs to start a new batch. I'll just have him go outside real quick. She is on PS4. Still got my PS4. She has berries now to do berry cobbler, which works. She's on PS4, he's on PS5. So, like I said, in case you're wondering, mostly PlayStation. I do have an Xbox. I have an Xbox character. He has been MIA for a very long time at this point. You know, I think we moved in back in like September, October. The Xbox is still in the Xbox. The Xbox box. Alright, we'll open up his posse, do his Moonshine. Before we do that, I'll make sure I change decor. And then maybe we'll even do a couple minutes of playing with the band while I go take a quick break to, as Cap would say, pay the water bill. Moonshine store.
What do you need?
Bar decor. Basic. And that should give us 8, right? And then playing with the band should give us 9, and we're officially done with dailies. Exactly where it belongs. No doubt. I gotta say, my Xbox experience was not the greatest. I don't want to say that I specifically bought the Xbox to play Starfield, but I kind of did. I was hoping, maybe for Bethesda games, right? Like I was hoping Starfield would be like a generational game. It ended up not being. I don't think it's a bad game. It just wasn't as good as I was hoping that it would be. Seems like Elder Scrolls 6 is never going to come. Like it's kind of like a running joke. Like what will become first, GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6? Looks like maybe GTA 6 has the leg up, but who knows? Don't count out the dark horse. Either way, it's ridiculous that we're waiting so long for both of those games. Yeah. So when I packed up the Xbox as part of our move, I just put it away, left it away. Anyway, enjoy the musical stylings of Big Tex here on Outlaws Radio. Gonna step away for a second. Be right back. More Red Dead Online to come. Stay tuned. Alright, made it back just in time to see the completion of the play with the band for 2 minutes, and I saw some gold, 0.1 for the daily, 0.3 for completing all 9 daily roll challenges. Let's go ahead and put this down and get told how bad we are at playing guitar by Susan.
Don't worry,
You ain't getting paid for it. Anyway, dailies are done. Roll dailies. Like I said, maybe we'll do a Sean McGuire mission. Maybe we'll find some pheasants.
We have
But
some new
I'm here for the big XP and the big money. Spiced Island, Moonshine. Hopefully, I have a buyer. If we don't, I'm gonna back out. Nope, Joseph Goodwin. Here we go.
At last, the day is here. I need you to understand that this is the most important delivery. When we receive an order for the cream of the crop, the non-pareil, this is a rare chance, yes? Of course, I know you will not let me down. A batch of this quality is not for the revenue men, eh? Take your time. Don't get caught. This is worth it. Understand?
Oh, I understand. Alright, to the cabin. Cabin on Aurora Basin. Once we're done with this Moonshine, I'm going to start my valuables run. We should be okay. I think I started my valuables run much earlier yesterday. Actually, did I even do a valuables run yesterday? Dude, I was kind of running all over the place yesterday. I think early in the morning I did it before I left. Things have been a little crazy in Outlaw's world. As I like to say, there's so much going on. Some of you are probably so sick of hearing me say that. But there is, man, there is. There's so much going on. In the middle of it, I decided to take a 5-day trip to Louisiana. So that certainly didn't help. Got to visit the old stomping grounds on the trip out. Not really. We flew through DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. But I lived in Texas, specifically North Dallas, for 2 years. So flying back into DFW was like flying home. I do miss Texas. It's funny. Morgan was like, "Oh, I love Texas." I'm like, "Well, help me convince your mother to move back." I've been trying to get Lady Outlaws to move back since we first left. I'm of the firm belief that if I never left Texas for Baltimore, I would still be in Texas. The only reason why I came back to Connecticut was because I didn't really care for, as much as I loved the Orioles, I didn't really care for Baltimore as a whole. Nothing against Baltimore, the people there, it just wasn't a good fit for me. Or us, as Lady Outlaws and I were starting out our relationship. Obviously it worked out well, I'm not complaining. You know, married for as long as we have, and 15 years this year, actually, 15 years in October. 2 kids, awesome family, awesome life. I'm so happy with it. But yeah, if I'd never left Texas, I would still be there, and I would love to move back. But kind of married to this place. Unless we can convince Lady Outlaws to go. Texas is just a place we're going to visit from time to time. But yeah, it was kind of a weird thing to go from here to Dallas to get to Baton Rouge. Like, basically flew over.
I have some
like,
ideas.
I don't know why they had us do that. On the way home, we went through Charlotte, which makes more sense.
As you wish. But it can
But
be
yeah,
made to be cheaper, huh?
I booked it through one of those travel sites.
Yes.
And the
This
best
will
option
work
was to
very
go
nicely.
from, apparently go from Connecticut to Dallas to get to Fort Worth, which if you look at it on a map, you're like, yeah, we went way out of the way. But it's kind of how it works, I guess. Morning, Doug. How's it going? Great place to live. Came in this room just in time. You talking about Texas? Yeah, man, I loved it. I loved it there, man. It was so cool. So when I left, and this is like almost 25 years ago at this point. Probably closer to 20. I think it was in 2004 that I moved to Dallas. But either way, when I left Connecticut, I was like, oh, and by the way, guys, I'm getting Blondie put in front of Marcel as I'm talking, so that's why you're staring at this Marcel. I thought it was going to have such a cool story, like, oh, I'm from Connecticut, I just moved here. But Dallas is like a city of transplants. My neighbor across the way from me was from Iowa. He was kind of right around my age. He was a transplant, obviously. My neighbor who lived downstairs, she was from Louisiana. She was a transplant. Everybody had just all moved there, like right around the same time. It was pretty cool. So it was probably, even my friends who were from Texas weren't from the Dallas area, right? They were all from like Austin, San Antonio. I know a guy who was from Waco. It was probably like a year and a half into living there, right as I was getting ready to leave, planning to leave, that I finally met somebody who was born and raised in Dallas. So it's a cool little. First of all, it's a wicked cool state. I love their. It's still got kind of that Wild West feel to it. Even when you're walking around downtown, you may see a dude in like 10-gallon hat, cowboy boots. It's pretty badass. You can go to the Fort Worth and see the stockyards. Like that whole area is pretty cool, especially if you're into stuff like Red Dead Redemption, Wild West. But just like Dallas in general was really cool. Like the number of transplants that were there, you know, people who came from out of state, all looking to like make friends and stuff. Right around that same age, I was probably like 20. I wasn't quite 25 yet, I don't think, but I was over 21, so there was a lot of partying, a lot of adult beverages. But yeah, I love it. You're from Dallas, currently live in Austin. Nice. Yeah, dude. So we were hoping, interestingly enough, when we went to Louisiana over the weekend, I was secretly hoping that UConn would have lost either way. I was hoping that UConn was going to draw Texas for the regionals because I would have loved to have gone back to Austin. I was only in Austin for like one night in my entire time there. We did, like I said, a little bit of partying there. You know, got to watch some girlies doing line dancing on the bar, top of the bar. Just the live music in Austin, right? So like here, I think you have 3, maybe 4. I'll say 4 that I'm aware of good areas for live music. One is, surprisingly enough to everyone probably, Boston, Massachusetts, right? That's where Aerosmith got their start in their heyday. I mean, there's a million other bands I could talk about that are from the Boston area. Boston has a really good live music scene. Maybe not as good as it used to be today, but still pretty good. Nashville, obviously, right? You can't talk about live music without talking about Nashville. And then Austin, man. And then probably LA. But Austin, definitely, that live music scene is killer. So we got to experience some live bands, which was cool. But like I said, we were only there for a night, and I probably only remember half of it. So I can't say too much about Austin other than I would love to go back because I hear what I experienced was awesome, and then also you hear all the good things about it. But yeah, so I just love me some Texas in general, man. It was so cool. Like, you know, not to get into like, you know, politics or whatever, but it was kind of funny for us coming from Connecticut. And again, this is 20 years ago, so I know things have changed quite a bit down there. But you know, coming from Connecticut and going to Six Flags, right? So we did this like whole big family trip when I first left. You know, my mom and dad were nice enough to support me in my move, you know, at the time. So we did this like family trip where we went to go visit Texas and then kind of see like, you know, what are some of the good areas, like look at apartments and stuff like that. But we had some fun while we were down there too. Like I said, went to the stockyards and stuff like that before I ever lived there. Went to a Texas Rangers game back when they played at the old ballpark. But yeah, just on the visit down, we went to Six Flags, and there was a sign that said, due to recent changes in state law, guns are no longer allowed on the premises. I was like, dude, Six Flags? You mean like right before we got there, you could bring a gun into Six Flags? I was like, I think I found the place for me. But anyway, yeah, it's you know, it's especially Dallas, the cities of Texas. And like I said, look, I don't want to get into politics. You know, if you are fully opposed to guns and gun ownership, then fine. If you're fully for gun ownership and you own 1 million guns, that's fine too, as long as they're all legal and you're not committing any crimes. So be it. But I you know, this isn't meant to be a political conversation. It's more of like just kind of like even in the U.S., right? We all have our regional differences, right? So I don't think you could ever carry a gun on the Six Flags property closest to us. It certainly wasn't a recent change, but you know, the big old sign outside: "Leave your gun in your truck, cowboy." I didn't say that specifically, but you get the point. Yeah, you gotta love it, dude. I love the boldness of it being the only state flag that they put at the same level. There's just pheasants, by the way. Of it being the only state flag that they put as the same level as the American flag. I think that's totally badass. Like, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for you know. And you know what else I like too? I think just in general, the people were like no nonsense. Like, there wasn't really like this kind of like fluff, right? It was like, I'm gonna tell you like it is, and if you don't like it, you can go fly a kite. And that's me to a T. So really can't stress enough, really enjoyed my time in Texas and would go back in a heartbeat. And Morgan only saw the airport. She was like, "Oh, this is awesome." I'm like, "Girl, you ain't seen nothing yet." Like, if you want to see more, talk to your mother when we get home. Yeah, exactly. That's how you roll. I love it. I love it. Up here, dude, everybody's walking on eggshells. Oh, you can't say that kind of thing. And then what they end up doing is pissing people off anyway, because in their attempt to not walk on eggshells, they walk on other eggshells. It's like, and they never learn. They never learn from it, man. It's wild. I never really cared for living here, even when I was growing up. It's not a bad state, right? It's like, especially after visiting Baton Rouge and seeing kind of some of the really poor areas of the city. They for those of you who aren't familiar with the state of Louisiana, education-wise, they're usually like 49th or 50th in the country for education. Um, the good people, don't get me wrong, good people. I don't want to totally shit on them, but I'm just calling a spade a spade. The stats speak for themselves. The irony being they invest all this money in their sports programs. The huge stadium, right? We got to see Tiger Stadium, 102,000 seat stadium. I'd never seen anything like that in my life, other than we flew over the Big House in Michigan, coming out of Detroit one time, but that was from the air. Like, we literally walked past this superstructure of a football stadium. The Yukon Huskies football team, they play in like a 17,000 seat stadium, and it's usually only like a quarter full. I can only imagine what 102,000 crazy Louisianans sound like on a Saturday night. And even like, it's so popular that this guy was telling me that the governor's trying to enact a law that the games have to be played at Saturday night instead of Saturday during the day, no matter what. There's going to be a state law that you have to play your college football games on a Saturday night. But anyway, kind of getting off topic there. I don't know that I would like go to somewhere like Louisiana again. Really, like if they ever play a regional in Austin, like flight booked immediately, hotel booked immediately. But with Louisiana, it was kind of like not the best area. But anyway, I say all that to say, like, up here we have like our super rich areas. Like, we have two towns here in Connecticut that I would say are probably, if not the richest, then closest to being the richest towns in the country. And then there's a bunch of towns where it's bad. Certain areas of certain towns, don't go there at night, man. You're gonna end up in the crossfire. And that's just, again, stating it plainly, right? But we have like a lot of what I would call like middle class, kind of like average wealth areas too. So you get a lot of like diversity here, and that's not to say you can't get diversity down the south either. But they definitely spend more money on sports at LSU than they do on their education system. There's no denying that. But yeah, it's okay up here. Like, I'm okay here, but having lived in Texas, like I would never go back to Baltimore other than for like Orioles games. But Texas, yeah, go back there in a minute. But anyway, back to Red Dead Online Livestream. Just going around the map right now looking for some valuables. These are items that can be sold to the fence for a little bit of money. In my case, I do it because I'm pursuing as many awards in this game as I possibly can. Now that I've hit rank 1000, have all the money and all the gold I'll probably ever need. Maybe would I like to get to 3 million RDO? Yeah, but that's just kind of a little milestone at this point, just to say I did it. Really just trying to get a lot of these awards cleaned up, finished up, maxed out. So this is something I do. I won't say I do it every day. I try to do it as often as I can. Timing of it sometimes doesn't work out. Like, just as an example, we're doing this, it's 10:21 a.m. for me right now. If I don't get a chance to play tomorrow afternoon and I have to be online during the morning, these are not going to be here. It takes 24 hours for them to reset, a full 24 hours. There's no way to get around it, at least not that I'm aware of. This guy's gonna be in my way. This ought to be interesting. Okay. So yeah, so tomorrow, you know, if I'm only able to get into the game at like 8 a.m. tomorrow, and these aren't here, then obviously I'm not gonna do it. Maybe a little later in the day tomorrow I can do it, but then that pushes me back on Sunday. So Sunday I wouldn't be able to do it. We'll see at some point too. There's been a few streams I've done where I get about halfway through this thing and all of a sudden I caught up to my previous day's self. I didn't take too long of a break from the game yesterday, I don't think. I think I got a lot of this done early in the morning, so we'll see as we go through. But like I said at the top of the stream, if you can do it every day for the most part, it does lead to between 25 and 35. The locations themselves are only like 13, but you're picking up stuff as you go from looted enemies, right? Yeah, I usually end up, I see an average of, I'll say, you know, between 25 and 35, so 30, I guess, valuables sold to a fence every day. So literally just chipping away at that award. You know, 30, let's say an average of 30, it's still going to take you, like, I don't know, 300 days just to reset it one time. So, yeah, we're going to keep at it. I'm actually going to stop and see her. I did not realize she was here today, so if you're looking for Madame Nazar, here she is. I'm outside of Limpany, burnt town.
In the belly of a ship to get here. The crossing is rough.
So we're going to settle down. I haven't seen her in a few days, I don't think I saw. I definitely didn't see her yesterday.
Charming but
I don't know about the day
commonplace.
before. But I usually settle down to 7.
Not a bad find.
It's just a nice number for allowing you to still do
But the
dailies,
whole set is worth
right?
your while.
So, let me give you an example. Arrowheads wise, right? Or here you go. Calumet turquoise ear. Well, that's a bad example.
Very
That's what I was saying.
well. I
Give me a
paid
sec.
more
I'll
for the
explain
whole
myself in a
set
second here.
now.
Here we go. Crude arrowhead, right? So we have 9 of these. We got 2 of them probably today because arrowheads is a daily. I'm not saying it's going to be, but if arrowheads were a daily tomorrow and I didn't sell this down to 7, and I pulled a crude arrowhead in my first one, well, if I go to the next arrowhead spot, I try to pull an arrowhead and it just randomly assigns another crude arrowhead, it's not going to give me the arrowhead and it's not going to give me credit towards the daily. So if you sell it down to 7,
But
right?
it's worth selling these
Now,
as a city.
tomorrow if I log in and I see, oh look, it's arrowheads again, or the day after, whatever, and I pull 3 crude arrowheads, I still pulled enough arrowheads to get me the daily. So that's why it's 7. I know a lot of people probably question that, like why is it 7? Arrowheads, coins, things like that, you're going to want to sell them down to 7 just to avoid that. Here's another one, right? Flint arrowhead, just to avoid that
But the whole
barrier
set is worth
towards
your
what's
while.
last thing you want to do is ride all around the map, get an arrowhead, and find out, oh shoot, I already have too many crudes, and now I've spent one, and now I got to go to Madame Nazar and sell, and then go find another arrowhead spot. It's a huge pain in the ass.
Right.
Just sell them down to 7
One
whenever you
day,
can,
but
and you
I
avoid
will
that
take it.
completely. In the case of duck eggs, I try to keep it at 5 or 0 because you can only carry 10 of them, and if you even approach a duck egg nest with too many duck eggs, like 10, you won't even see the gold flakes. The duck eggs will not be there for you. So just kind of keep that in mind. See, duck eggs, I'm going to sell it down to 0. I don't have any need to carry these duck eggs
Very
anymore.
well.
You
I
can do
paid
5
more
and
for
you'll
the
be
whole
okay,
set
but I hate
now.
when I forget and then I end up having to go to her after going to the duck eggs. This is a huge waste of time in my opinion, so keep that in mind. That's why it's 7, and that's why it's 5 on the duck eggs. Or 0 in this case. You want to make sure you can get these dailies done in the most efficient way possible and get on to doing other stuff. If you're looking to make gold quickly, some of these
Alright.
strategies may help you. I know they've helped me big time, so. Current feathers, I always try to keep those at 30. So I'll buy some stuff from her. Also, if you're looking for wild mint to make minty big gang, there's a bunch right in front of that sign, behind that sign. It says welcome to Limpany, right? A bunch there, and there's a bunch on the other side of town as well. 2 really good wild mint spots, in my opinion. The other good one is Heartland Overflow. There's a bunch of mint around there. So we'll ride up to Furwood Rise is where I put that map point. There should be another valuable there. May run into either a bootleg mission or a hideout when we get up there. We'll see. Either way, should be a maximum gun. If there is, we'll take advantage of that. All of this is the Outlaws Tour. The Outlaws Tour around the map. Trying to get these valuables for this fence. I think I'll probably be like, if not the first, then one of the first to ever max out this valuable sold to a fence award. Kratos, you know off the top of your head if you have that one? I feel like if there's anyone else, maybe not throughout the entire Red Dead Online community, but for our community here, our little pocket of the Red Dead world, I feel like Kratos, if he doesn't have it, he's probably the closest. Nine or 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, so what he's talking about, for those of you who are wondering, when we say 9 or 10, I call them waves. You'll hear me say iterations. What's maybe another term for it? I don't know. So like you'll see when they're maxed out, they have an X, right? Then you'll hear us say, I'm in round 5, right? So for Mountain Grassland, I'm in round 5. I've got 4 more to go before I'm in round 6. It's all Roman numerals, right? This is a 3. That's 4. That's a 7. So specifically to the award that we're talking about, it's under trade, not trader, but trade. I'm in 5. So that's pretty dang good. Kratos is way ahead of me. And that's one of those ones, like I said, if you're not looting, and if you're not doing this valuables run, you're never going to get this one. 1,000 valuables sold to a fence is very difficult to do. Even when you're going around the whole map looking for them every day. That's like insane. I've been playing this game for 4 years now. Maybe only really started focusing on this within like the last year or so, but you know, like I said, just through playing the game without stressing over it, you're not even gonna come close to that one. So that's one of those ones that's maybe not impossible, but really, really difficult. There's a few that are impossible in my opinion, so that's why I don't stress over them. But that one's not too bad. You just have to really focus on it. So it's, you know, is it as difficult as finding all of the coins? Turning in enough coin sets? I don't know. Looks like maybe we got some puppy posse coming here. Let's see. What are these wolves doing? Yeah, they're coming. Puppy posse, assemble. Nope, they're going the other way. That's fine. I'll use a maximum gun. Wanted to get the kills anyway. Take out a few guys with Tomahawk. This is probably going to bug out. It's probably not going to actually let me complete this, but let's go over here. Let's grab this thing. Get some maximum kills. I've been spotted by the Moonshine. That cracks me up every time. I sure hope I've been spotted. I got the loudest freaking gun in the game. Heck is this? Man. He started asking me if that's all I got. Yeah, that's all I got. This maximum gun. So anyway, a few there. Like I said, you don't get too many of those. 958, I forget where I even was. 951, maybe they get like 7. Mono weaponry kills. Take advantage of those when you can. It's another. That's under the sharpshooter rewards or combat, maybe combat. It's a combat award. Still something that is very difficult to obtain with unless you're focused on it. Things I wish I knew when I first started playing Red Dead. If I thought I would ever take an interest in these awards, I would have done this stuff a long time ago. Creek Plum, nice. That'll work. So anyway, we came up here for the jewelry that's in the house. Not lost jewelry, but jewelry. It's important to separate that as well. Super confusing sometimes. That does not count towards a collectible. It is not a lost jewelry. It is just a piece of jewelry. It is a acquired jewelry. Pick this up off the ground, no doubt. Anyway, let's go check on a bull. We were having some pretty good success with the bulls here for a little while. But it's important to check whenever you can. So I've got 9 Angus bulls, 3 Hereford bulls. So we're looking for a Devon bull and an Angus ox, I think. Let me check my notes. Devon bull, Angus ox. A lot of times you'll get that combination at the place we're going to. It's called Carmody-Dale. So if you hear us say Carmody-Dale, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's a decent little location for bulls. There's only 2, really. They're not always there, and you're most likely not going to get the one that you need. But I think it's worth it to check at least once per session. So I made it an extension of this valuables run that I put together to make sure we stop in at Carmody-Dale and check and see what bull is there. No, I did not. I never wanted the job in the first place. And I would have finished the job if the job didn't bug out. But I definitely didn't abandon it. Snakes are everywhere today. Alright, let's see, there's definitely animals here. What kind of bull is this? Yes, dude, Devon bull. Perfect. And then is that an Angus ox? Not the Devon. So let it go. I don't need the Devon. I can always get the Devon from Guthrie Farm. But we got our Devon bull. That's good. Maybe later we'll come back and check for an Angus ox. Turn in another set of farmland animals. That'd be good. See what happens. Maybe we'll do animal tagging a little later today. Dude, I was a beast in animal tagging yesterday. I went in very late, so it was only like me and 3 or 4 other players, 2 of whom died. I don't know if they got killed by cougars or legendary cougars or what. But, so it ended up being just me and this other player doing most of the work. We got all but 1 sample. I couldn't find the last freaking... Was it a fox? Coyote? I forget which one. But I ended up getting 10. I don't think I've ever gotten 10 in animal tagging before. And again, it's probably because it was just me and 1 other person. But, yeah, beast mode and animal tagging yesterday. I thought I was going to be by myself. That's how late I was in getting to it. I was in the middle doing Moonshine deliveries when the invite popped. When you play the game, Red Dead 3, you come out before you max out reward. Yeah, no kidding. You're not alone, though. I feel like a lot of people say that. And you know, listen, the way I play the game is definitely not for everybody. You know, which probably explains why I don't have a ton of subscribers. You know, it's a much more measured, sort of relaxed pace, which a lot of people do enjoy. But you know, if you want them subscriber numbers, you got to do that PvP all day, every day. It's just, that doesn't interest me. I'd much rather just play the game the way I enjoy it than worry about subscribers. And you know, ultimately, because of that all, we built a nice little community here of like-minded individuals. So, you know, again, my style of play is definitely not for everybody, but it works for me, and that's all that matters. So, do what works for you so that you enjoy the game the way that you want to play it. Nothing here today. I checked for the coin, right? I always check. I always Make sure I check for the coin. It's over by that tree some days, but it's not there today, which is why the metal detector is not pinging. But no card, no brush. One of those rare days here at Larned Sod where nothing going on. So I mentioned that this ox over here at Guthrie Farm, most likely a Devon, but it could be an Angus every once in a while. Once in a blue moon. It's an Angus ox, so I'm going to check. I keep getting that message in the top left of the screen because I'm near my camp. I enjoy free fast travel month, but that message is the most annoying thing in a list of annoying things in this game. Like, bro, I get it. I was already sick of it the first day. Let's see, Devon or Angus? Let's say Devon. Yep, Devon. So, that's fine, we'll just keep moving. I don't need that Devon ox sample, and that ox is here 99% of the time, so. I had to laugh as I was coming through here yesterday. I forget what I was doing. Maybe it was on my valuables run. The dog was here. Everyone's favorite. Follow the dog daily, which was a couple days ago. I did not even bother, but I sure enough found it when I didn't need it yesterday. I was like, F you, dog. June, how's it going? Welcome. Everyone adds to the RDO Supai. That's right. That's right. So, you know, maybe I don't know how to do something specific that somebody else knows how to do. I don't know how to do it all. Even 4 years later, and I say almost 20,000 hours. I mean it. Like, that's not just something I say. I noticed the other day I'm at 19,970 hours, right? So at some point within the next week, I will hit 20,000 hours played. That's across story mode, online, 2 separate characters, maybe even 3 if you want to count Morgan's character. I'm sure Morgan's character logged at least an hour or 2 on this account. This PlayStation account. So yeah, that's an awfully long time to learn an awful lot about the game, but I don't know that anybody knows everything. Like maybe at some point someone knew everything and then they probably forgot it. So I think between me, Braytech, Kratos, Ducky, Sasquatch Man, June even, you know, Lexa comes in every once in a while with June and that crew too. There's quite a bit of knowledge. So again, if you're a new player who's watching this, if you happen to watch this on the replay or whatever, highly encourage you to hit the subscribe button. We've got a great community here, not just me, right? I'm pretty cool too, but I can't take all the credit. It's a great little community we've got here. And thankful for everyone who comes in and helps out, you know. You don't fast travel, you wouldn't get that message? Well, yeah, no, you still get that message. You get that message as soon as you, like, I was only within like 100 feet of that fast travel post. I had no intention of fast traveling. It still got that message. It's as soon as you approach either your camp or settlement with a fast travel location, you get that stupid message. Horseshit. Everything here is horseshit. Another location today, this usually has like a card or a family heirloom. No collectibles here today, it looks like. There's nothing in here. Why am I opening this? Some candy, which I can't take anyway. Yeah, usually an heirloom in that drawer, dresser, wardrobe, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes there's a jewelry, not a lost jewelry, but nothing. Just a bunch of rain. Interesting. Let's head up to the cave at Beaver Hollow, just under the A in Annisburg. I like to place my waypoint there. A lot of times I've been seeing, I probably won't see it today because I got it yesterday, but I have been seeing this ambush site has been awfully reliable lately. Let's see what happens. Yep, look at that. See? Outlaws never lies. Outlaws doesn't know how to lie. Alright, let me get some tonic. This has been great. I've seen this one a bunch of times recently. Again, this is a scenario where you go to tomahawks, melee. You can. Some of these guys are up on the hill. Cliff. Oh, those guys will try and tackle me. These guys are trying to hug on me, love on me. Go. Yeah, there's a couple guys up on the cliff here that will require bolt action rifle around to the face. But for now, oh, don't kill me, horse. Shoot like a girl. Is that supposed to be? Ambush cleared? I think so. Yep, plus 150. Cool. For those of you who are wondering, I'm nowhere near. I don't even have that one pinned anymore. I just looked at it yesterday. I was like, whoa, really? I must have just reset it not too long ago. So there's your ambushes. 8th round, right? 8th wave, 8th iteration, whatever term you want to use for it. Roman numeral 8, and then 7 into that. So of these, the next one probably is going to be to help people in need. Lagging way behind on these defend the campsites. Haven't seen really too many of them. And then this free roam mission one, good luck. 10,000 free roam missions is absolutely insane. The fact that I've actually reset that once is kind of incredible because I don't usually do these free roam missions even when they're dailies like today. I am trying to focus a little more on it, but I also think 10,000 is impossible. So not focusing on it to the point where I don't do the other things first. Like at the end of the day, if I still need the Sean McGuire mission when we're done doing everything else I want to do today, then we can go back and get it, but certainly not going to stress over stranger missions. If they were on bonus, maybe a different story. If you're new to the game, I do recommend that you do them, but I've kind of soured to them over the hours and hours and hours. Yeah, you're gonna die. I heard him say it. I meant to say it. I'm glad you pointed it out. That's a freaking great line. I like these guys. These guys are pretty good in terms of enemies, especially in story mode, right? You gonna bleed like a stuck hog. Reminds me of what's that movie? Why can't I think of the name of it? In the South, where they go on the rafting trip. Burt Reynolds and is it Robert Redford that's in that? Burt Reynolds and Robert Redford? Where Burt Reynolds almost died while filming it. Almost drowned. Deliverance, right? Is it Deliverance? Hey Will, how's it going? Welcome. Appreciate you stopping by to say hi, leave a like. Appreciate the well wishes for a good stream. Hope you have a great day at work. Don't work too hard. But yeah, let's continue our journey through Murphy Brood country over to Beaver Hollow with our favorite hill folk. Another little sort of underrated ambush spot I'm going through right now with those same enemies, same types of enemies. The Murphy Brood gang is right here. It's cool. I like messing around with them in the shallow water there. Yeah, Deliverance. Yeah. Good movie. Real good movie, actually. Card here today, nice. I always like to go into Eagle Eye when I come through there just to see if the cards are. Sometimes there's another collectible down the bottom of the cave where the jewelry is. Sometimes there's lost jewelry. Set of earrings, I think. Royal Victoria earrings, maybe. They're probably not here today, but you may find, if you're doing this on a regular basis, that when you go into this chest, you get a collectible as well as a valuable. It's not there, otherwise my controller would be vibrating, and it is not. So, just here for this valuable. The book is 10 times better. I've never actually read the book. I don't even know that I knew that that was based on a book until this moment. I'll have to check that out. Dude, you always got these good book recommendations. And, it's like, if you don't make time, you won't have time with a lot of this stuff, right? I hate to say I don't have the time. I never feel like I have the time to read. Like, Morgan even came in this morning and was telling me about the books that she got at the book fair. And I was like, dude, we got to keep those in the truck for when we're sitting there waiting for softball practice or softball games to start so she can actually read through them. But it's the first time she ever came in and was like excited about reading. And I'm like, dude, too bad they didn't come in sooner. You could have brought them on the plane with us. And shame on me for not getting a book for myself for the plane. But yeah, I don't like to read at night because I always fall asleep and then I forget what I read. So I make like zero progress. I may read like a page at a time if I'm lucky, half a page at a time, and you certainly can't read books that way. I wish I read a little faster than I do. I don't think I read slowly. I'm not a slow reader, but I also, my mind wanders, so something like a book these days may be a little too hard for me to focus on, but I would love to, like, my New Year's resolution is to read more books in 2025. I know that's not realistic. I know I'm not going to read. Occasionally I'll pick up a magazine if I'm waiting at the doctor's office, or, I do most of my stuff online, man. It sounds terrible to say it. We are in the digital age. I know there's like audio books and stuff like that, but it's kind of the same thing. I really enjoyed. I trust you, right? I trust that what you're saying about the book deliverance being 10 times better because you had such a great recommendation with Red Dead's history. The story of behind like the actual Red Dead, history of the Red Dead era, right? 1890s to 1910s. I had that on an audio book. It was such a great listen, right? I can't say it was a great read because I didn't actually read it. Such a great listen that I definitely love to pick up Deliverance and read it, but it's just, again, I hate to keep saying it, but I have to because it's so true. I just don't have time. Now, school, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for checking in. But yeah, I would love to just find a book, clear the schedule. We actually have a cool little, I keep calling it the new house. It's not that new anymore. We've been here for 7 months. The new house, though, has a 3-season room, which at one point we were going to like furnish, right? Put furniture in there and make it like a little reading area. But then the kids took over, and specifically Avery, it's much more of like a playroom and kind of a, she has like a little table out there. She uses the desk for like coloring, drawing, and stuff like that. But yeah, it definitely did not end up being used to how we originally envisioned it as like a little book nook. It's now like Avery's room. Do not enter. Enter at your own risk. Man, she's a trip. I did miss her while we were away in Louisiana. Again, for those of you maybe just joining or didn't hear me say it before, I spent the weekend in Louisiana, specifically at Baton Rouge, LSU, watching some softball games. Oh, this is locked. Fine, skip it. But it was just me and Morgan. I didn't take Avery or Lady Outlaws. They stayed back. So Missed Avery while we were gone. Talked to her a little bit here and there, but we were so busy. And they were so busy, too. My aunt was visiting from California, so I didn't even get to see her. But yeah, some FaceTime at night, but nothing like actually being there. She likes my poker belly, so that first belly poke in 5 days is pretty fun for the both of us. Did a crazy fun CTA last night, just 2 of you. Sonny has 11 option challenge list for each posse member. Lucked out and only melee and sawed-offs. Only shells allowed and strictly no top up. Stickly no top up. Sonny got single Calaman and shotgun only. So you have like a random weapon generator or something. Did I see you say that? I think you said that in Braytech stream yesterday. I think I saw that. She's gonna spray me, so let's just get this over with.
Right, let's see what you have for me.
Someone will need to teach me a lesson.
You're no better than that
Yeah, teach me a lesson, Harriet. Do it. That's pretty cool. That may be a good way to get me back into doing CTAs. I haven't done a CTA in freaking forever. I don't remember the last time I did a CTA. I might have done one over the winter, where we all kind of got together and did Hanging Dog or something. We're only 5 months away from Halloween CTAs. I refuse to get excited about that anymore. They're probably not going to add any more new CTAs. If they didn't do it already, they're not going to now. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. So while we're waiting out the cool down here, we'll go over to our next location, which is Hillhaven Ranch. Can also check for a bull here. It's the other bull location. Yeah, you told her to do that? Yeah, thanks. I don't even know if I had anything to turn into her. I just kind of wanted to check. And I mean, I know I had that dead on bull, but I was gonna maybe wait on that a little bit too. Yeah, so we will see when we return to Harriet a little later in the stream. It's only a 5-minute cooldown, but rather than wait it out, I'm gonna go do some other stuff. Try not to kill any more animals. I don't know what did I kill. I haven't killed anything so far today. Maybe I had one on a little killing spree yesterday, and I'm still paying for that. I killed maybe. I ordered my pork for the pork yesterday. I think I had, what was it, prime beef? Dude, I'm trying to remember last time I killed an animal. I didn't kill those wolves. We didn't need them for Puppy Bossy. I didn't kill the legendary coyote or his generals because I just got the picture and didn't bother with the sample. Yeah, I don't think I've killed any animals today. She's pissed off and damn, she's big mad from yesterday. She's still mad from yesterday. Just like a woman. No, I'm kidding. Please don't take that seriously. I'm probably worse than Lady Outlaws is as far as like the whole hold a grudge thing. Let's see. Maybe we get another Devon Bull sample. How cool would that be? Oh my gosh. It's my lucky day. I should go play the lottery. 2 Devon Bulls in one stream. Is this a fake video? I must be using mods. Dude, I saw someone asked Braytech if he was using mods yesterday. I'm like, bro, he's on PlayStation. Just watch for like 5 minutes. You can tell he's not using mods. Get the hell out of here. Why would you jump into someone's stream and accuse them of using mods? Don't know foot mileage here, not much. There's something here. Either a card or an heirloom at this location. Card on the fireplace mantle? Yep. There you go. 10 of Pentacles. Oh! Both! I should have said card and or. Nothing on that dresser, right? Yep, so it's in the chest. Chesty McChesterton. Chester, you brought her. And the whole reason why we're actually here, valuable. From now on, you'll have 5 minute thing. You have, yeah, dude. It's such a great. I mean, it doesn't cut down on everything, but it's cut down on so much. Like, maybe I lost a few subs over it early on, but in the long run, man, such a great tool. I actually saw. Was it Rogue? I think it was Rogue that was. I saw. You know, he didn't tell me to use it, but I saw that he was using it. And I was like, that's a great tool. And it's not to get someone to subscribe, right? Like, I honestly, at the end of the day, yeah, I want more subscribers, but I'm okay with the subscribers we got too. You know, I'm more invested in people who actually want to watch. And I feel like, you know, a lot of the nonsense and drama that's been cut down, you know, people were not feeling that. People were going watching other people because they didn't like all the drama. And again, that's not my fault, but they don't know that. So. You just saw a bear spinning around a wolf? Yeah, actually, I highly recommend that to anyone who's streaming. I actually saw, dude, I'm not going to say exactly what this person said. I'm at the point now where I can laugh at a lot of it. Like, you won't hear me laughing about it because I don't want to encourage it when I'm in the moment. Usually, if it's something I don't like, I just delete it. Or ban the person and just move on. Like, you won't even hear me address them anymore. They'll just be gone, and they might not even know that they're gone, but they're gone. So I was watching Will stream the other night for a little bit, and someone came in and was talking about, like, National something month, which I'm not going to repeat. And Will almost read it, but he's learned to now not to just read everything. So don't be Ron Burgundy, man. Don't be Anchorman. Don't just read everything that goes into your chats, right? If you're a streamer, make sure you're reading it to yourself and not under your breath. Don't say it out loud until you know for sure what the person said. Don't even start reading the first half of it. So, but it was fun because I was like, you know, so he deleted it, and obviously they banned the person who said it, and he, you know, was adamant about not saying that kind of stuff, which is great. But I had to at least get my little sarcastic comment, and I was like, we only get a month? What are we supposed to do the other 11 months? You gotta laugh at it. People are nuts. It is the internet at the end of the day. So, alright, so I'm gonna switch over to Blondie's posse. I don't want any rescue the buyers, and I've kind of figured out that that doesn't happen. So Blondie's got a Moonshine ready. His Moonshine's ready too. I'm not going to run that just yet. I want to finish up the valuables run first. But it is big money, big XP this month, so I would encourage you. You don't have a lot of money, but you have the Moonshine roll. Or if you're just looking to make quick and easy XP to rank up, definitely don't sleep on your Moonshine deliveries. I like that Blondie benefits from her Moonshine and his Moonshine. In fact, his Moonshine for her is the same XP that it would be when she's in his posse as if she were the posse leader this month, right? So if you're posse leader, you get like 1600, 1800 XP. If you're just a posse member, you get like 800, 900, depending on the flavor. Jewelry here. I don't feel anything buzzing, so there's no card or heirloom here today. I wonder where it is. Maybe over on the platform? That's where it was the other day. Wednesday? So maybe it's there again? No, I don't feel it here either. Alright, let's go down to Braithwaite. Inside Braithwaite Manor, there'll be one. 20 likes today. Thank you guys so much. Helping me feel loved. If for some reason you forgot on the way in, don't worry. You can go right back out, hit that like button again. I've done it too. It's just so tempting to come in and really polite to say hello right away. But sometimes we, and including myself, we overlook that like button. And it is important. It does help the video. Ultimately, it helps the channel, right? The more likes, the more YouTube is likely to put your video in front of other people. maybe who like Red Dead as well, right? YouTube's algorithm should be suggesting videos to people based on their watch history. So if we get somebody else who maybe doesn't know that my channel exists, that likes Red Dead, they may come join us. And ultimately, the cycle is completed. It benefits everyone because now they're hanging out in chat. And who knows? Maybe we end up with somebody who's got a piece of knowledge about Red Dead that we don't have. So, like I was talking about before, it's a great community already, but it doesn't mean we can't make it better. With some new friends. There is an heirloom here. Jade hairpin. 12 of 15. Might be some other collectibles in the area too, but that one was right there and easy to find, so we'll move on. I might do a collector run though later. Right, we're close on a lot of those, right? My collector bag to double check that. Right? Let's see. Flowers I don't necessarily care about. 5 cups, 6 swords, 6 wands, 5 pentacles, a necklace, a ring, 1 alcohol bottle, and 3 family heirlooms. That wouldn't be too hard, right? 3, 4, 5 if it's there, 6 if it's there, 11, 17, 23, 28. 28 collectibles for 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5, possibly 6, 7, possibly 8, but definitely 6. Right? That's not bad. That's, to me, you could probably do that in under an hour. And 6 sets times 3,000 per is 18,000 XP. So, do what I just did, right? Take a look at your collector bag every once in a while. You know, you might find that you only need 1 card, right? 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 4 cards, and you get 12,000 XP by turning in all 4 this month, plus the money that goes along with it. Like, you can find 4 cards in like 10 minutes. Use the Ropey map. Ropey map. Highly recommend the Gene Ropey map, RDO collector map. Google, right? Use that Google to its advantage. I'll be off mic for just a minute. I got a text here I gotta read and address, so be back in just a minute. I'm gonna leave it cinematic. Alright, back in time just for some asshole driving a wagon inside the knee to yell at me. But I am back all the same. Get these valuables from Angelo Bronte's mansion, for those of you who are familiar with story mode. Plays kind of a key role, key location for the start of chapter 4? Yeah, chapter 4. Beginning and end of chapter 4, I should say. All throughout chapter 4, really. He's kind of like the mini-boss of this location and chapter. Angelo Bronte. Fun fact, voiced by the same voice actor who... whoops, why am I getting off this wagon? I don't want to do that yet. Same voice actor who voices Kraven in Spider-Man 2. He's a pretty talented guy. He does a good Italian accent. He does a good Russian accent. Pretty talented voice actor. It took me a long time before I realized that. Probably a year after I started playing Spider-Man that I realized that. That's how good he is. Spider-Man 2, I should say. The other day, I barely got up these stairs, and it ruined my wagon, so we're going to take it a little easy this time. Doing all this to lose $8 on a destroyed bounty wagon is not my idea of a good time. Oh, he did. Okay, cool. I haven't gotten there yet. That's one thing I haven't talked about. Again, Braytech, thank you for reminding me. So I would say that I'm getting very close to the end of the Orioles 2025 season in MLB The Show. My plan at this point is, once the season is over, prior to starting the 2026 season, I'm finally going to start my playthrough of Days Gone. I know a lot of you voted for that when I took the poll, so maybe some of you didn't, but maybe still looking forward to it. So for those of you who've been looking forward to the Days Gone playthrough, we're close. We are very, very close. I think we're in a good spot now where, you know, maybe they've hashed out a lot of the bugs that started from the initial release. You know, maybe there'll be another patch here shortly, probably before I finish up the Orioles season. So everything's kind of coming to a head, right? Still looking for a little more free time, because there's so much going on. But if I can find some free time after the 2025 Orioles baseball season is over in the show, not the real Orioles baseball season, although that's probably over already. If I can find some time, finally jump in and play Days Gone. Really looking forward to it. So I'll have to keep that in mind that he voices Boozer. Dragonstar, how's it going? Welcome. We are just going around the map looking for some valuables right now. Maybe not the most exciting thing to the average player, but, you know, as I'm going around, I'm getting in gunfights here and there. We're finding bootlegger missions and hideouts and that guy. Probably a Panther over here, possibly a Blood Money mission. So just, you know, this is kind of like my routine. I like to go around the map, and after I'm done with my dailies, get these valuables, try to sell them to a fence for credit towards an award. And as I'm doing that, I'm kind of looking for other stuff to do. Defend the campsites, ambushes, whatever the game throws at me at the time. So, gives you entertainment while you're doing yard work. Nice, yeah, that's it, man, that's it. We live to serve. A lot of people, you'll find that you're not alone. A lot of people come in. Some people don't even say hi until after like 2 hours into the stream. They're like, hey, I was here the whole time, but I was lurking because I was working, which is totally fine, and I appreciate it. I love all the lurkers. I once was a lurker myself, back when I still worked an everyday job. But yeah, I would always go to the office. As long as it wasn't on like a conference call or something along those lines, I was trying to find out who was streaming so I could watch and listen and have it on in the background. So, glad to hear it. Welcome. Hell yeah. Yeah, Sasquatch, man, he's out working hard. He's out in the field kind of doing the same thing. So maybe not yard work, although I guess you could call it yard work. It's an awfully big yard. No doubt about that. Anyway, so there's 9 of 14 for the Cubs now. So we just found one without even really looking. So I think that takes one off of our list for possible collector run here shortly after this. And then and then Braytech plays while watching me play. Not always playing Red Dead, right? Playing Origins, at least that's what he was playing when we first came in. Assassin's Creed Origins, one of the better Assassin's Creed games in my opinion. But yeah, a lot of people are playing. Some people I think might even be playing along, like following me station to station, which is kind of cool. Like I never thought, if you would have told me 20 years ago that I'd be streaming video games and people would be following along, playing in their lobby while I'm playing here, I would have been like, "What's a lobby?" You pretend to be working, right? Try not to be a lurker, but trying to get your garden going and feeding animals before it gets too hot today. Yeah, hey, no, respect. I appreciate it. Yeah. If you're ever not doing yard work and I'm live streaming, come back and more than happy to have you not just be a lurker. Lurkers, non-lurkers, I love it all. I just, I'm just happy, man. When I started this channel 4 years ago, I never thought I'd have 1,300 subscribers. And I was happy to have like the 25 subscribed and the 4 who came in on a regular basis, So it's pretty cool to think that. And it's for people from all over the world too, right? That's kind of a trippy thing. That's why I constantly have to remind myself that when I talk about inches and feet and different units of measurement, I gotta make sure I was 97 degrees before, Fahrenheit when I was in Louisiana over the weekend. So I'm sure people in Europe were going, "What?" It's like I don't even know what the calculation is to figure that out. But no, it wasn't 97 degrees Celsius. I promise you that. I wouldn't even be here talking to you if that were what was going on. Yeah, I went to go visit the sun over the weekend. SUN. But yeah, I love it. I love all aspects of it. We were just joking earlier about the trolls and whatnot that you see. And Braytech was talking about how he's gonna put the 5-minute thing up. I don't mind. To me, it's like the idea is that it cuts down on the excessive trolling. You're still gonna have someone who gets through. You're still going to have someone who's so bored they're going to wait out the 5-minute timer still to say something. But at that point, I just laugh at them. I'm like, dude, if you don't have enough to do that you were willing to wait out my 5-minute timer to troll or trash talk, then the joke's on you. Like, who's really trolling at that point, right? Near Yellowstone National Park. Nice. My dad and my stepmom, it feels so weird to call her that because my parents got divorced when I was in my 30s and my dad got remarried like maybe 5 years ago. So I'm a grown-ass man. It's not like my real stepmom, She never really had any interaction with us other than, they come over Christmas and she's a nice person, but it just sounds weird calling her my stepmom. Either way, really, really diverted there. My dad and stepmom were out there not last week, the week before. He had kind of a killer dude. He retired, and then like 2 days later they were in Yellowstone. The Yellowstone trip was planned. The retirement maybe not so much, but I think he just got sick of it and finally decided to retire. So I could think of no better retirement present than to be out in Yellowstone. No, you're never too old to stream. I'm 43. I know people who are in their 60s. I know one lady who's in like her 80s, gaming granny, and she's amazing. So you're never too old to stream. Sasquatch Man's been playing Black Flag again. Such a great Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I gotta pick that one back up, man. That's my buddy's. He's not a huge gamer, but he does like Assassin's Creed. He gamed a lot more when we were younger. That's his favorite Assassin's Creed, and I did have it. I bought it off of PS Plus one time. I think I probably still have it. It's still in the library. And I was enjoying it. I don't know what happened. I stopped playing it for some reason. I think that was right around the same time that I created Blondie. I don't really remember. But, yeah, Kratos is 56. There's a bunch of us. Yeah, so it's funny you say that. I'm actually, technically, I'm using huge air quotes now that you can't see. I'm technically retired. So I worked for a pretty large financial institution for 22 years. the institution that I was working for at the end bought out the company I originally started working for. And the company I originally worked for, when they sold it, part of their deal was they wanted to grandfather in this thing called Rule of 60, where if your years of service and your age added up to 60, you could retire with like no, benefits. You lose them. Hopefully you had money saved up in your 401k, which I did. I've been saving since like the second day I worked there. So anyway, long story short, I retired at like 41. And again, I tell everybody, I'm not retired in the sense that I'm going to be sitting on the beach drinking Captain Cokes anytime soon, but I am retired in the sense that, I can get my kids on and off the bus for school as needed. If there's an emergency at the school, someone needs to pick them up. My wife doesn't need to take time off from work. I go do it. So occasionally you hear me say, like, these guys know a couple weeks back my grandmother wasn't feeling too well. I had to drop what I was doing and go visit her. So luckily I had that flexibility because of the fact that I had retired. But yeah, God, they're not the only one above 30. Oh yeah, you'll find, so the beauty of Red Dead, I think, is that it is something of an older crowd. And I say that with love, right? I'm not going to sit here and say old, right? Mature, right? It's more older, more mature crowd. And that's not to say that people who like GTA are immature. Again, I just feel like I'm stepping into eggshells by trying not to step on eggshells, like I was just talking about earlier. But I think it's because it's such a slower, more grindy of a game. You do get the older crowd. So I feel like I've talked to more people over 30 probably than under 30, and quite honestly, I prefer that. Like if I want to talk to somebody who's under 30, I'll go talk to my own kids. I don't need to be talking to teenagers who have a whole different set of interests than what I have, right? So I've played with people over their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, some people in their 70s, and like I said, there's a streamer who streams and she's in her 80s. So retire, but you keep going. That's right. You retire from one job and then find something else to do. That's what I did. I found something else to do. Listen, I would have loved to have built this into a business. I guess I'm still kind of trying, but don't quit your job to do YouTube. If you're in a position where you're going to retire and looking for something else to do, then maybe you can do this as like one of your side projects. So for me, it's like I get a little bit of money from this every month. It's like enough to pay a bill. I still get a little bit of money from residuals from being in a band that had nominal success on Spotify. So we get like $100 a month there, so that's enough to like pay a bill, but then again split 3 ways, so maybe it's enough to buy food for a couple days. I don't know, but I got like, it's so funny, we filled out an application for a car recently, like a financing of a car, truck specifically, and the guy was asking what I do for work, and I was like, well, how much time do you have? Because I got like 17 little side jobs that I do just to keep it moving, right? But as far as like actual income that the government doesn't know about, not much. That's how I roll, baby. So anyway, again, for those of you who are joining for the first time, we did a lot of like talking about valuable locations and selling valuables to the fence. I went over this at the very top of the stream. I am at 841, I think. Yeah, 841 valuables sold to a fence. So we're done with our run at this point. Let's go ahead and sell to him. See how many we can get to. 841.
What do you have for me?
For the record. Let the record reflect.
Special, huh?
841.
You got a decent eye for these things by the looks of it.
I get rid of these watches. I don't like holding these watches anymore. I think I might have screwed myself out of, because they only hold 5. You can only hold 5 in here.
Want to get rid of this?
Snatchel.
Well, you don't do this as a profession, huh? Ain't this special, huh? Well, you don't do this as a profession, huh?
Alright, I leave 3 just in case we have a daily tomorrow for selling 3 valuables to the fence. 841 was the count. It is now 865. So a little short, right? I said between 25 and 35. That's 24 if you do quick math in your head. Again, I worked in a financial institution for years, so I can do that kind of stuff without a calculator. That's where we're at. So yeah, a little bit of an update on some of the stuff we did so far today. Not that I'm going to end the stream, but we got a few sniper rifle headshots. We got a few kills with the Maxim gun. Nothing too crazy. We did 1 blood money crime, which I didn't even do it, just the timer run out. And we got some mileage done on foot. I think, so let's go ahead and do Blondie's Moonshine. We'll do both characters Moonshine. For those of you who are like, who the hell's Blondie? That's my female character. I call her Blondie. Female secondary character that I created maybe like a year and a half after this first character. She's a current rank 703. She should get to 704 today. She might even get there on these 2 Moonshine deliveries. So I've got 1 rank 1000 character and 1 that's over 700 that I'm still kind of ranking up. Not too much. Here and there I pay attention to ranking her up. Sometimes she just sits in front of Marcel all day and I feel bad for her, but she's secondary, right? This guy's always going to be my prime main character. So outside the Moonshine shack, he's already in her posse. See if I need to clean this. And it says it needs cleaning, but it's not that bad, so we're just going to leave it alone. We'll have her go ahead and start her Moonshine. Barry Cobbler to Mo Carlisle. Does anyone mind if you ask where they're from? No, not at all. I'm from Connecticut. Born and raised in Connecticut. I was talking about Texas a little earlier today, specifically Dallas. I spent 2 years there, maybe like 20 years ago. From there, I moved to Baltimore, so I lived in Maryland for a little bit as well, another couple years. While I was there, I spent like 6 weeks in India, so I kind of like lived abroad for a second, for a second, and then back home to Connecticut after that, which is where I'm at now. But Northeast United States, spent some time in the South. Yeah, is Texas the South? Can you even really call Texas the South? Texas is just like its own entity. And then I guess Baltimore was technically like mid-Atlantic. While I was in Baltimore, I had friends who lived in D.C., so I got to see a lot of that part of the country. Alexandria, Virginia, specifically. So, man, I haven't seen it all, but I've seen quite a bit in my 43 years on this earth. Unreal. East Tennessee, Smoky Mountains, yeah. That is an area I would like to see more of. Been through there. Been to Nashville. Definitely been to Nashville. I like Tennessee. Tennessee's another good spot. Like if you had me pick 3 places in the U.S., like staying in the U.S., that I would move to, I'd move back to Texas. I would move to Tennessee, and I would move to North Carolina. Those would be probably my top 3 picks if I could leave Connecticut. Unfortunately, I got that ball and chain. No, my wife doesn't really want to leave Connecticut. She's very much opposed to it. I don't know if it's because she's like, thinks she's close to her parents, but I feel like her parents would visit us no matter where we went. So I just gotta keep on that grind of trying to get my wife to move somewhere else. Hey Kinger, I appreciate it. Thank you for the like. Yeah, good time to remind everyone you came in, you forgot, hit the like button on your way in. No problem, no worries. You know, I'm guilty of doing that myself, but I like to remind everyone every once in a while. Go back and hit that like button for me. We're at 22 right now. Maybe we can get a few more folks to hit that like button today. But yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who took the time to hit the like button. And like I said, if you forgot, no harm, no foul. It's always there. You can go back. Hit it right now. At this point, you just create a new character. Like, there's nothing to spend that money in gold, man. Like, what are we grinding for anymore? Yeah, it does feel like that. No name. I agree. There's a degree of that I feel. Blondie just ranked up to 704. Speaking of, so you know, it's like for me, it's a little bit less of a grind because I don't care so much about money and gold. And honestly, I really just riding around this map. I already hit the button to pull him in. I would go do that, defend the campsite. Dang. I like the map. I love the gameplay itself. It's a little wonky at times, and the game is definitely buggy. And there's definitely you know, a feeling of, is the game abandoned, right? It definitely feels that way. For me, I say all the time, you know, everyone's waiting. Everyone has this, you know, to me, kind of absurd idea that we're just going to automatically get new content in Red Dead once GTA 6 is available. I don't buy that for a single second. So I get it. You know, I'm not going to argue with anyone who feels that way. I don't personally feel like it's pointless just yet. There's still lots of stuff that I would like to do, but if the stuff that I would like to do isn't for you, then by all means, you know, there's plenty of other games. Like the thing that bothers me is when people get mad about it. It's like they're mad at Rockstar. I'm like, you know, I'm not necessarily happy either. But the second I feel the need to not play this game anymore, you know, got plenty of other games I could play. I've been waiting to play the Days Gone remaster that came out in April, a month ago, right? Like, I've been playing MLB The Show at night. I like streaming this game, but I like playing other games too. So, but everyone's got to make their own decisions. I'm certainly not going to tell anybody what they should be doing, but you know, other than if you're playing this game, I'm happy to point out the ways I think you can maybe enjoy it a little more. But like I said earlier, my way is not for everybody, too. So let's go ahead and do the second Moonshine. Even though Blondie's already hit 704, we can get her a little more XP today. Gotta keep trying to outpace Braytech. You're born in international waters when your mom was visiting your dad, so you're half American, half Scandinavian. Interesting. That's very interesting. So I'm like, I mean, I was born and raised in Connecticut, you know. As far as my ancestry goes, I got everything. My mom is like half French, half Italian, or I guess quarter French, quarter Italian, English, Irish, Scottish. My dad also has French on his side. The guy who we thought was my step-grandfather for years that turned out to be my real grandfather has like Native American Indian. I don't know like what tribe or anything, but it's kind of an interesting, fun story. Well, maybe not so fun. My dad's side of the family's pretty messed up, man. But I love them all the same. So yeah, I think if you looked at me, you would never guess French or Italian. I'm pretty tall, 6'2", 6'3" on a good day. I'm actually down to like 315 pounds, guys. I haven't talked about that at all. I haven't talked about that at all. This time last year, I lost like 37 pounds or something like that. More than 30, close to 40 pounds since this time last year. Stepped on the scale the other day, yesterday maybe? Yeah, yesterday, that was 315, so pretty excited about that. I actually lost weight in the winter, which never happens. Now that we're moving into the summer months, it'll be much more active outside. We'll have kids' softball games. We're already started, really. Softball games and challenger baseball games. Get out there and start sweating. Get active. Should start losing some more pounds. I would love to be back under 300, but we'll see. So big guy, big frame. Awfully uncomfortable on airplane rides like I just experienced over the weekend. It's so funny you forget it, right? Like, I'm so excited about going to Louisiana to watch my UConn softball team play and take my daughter on this epic daddy-daughter trip, and then we get to the airport and I'm like, oh shit, the planes are so small. Even for like an average-sized person, those plane seats are too small. Never mind my 315-pound, 6'3" ass. Mom was native Cheyenne, and dad is full-blooded Norwegian. Nice, cool. Yeah, I wish, like I said, I wish I knew what tribe. I don't even know. Like, again, this guy for the longest time, I might as well tell the whole story. So this guy for the longest time, we thought he was my step-grandfather. My grandmother, you know, she the other grandmother, not the one who's sick, right? So the one who's sick that I went to go visit last week was my mom's mom. So the one I'm talking about now is my dad's mom. And I will say she is not the nicest lady in the world. She wants to come off as being the nicest lady in the world, but she's super fake. She had my dad. Well, your guy was in the way, dude. You guys gotta move. Like, there's gunfire behind us. I'm trying to shoot and protect everyone. You guys are in the way. Anyway, F these NPCs. She has 5 children. So my dad and 4, an aunt and 3 uncles, right? So 4 siblings plus my dad. All of whom are either like recovering alcoholics or recovering drug addicts or still using, right? So my grandmother was a perfect 5 for 5 and big terrible at raising kids. Not that it's entirely her fault, because at some point everyone needs to make their own decisions, right? It's up to you. Like I've learned through my dad and his work with NA that at the end of the day, if the drug addict or the alcohol doesn't want to get better, they never will, right? So we'll start with that. But I think it speaks volumes for somebody who had 5 kids and failed all of them miserably, right? I laugh at it now. You know, growing up, it wasn't maybe as clear to me as what was going on, but I knew there was something up with her the whole time. So and then my supposed real grandfather at the time lives out in Chicago with his new family, and for years he was painted as like the bad guy. Well, come to find out, my grandmother, so my aunt who lives in California and my dad's oldest brother are definitely children of this guy from Chicago. Like, there's no denying that. They look just like him. On the other hand, my dad's next older brother and him look very similar. And now that looking back, I look at it, my uncle, that uncle, looks just like the guy who was supposedly my step grandfather, who's now actually my real grandfather. It looks to me like spitting image of him. So, 1 plus 1 equals 2. When you look at my grandfather and my dad's next oldest brother, they look alike. And then my dad kind of looks like that uncle. It's like, okay, my dad was definitely... I'm putting Blondie back in her Marcel again as I'm telling the story. So anyway, long story short, yeah. So we none of us found. The irony is we found this out probably 15 years ago, right before my wife and I were going to get married. So there was this big thing where, like, I guess as a woman, right, you always get asked, are you going to take his last name? You're going to keep your own? We were joking that I was going to take Lady Outlaw's last name and just completely get rid of my actual last name, because technically I'm not. I mean, it says on my birth certificate what my last name is, but as far as my lineage goes, my ancestry, I'm not the last name that it says on my birth certificate. So. And now that we have kids, they have the same last name too, but I have 2 daughters, so if and when they ever get married, they'll probably change it. And eventually the last name that I have will die out, but it's a fun little story to tell, especially when you get talking about like ancestry and family matters, right? So, you're 6'4", nice. It's funny too. There's a lot of tall people in here. I think Sasquatch Man's like 6'6" or something. It's interesting. I think Kratos is pretty tall. There's a lot of us that are tall too, right? So it's not only that we're not only are we old, we're also, as Sasquatch Man likes to say, big and hairy. You lost your wife and daughter due to being an alcoholic. Yeah. Wife got into an argument. She was leaving parents in the middle of a snowstorm and got hit. Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yeah. No, and dude, it's tough, man. Like it's so. I was just telling a story the other day, so it's kind of crazy we're talking about this again. But first of all, good on you for trying to get better, and I would say that to anyone who not only is struggling specifically with alcoholism, but anything. Like I just mentioned, like my weight loss, right? Like there's no, at least not as far as I'm aware, there's no like support group for what I have an issue with, which is, sitting there and eating a whole large pizza and drinking a whole 2-liter bottle of Coke, or Mountain Dew, or any kind of soda, really, whatever's available. Like my addiction is definitely sugar and carbohydrates and fatty foods. Not again, not to make light of your situation, right? I would never put what I'm going through in the same breath as yours. But I say that only to say, if you would have told me back before my dad got clean and was going to the NA rooms, like if you would have said the word drug addict to me, the immediate picture that pops in my mind is like a homeless dude on the street begging for money, right? Um, I couldn't have been more wrong, right? We went to our first NA meeting with my dad to support him, and thankfully he had a family to support him. He, it's like, I hate to say normal. I hate what that word means. One of my daughters has Down syndrome, so we try to stay away from the word like normal, because what's normal? Some people be like, oh yeah, you have one daughter who has Down syndrome and the other one's normal. And it's like, no, they're both normal. They just have different levels of normalcy, right? So, again, side tangent from my own situation. But, you go there and you see like accountants. There were people there in like, white collar shirts and ties, and every average everyday people that you would pass on the street and never know they were drug addicts. It was very eye opening for me. So now I don't have that image in my head when someone says the word drug addict, and I'm glad that I don't. And because of the stuff that my dad went through, I ended up taking this public speaking course back in college. My like third attempt at finishing college. I still haven't done it, but at that time, taking a public speaking course, and I did this informational or informative speech on drug addiction. And at the time, there was an HBO special called Addiction or Addicted, something like that. And at the end of it, they say it's like 1 in 4 people know somebody who has a drug addiction. They may not know that they know, but you do. So it's like family members, family friends, right? Brothers, sisters, mothers, dads, aunts, uncles. Like, it's not like, so, I mean, yes, there's some degree of it being a homeless dude on the street begging for change, but there's also a whole other element of people who have 30, 40, 20, 25 years of sobriety. And that's impressive to me because of the way that it works. Like, they showed in this documentary on HBO, a guy, they took him to the area where he used to use, and some synapse fired in his brain and reminded him of the pleasure sensor went off and reminded him of where he used to go to use. And he literally told him, stop the cameras, I'm going to go around the corner real quick. And he went and he shot up, like, literally right there. The guy was clean, like maybe close to like a year being clean. So, for some people it's like minute to minute, other people it's like hour to hour, but ultimately they talk about just for today, right? So just for today and keep coming. Just get through the one day. Now, I will also say I have a friend who's an alcoholic, and him and I had the same conversation, and he pointed out to me another eye-opening thing where it's like it's almost more difficult for people who are alcoholics because of the accessibility of alcohol versus like hard drugs. Like, yeah, if you have your dealer's number in your phone, you could still call him up or whatever. Or if you drive by an area like this guy where you used to use, and you get triggered, the synapse fires, and you get the need to go use, then yeah. But my buddy was like, we were sitting in a restaurant. He's like, he couldn't order like the whiskey burger, like none of that stuff. He's like, from here to the house, I will drive by 7 package. We call them package stores, liquor stores, right? We call them package stores or packies in the Northeast. So he said package stores this time, but just for everybody to understand. That's what's so hard about the alcoholism. Like, it's just so easy to go and just grab a 12-pack of beer, 6-pack of beer, whatever, a little nip, something. And I hope the way that I'm talking isn't making you feel any need to go do that stuff, but just for everyone's sake, like, it's not easy, guys. I know it. I've seen it. I haven't personally lived it, but I've definitely seen it. So, your last name is wrong. It was your grandfather's first name. Your dad's birth certificate got messed up. Interesting. Schizophrenia, PTSD is seizures. I know I hate the word normal because yeah, exactly, right. And I that's another word. I try to avoid using that word, right, because of like the way that it sounds, the stigma that comes along with it. But you will hear me say like, this is crazy. I try to be more sensitive to it. Too many times we apply that word to people who are just acting out of hand, and it really is not a good thing to say for people who actually have documented mental illnesses. So, grandfather died when your dad was 10. You only found out when your grandfather's passport like 12 years ago. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Going on close to 17 years. Yeah, nice, man. Yeah. Keep coming. Again, it's not an easy thing by any stretch, Oh, why can't they just get clean? It's like, well, I just told you why. Because you literally could drive by an area where you used to use, or in my dad's case, right? They tell you to separate yourself from all that. In my dad's case, he had to stop talking to his brothers because that's who he used with, and they were still using. So if it weren't for me and my mom and his obviously his own work, but for me and my mom, like kind of pushing him, he he had to cut off ties with his brothers because very high likelihood of relapse when that's who you're using with, and you know you see them if they have anything on them or have access to it. And like I said, they were still using. If they had gotten themselves clean, obviously it's a different story. But he knew that he couldn't be around them if and when they were carrying or using or whatever, and he cut off ties with them for a long time. In fact, I don't even think he might not still be talking to one of his brothers. The other one passed recently, so obviously he's not talking to that one. But yeah, at the time, man, it's dude, wild. It's absolutely wild. It's like, and it's such a misunderstood thing, and that's the part that bothers me most. And if I can use this platform for speaking out against that kind of stuff, I'm gonna do it. I hate when people say, "Oh, so and so's a drug addict." They kind of like sneer at it, and it's like, no, man, that person needs help, bro. Like, and it's unfortunate because there's nothing you can do or say to help them. I had a friend one time. That's the same friend who's an alcoholic was really close with a guy who, also an alcoholic, but like a functioning alcoholic. Like, he's one of these guys that gets like, drunk at dinner every night. He's still able to get up and go to work in the morning. He's not like, doesn't cause him to make that bad of decisions, kind of thing. So he's able to do it. But he was like, uh, his name is Eric too. So my name is Eric. I go by Outlaws, but you can call me Eric, Outlaws, whatever. I don't really give a rip. My real name is fine. I'm not one of these people that feels the need to protect my real name. Um, his name is Eric. He's, like I said, functioning alcoholic, able to get up and go to work every day. The other guy's name is Mike. So Eric and Mike were like best friends in high school throughout college years and all that stuff, really really close. And then Mike started having a problem. So at one point, finally, Mike cut off Eric and does not hang out with Eric anymore. And Eric took it personally, and I'm like, dude, you can't. Like, I had to explain to Eric, I'm like, dude, you can't do that. Like, it's not your fault. There's nothing you can do or say to make him stop drinking. Like, he's going to drink if he feels the need. Mike will not ever be clean until Mike wants to be clean. So that's another part of it that's unfortunately vastly misunderstood. And again, I would love to do something to kind of change that. But I mean, I got so much going on, as I like to say, right? No, like, being serious, my daughter who has Downs is kind of like the lead player for our local Little League's Challengers team. So we like to kind of like bring her around and support that and try to raise awareness for like Down syndrome too. Like, I can't tell you how much the R word bothers me, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and police people, but I get like so frustrated when I hear people still using it. It's like, I know they don't mean anything harmful by it, but it's dismissive of people who do actually have real problems. And I've had to cut off people in this world because of it. So it's like, I feel like I'm not gonna like get up on any soapboxes anytime soon or anything, but I do feel very passionate about those two things because it does hit close to home for me. One being the way people with special needs are treated, and then the way people that have addictions are treated and talked about. So you guys will hear me every once in a while do this kind of thing. If that bothers you, feel free to unsubscribe. I don't really care. It's me. It's who I am. And like I said, I'm passionate about it, so it's gonna come up. We're gonna talk about it from time to time. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully the opposite's true. Hopefully you see how passionate I am about it, and want to speak out about this stuff, and it makes you like me more. Not that I need to be liked, but that's what it should do. The idea is that we're all in this struggle together, right? This struggle called life. We're all in it together, and it'd be nice to... Can't we all just get along? Right? There's not going to be... I don't even know why I'm looking at this. There's no Ursula Citrine earrings. What necklace do I need? Ah, the Pele Pearl. I should have grabbed it the other day. It was in the Snake Eye the other day. Stank Eye? No, Snake Eye. It's not there today. It's not in the Stank Eye today. Actually, is this though? Where's this Pilgrim Moonstone ring? This has some static spawns. Not today, though. Not today. And then the alcohol bottle is what? The Irish? Please be somewhere good. Where's the Irish today? Ah, it's up on freaking... I don't think I include that one. It's up on Mount Hagen. F that. Family heirlooms. I know I only needed 3. So if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I am creating an important items list. So on the Gene Ropke map, it is the interactive Ardeo collector map, right? If you go to Google and just type in Ardeo collector map, it's what pops up. It's interactive. You can turn things on, turn things off. So I turn everything off, and then I go through each one of these categories one by one, kind of like figuring out what I'm missing. So in this case, I'm missing 3 heirlooms. I've already found the first one on the Ropke map. Now I need to find this carved wooden hairpin. It's at the Cougar House today. And then what's the last one? Ivory hairpin. Once I've done that, I'll turn everything back on, and then I will eliminate the things that I don't need, the items that I don't need, by turning on the important items feature of the Ropke map, right? So the first section of the Ropke map is all the different collectibles. Then there's a section called utilities. Then there's a section called settings. Scroll down, click on filter, markers. This is a drop-down box. You can filter by Moonshine or Naturalist, weekly set. I'm filtering for important items, of which I come up with 28. I don't know why it says, it says 28 because I still have the blood flower on here. That's fine. We're probably not going to do the flowers. That's not a terrible amount to go do a run. I said you could probably do that in under an hour, right? Maybe a little over an hour. We're going to find out. We're going to go do it, so we're going to find out. Depending on how far away each collectible is will dictate how long it takes. If they're near fast travel locations, even better. So I have that set up now. I'm looking at all the different collectibles. I'm going to keep, for the important items, I'm going to keep scrolling down the Ropke map. It has a section called Route Generator, or Route Generator, depending on how you pronounce it. You could filter this to, say, Use Advanced, Ignore Collected Items. I have all those checked. Fast travel preference, it says don't use. I will actually use it. Railroads, you can do all different settings, and I'm going to have mine start in the southwest. So we're going to start in the desert out by Tumbleweed, and it looks like there's a card in Gaptooth, so that'll be the first one that we're going to get here in just a moment. But before I do that, I'm going to click Generate Route. Now, this thing is a little unreliable depending on the more collectibles you have, this route generator. I've had it take me some wild places to get some collectibles that, I figured there were easier paths to. This has me going up. There's one in Coulter. We'll have to fast travel to that one. But this shouldn't be too bad. It shouldn't take us too long to complete. It does have us kind of crisscrossing Valentine, so I'm curious about that once we get there. But yeah, like I said, for now, I'm going to put my marker on the computer on the one that's in Gaptooth. It's Queen of Cups. It's inside the mine on a crate next to the lantern. So while my Moonshine is running and we're waiting for some XP, I'm going to go ahead and start this run. We'll see. Maybe we'll be done in time for wild animal tagging, which should start in about an hour from now. But yeah, this should give us like 6 or 7 sets, complete sets, to then turn in for like between 18,000 and 21,000 XP. Who can't use 21,000 XP, right? It's on triple bonus this month. So anyway, let me catch up. But easy to see a bar or something to think about. Yeah, exactly. Addiction is strong after a 5th tour. When you came home, came back. Yeah, exactly. 5 years since you've been taking any pain med. Life is hard, but good people in the community. Yeah, this kind of stuff helps, I'm sure, for a lot of people, right? I do believe, for all the people who talk about the bad part of video games and brain rot and this and the other thing, there's a therapeutic side to it. Like, there's no doubt in my mind there's a therapeutic side to it with the video games. I see it a lot with the kids on the challengers team that I coach. A lot of them are autistic. They always have their tablets with them. Like, even just a few seconds, like, if real life gets in the way, that's how they wind down. So, like, most parents are trying to keep their kids off of tablets. We're trying to figure out how we can sneak them into sports stadiums so my kid doesn't have a meltdown. And I'm laughing, but I'm dead serious. We've actually been told before at UConn, our home away from home, where we go all the time and always bring in Avery's pad. We actually got told on the last day that we couldn't bring the pad into the stadium by the event staff, and I was like, I think you need to go back to some diversity retraining, which I'm really not even for that kind of stuff, but in this case, she needed it because my daughter obviously has special needs, and I don't think anyone should be trying to take tablets away from kids with special needs. Anyway, I digress. I'm diverting again, but yeah, it's yeah. You give me credit, honestly, the more the awareness gets out, the better. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, that's one thing I was actually super passionate about at one point, and maybe that's what I meant to do in my second half of my life. Like I talk about all the time. I was at the bank for 22 years, and I always felt called to do something more. So I don't know how to do that, keep food on the table for the kids, but maybe we can figure out a way. I don't know. Goals. That's right, goals. In this case, the goal is just showing everyone else how to do these goals. Tune out. No video games help you tune out. Yeah, exactly, man. Sometimes you gotta turn off the world. And I think it's important too, because I think a lot of times, like, again, you hear people say, "Oh, we're going to hell in a handbasket." That's not necessarily true. And I won't sit here and say like the world is so bad that there's no coming back from whatever. There's always hope, right? But for those people who just can't take it, they just can't do it that day or in that moment. We have a kid, new player on the team this year. We've had like 3 games now. And his mom, credit to his mom, she brings him every time. He hasn't yet made it to the field, but they're trying. And I told him, I said, keep trying. Just keep trying. Just keep bringing him if you can. If he's willing to at least leave the house and come to the field, to step in the right direction. Because there's so many times where they're not able to leave the house. And I tell parents all the time, like, it's a much more laid back league. My Challengers League. I hear defend the campsite. Hopefully I get there in time. If you miss a game or whatever, there's no like running laps or whatever. It's like the goal is to get them out of the house and interacting, that social interaction with other kids. So, we've got a few we still got to work on, trying to get them on the field and actually playing the sport, but, get them out of the house first, and then we'll see what else we can figure out. Like, it's step 1 of a multiple step process. I'm thankful that my daughter loves the sport of baseball, so that's like really all she wants to do when she's home. My daughter with Downs, she's like practicing her pitching in the living room. She loves it. So I get that not every kid is gonna love it. It's only one thing to try and do. So yeah. But we got other kids on the team too. Like I had a dad ask me with another new parent this year, another new child on the team this year. He was like so worried about it. She's like, she's autistic. And I saw it too. I saw how she kind of melted down the day that we were dropping off uniforms to the families, having to meet up for the uniform pickup. They took her to the playground that was at the same park. She was fine as long as she was on the playground. And and again, it's not like a typical child where she can control it. Like, I'm not talking about like a typical child having a meltdown. These are not your typical children. They have very good reasons for why they're acting the way they are. not like a behavioral issue specifically. It's their mental capacity for it, right? So anyway, long story short, I saw her have a meltdown, and I could see the look on the dad's face, just like this look of this is never going to work. You know, not necessarily why did we ever sign up for this. But then we had our first game, and she was out there on the field. She was only out there like she wanted to be on the pitcher's mound, so she was on the pitcher's mound for a little bit, and I was just kind of rolling her this little foam ball, rolling it to her. She was picking it up, kind of throwing it back to me, and I could tell like he was elated, right? Elevated, not elevated in the way that Sasquatch Man says, but elevated, right? He was lifted up. He was. I could see like whatever light had gone out in his eyes on the day of the playground incident had come back. So it's beautiful, man. It's a totally beautiful thing. And I'm not sitting here to pat my own back or toot my own horn. I'm telling this story because I'm just kind of talking about like the endless possibilities of it all. So it's something that I really love and really passionate about. And actually, because of the traveling and then because of my other daughter's schedule with softball, I actually missed the last two Challengers games. So unfortunately, you know, I wasn't able to be there for those, so I missed that feeling. But it's a great program. The kids are great. So that's another thing I'm very passionate about that I'm gonna fight for, tooth and nail. Hey Jenny, welcome back. Dad and his side of the family never believed in mental health conditions in people. Yeah, that is truly a thing for that generation. I still, to this day, so I have my own battles. I don't want to go too much into detail about it, but I don't know if it's like that I'm bipolar per se, and it's not like, it's certainly not severe, but it does happen. You know, there's like I can go from being the happiest person in the world to being the ugliest person in the world in like a matter of seconds. So it definitely happens down in the dumps versus up on a high kind of thing. But I try to talk to like my mom and dad about it. My dad's probably better than my mom, but still not great. But my mom just doesn't get it. She just doesn't understand. You know, and again, it's not her fault, but it's just the way that I think they were raised. Maybe, you know, I hate to keep like blaming previous generations or whatever, because you can go down a pretty big rabbit hole, but yeah, that generation, people who are like maybe 50, 60 right now, maybe a little older, maybe 70. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them, certainly ones that I've had experience with, they don't understand the importance of mental health. And that's unfortunate. No one even saw me. Oh, this guy saw me, I guess. Okay. There'll be a dude on the maximum gun. Take him out. Hop on this thing. This. Like I said, if you come across a hideout with one of these, I highly recommend you start using it sooner rather than later. First of all, it's fun. Second of all, it's going to give you credit towards the Sharp Combat Award for Modern Weaponry, which I'm currently closing in on resetting. I don't think we'll get it here. Maybe we probably won't get it today. But, yeah, these things are fun. Dead yet? Shot that dude in the head. Guy in the cave is still there, or mine is still there. It is, look at this guy. Friggin' God mode. Nah, dude, you're good. I love it. I love talking about it, man. That is the key. It's key to talking about it. Like, you're never gonna solve the problem if you don't talk about it, right? So like, mention how the game generation, you know, again, not everybody, but perhaps. Oh, so I don't kill a horse. No, I just killed the horse. Oh, maybe not. Dude, the horse is in God mode too. That horse gonna survive? I shot that horse like 4 or 5 times with max rounds. Come on, man. Yeah, you're good. I'm good, totally good with talking about it because, like we said earlier, you can't like shine a light on these things if you don't talk about it first. So I'm gonna go around and do some looting here. We're probably not gonna get this collector run done in an hour based on these stops, but all these hideouts are important not only for their own awards, like hideout awards, but you know how can you kill these NPCs and have it count towards an award. I did some tomahawk stuff. I think I had at least 1 execution. So throwables, executions. I'm looting now, looking for treasure maps specifically because I don't get them when you rank up every 5 times because I'm not ranking up every 5 times. Actually, a pretty good day the other day. I think I found like 3 or 4 treasure maps between looting and running into treasure hunters. There's a few more guys down the mine here. We gotta take them out.
Can't wait to take that gun off your dead body.
Make sure I don't get blown up. I'm standing next to these crates.
Got a hole in the ground, just wait.
And then I love to do this, right? Knock them out. Not sparing them, not killing them. Just knock them out, loot them. Sometimes they wake up and run away. It's pretty funny. There must be one up top. Where is... There's 3 down here. Right? There he is. Okay. Alright, that's it for Gaptooth Hideout. Done that 1 million times. Looted that guy already. Doesn't look like he was looted though. That's weird. Make you want to get on and play? Yeah, that'll happen. So it's kind of a funny story. Before I left my job of 22 years, we were kind of in like a work from home mode. First it was work from home, just like everybody else because of COVID. Then it was kind of a hybrid thing. Like they brought us back slowly. There was like group A and group B. So if you had a cubicle next to somebody, they were in group B, you were in group A. Group A would be in the office on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Group B would be there Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then you would flip-flop. And eventually it got to the point where they were starting to call people back. And it's actually part of the reason why I left is I did not want to go back to the office full-time. I had already kind of felt for a long time, like, I won't say as soon as I started working, but shortly after I started working in like 2000 or 2001, I kind of was like, why do we do this? Why do we come into an office every day? We have the technology to work from home. Shortly after that, the company I worked for started sending jobs over to India. I'm like, well, if people can work remotely from India, then they sure as shit can work remotely from America for your American company, right? America. What are we doing? Why are we going into the office every day? So for years I thought that. And then years and years and years, and then here 2020 comes, and okay, everyone's got to go work from home. Okay, cool. This is great. Like, they're finally going to set up the technology for us to work from home all the time. We had one of the most productive years ever. Our company made record number profits from that 1 year. Everyone was working home from COVID. And then what do these asshats do? Bring everyone back in the office. It's working. Let's break it. Morons, man. Morons are in charge. No matter where you go. I don't like to get political, but both sides are morons. That's my politics. The large companies, the leadership at the top, morons. Look at this company, right? An absolute moron is the leader of this company. He cares more about DJs and putting out records than he does about video games. Circled Local Records. And then the parent company, oh, this freaking thing is here again, dude. Look at this. I can't even get this card. Well, we're going to have to activate this. Maybe we'll do some desert animal samples while we wait. The parent company, Take-Two, that guy is not only a moron, he's also a liar. We're not going to push the release date of GTA 6 back. No, we're not going to push the release date of GTA 6 back. No. Oh, you know what? Hey, we're pushing the GTA 6 release back. We're going to put, oh, how long? Is it like a month or two? No, it's a whole year. It's been like 2 years since we put out a trailer. But yeah, we're going to, yeah. I know I said we weren't going to push GTA 6 back, but we're definitely pushing it back, and it's going to be like a whole year. Like, fuck these people, man. Fuck all of them. Every last one of them. So anyway, yeah, that's my rant on corporate America and everything else under the sun. If you unless you're your own boss, like Sasquatch Man, and I think even he hates his own boss. But so anyway, again, I had thought these things for years, so all of it kind of came to a head in July of, was it 2023? It's been almost 2 years, man. This right around this time in 2023, I started to like get the urge to GTFO, and I did. I GTFO'd. I came home and played video games and started plotting and planning my next move, which I'm still doing. Not only the video games, but as you can see, but also plotting and planning my next move. Is that a black-tailed rattlesnake? Because I will definitely take a sample of that. No, it's a timber. Boo. There's another one over here, though. What's this one? 2 timber rattlesnakes hanging out. Hey, what are you doing over here? Before I got over here, you two. You two lovebirds. They're like, leave us alone. We're making baby timber snakes. Working Tractor Supply, love my job. Nice. Always good. Yeah, my girls play. So my one girl plays softball. The other one plays, it's like a modified, it's an adaptive program for kids with special needs. So she eventually will be capable of hitting like a pitched softball, just like a, air quotes, normal kid. Typical child. But they do need, all of them need, like, different varying level of degrees of assistance. Like, I have a kid on the team that has a cerebral palsy. He's got a trach. He's in a wheelchair. So he has his own needs. There's kids who are, like, slightly autistic who do pretty well. I have some teenagers who have Downs. It's actually kind of interesting. I have cousins. Boy and a girl, cousins who both have Downs. They're amazing. The young lady, she's a senior in high school this year, I think. She's like the greatest person on the face of the earth. Like I haven't been able to be at the last couple games, so my wife has been covering in for me, and I'm not gonna say the girl's name because that wouldn't be right. But she was asking, "Where's Mr. Coach?" Mr. Coach, hi Miss. She always comes up to Jack and says, "Hi Miss." Where's Mr. Coach? She wanted to know where Mr. Coach was over the weekend. Unfortunately, Mr. Coach was at his. I say unfortunately, but it's just unfortunate that we have to be split up. I was at my other daughter's, Morgan. You'll hear me talk about Morgan and Avery, right? So Avery's actually older. Avery has Down syndrome, and Morgan. So twin 9-year-old girls. One who plays softball with the team, just like most kids, and then Avery plays challengers baseball with her team, which is between like 19, 20 kids who all have some form of special need, whether it be autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, or even some of the stuff that you can't necessarily diagnose and see. Some kids just maybe not anything that's been clinically diagnosed, but they don't want to be around the kids who are throwing the ball as hard as they possibly can. They just kind of want to be out there. I got this one girl on my team. She's out there for show. She comes out there decked to the nines in her uniform. Her hair is all done. She actually does her makeup. Like, you put makeup on for a baseball game? But it's awesome, man. I love it. I love her passion. I love everything about her little spirit. Right? She was giving Lady Outlaws a hard time. Who is going to pitch to me? She's so sassy, right? Who's going to pitch to me? Lady Outlaws is like, well, I am. And Lady Outlaws was like, well, this girl was like, well, have you pitched before? Giving her the, you know, Spanish Inquisition about Challengers baseball. Yeah, your boss is an asshole. I know. Yeah, that's an inside joke. He's got his own boss. But even if you weren't your own boss, your boss would still be an asshole. I guarantee it. 2020 sucked for you. You ran 2 gas seasons. Yeah, I bet. Oh my gosh. Dollar Tree's a bad company to work for. The owner died. Who cared about people? His son took over and got greedy. Yeah, that happens a lot too. That happens quite a bit. Um, my biggest problem was always like the CEO or whoever was always so out of touch with what was happening on the front lines. You know, like our CEO, because it was a large company, would be on like CNN and Fox Business and all these like stock market scrolling shows, if I can call them that, right? So again, I don't really care if you watch Fox News or if you watch CNN or MSNBC. I'm not going to here to tell you who you should get your news from, left, right, center, whatever. I don't give a crap. But as far as like the business news shows, cable news shows go, he was on them like all the time. And I always go on there and I talk about like stuff that we're not doing this and we're going to do this and we're going to make this much money and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there going, no, the F we are not. Like, absolutely we are not. Like, come sit at my desk for a day, bro. That's why I always liked that show, Undercover Boss, because it really did shine a light on some of the stuff that managers, CEOs, stuff like that don't see, that the average people on the front line, everyday working Americans, or people in general, I guess, suppose, we're seeing. So, yeah, no, we're not, like, again, we like, literally made... I hate to sound like Donald Trump, but billions dollars more during the COVID year than we did the whole time I was there. I was there for 20 years. Our best year, far and away, was work from home. And they were like, oh, we're not going to do this anymore. Why? I need a reason. I need an actual reason. I need someone with a position of authority to explain to me what was wrong with making billions of dollars. They never gave me an answer, so I fucked off and left. So I'm just so not interested in it anymore, man. Like, I did that life. I would go, there's the mission and story mode where you gotta help out Granger and he shovels all that shit just to blow it up. I would do that every day. I'll put the dynamite in there, blow that shit up, and then pick it up again the next day before I ever step foot back in the corporate world. No way, no how. But so I'm getting way off track. Sorry, guys. Obviously passionate about this kind of stuff too. Morgan, who is now taller, even though she's younger, and looks like she's probably 3 years older than Avery. It's kind of funny. So people with Downs have smaller stature, and Avery is even worse. Avery's like in like the lowest percentile of kids her age. It's kind of funny. She's even like a low percentile for kids her age with DS. But anyway, Morgan plays softball. She got hurt this year. We did a lot over the winter to get her ready. She worked so hard. We were at this local place that does like one-on-one clinics. She was pitching because we were doing a first year of player pitch, so she was learning how to pitch. She was doing hitting, learning how to hit better. Fielding, she actually was working with one of the former UConn softball players on her fielding. One-on-one, we would go and do like hour-long sessions. And towards as we were approaching the season, she was there like 3 days a week. And not that I would ever force her, right? Like, we joke around a lot about, like, not being the Tiger Woods dad. Like, Tiger Woods is a great golfer, but mentally messed up a little bit. It probably has to do with the fact that his dad was forcing him to do these things. Like, Tiger Woods is only a great golfer because dad was, like, forcing him to go to the golf course every freaking day. So I was like, I'm not going to do that. But if she wants to get better, and knowing that this was the first year where it was like player pitch, not coach pitch, I wanted her to be able to also set an example for her teammates. Like, if I can't coach them up, maybe she can show them something. So her and I talked a lot about that. I think not only is she a great player, she's also a good leader on the field, almost like an extension of the coaching staff. So yeah, very good player, very good teammate, and at the end of her second game, as she was packing up her gear and getting ready to go do the handshake line, she slipped and fell in the dugout. Total freak accident, right? Not even like a softball play. And she missed 2 weeks now, so she missed 4 games, which, you know, sucks, right? I mean, it sucks anyway to get hurt and miss games, but that freaking thing just fell over the cliff. Are you kidding me? Did it survive? Will I survive? If I follow it? Follow it, follow it, follow it. Cowabunga. Ugh. Okay. Nice. Whoa. We are extreme hardcore naturalist sample collecting today. Sponsored by Red Bull. Gives you wings. But anyway, so she's back now. She got played her first game back. She got cleared Wednesday morning. Went to the batting cages like right away just to knock some of the rust off. She had a really good session in the batting cages. She was 1 for 2 on Wednesday. Dad actually struck her out during the coach pitch. So even though it's player pitch, the way the league rules work is you can't have more than 1 walk in an inning. So once the first player walks from being pitched to by another player, it's then like you get 3 balls on the second player. If a walk occurs, then it doesn't actually count as a walk. The coach has to step in and pitch until you either get a hit or the girl strikes out. I struck her out in her second at bat, but in her first at bat, she got hit a rocket off of the girl, the other team's pitcher, who was pitching pretty well. She threw like 70% strikes. I was like, what 8 and 9-year-old is throwing 70% strikes? She was a beast. I can't even get our girls to throw 1 strike, but that's a different story for another day. So Morgan got a nice little hit. She's back. We're excited. Hopefully she can continue for the rest of the season without any more injuries or missing any more games. Qualify, right? Hopefully she qualifies for enough games for All-Star season, which is like when we get the 2 teams in the town together. 2 teams of 10, right? So there's 20 girls for us to pick from. Trying to build a team of like 12 to 14 girls, if there's enough interest to do an all-star team. But yeah, Morgan needs to not miss any more games so she can qualify for that. Otherwise, we'll just do summer ball. But I love it, man. We go to all the UConn softball games. We just traveled. For those of you who missed it, for those of you who heard it already, sorry for repeating. But we were in Louisiana over the weekend at LSU, watching our UConn Huskies softball team. They got beat. They didn't even win a game. They lost 2 games. Double elimination. They got kicked out. But we got to see Nebraska's Jordy Ball, the best player in the country probably. And Morgan got to get some like cool pictures. She got a signed card from one of the girls. So ultimately, even though UConn didn't win, it was a great trip. We had a lot of fun down there. Nice little daddy-daughter bonding time. We didn't have enough money for Avery and Lady Outlaws to make the trip, but Lady Outlaws couldn't get the time off. Avery, I love her, but she can be kind of tough to travel with, and we always joke that Lady Outlaws always gets a vacation from her vacation afterwards because of the way Avery kind of, you know, Avery knows what she can get away with Mom and what she can get away with Dad, and she plays that up whenever it's just Mom around. So I'm sure they had probably a great time while me and Morgan were in Louisiana. But I love it, man. I love softball so much. It's like definitely, I think at this point, my favorite sport. I love the speed of it. I'm an old school baseball guy. I love the speed of softball. The bags are closer together. You don't have time to, like, you watch baseball, a lot of times they do like this show-offy kind of thing where they tap the glove a couple times before they throw it to first. You can't do that in softball. You get the ball, you gotta throw it to first right away. These girls are way too fast for you to be messing around. And the ones who aren't fast will hit the ball a friggin' mile. And I would venture a guess that 99% of them can hit the ball further than most of the men who grew up playing Little League baseball. Maybe not major leaguers, right? Major leaguers are going to always hit the ball further, but it's really not even fair to compare it. It's such a different sport. It looks a lot similar, but different sport. I love it. I love volleyball too, Jenny. So Avery got connected with the UConn softball team through this non-for-profit program. And we were out at the school one night, and the catcher from UConn softball was like, hey, what are you guys doing Friday night? The volleyball team's playing. We're all going. You guys come and hang out. We were like, hell yeah, extra time hanging out with you guys would be amazing for the girls. And also, come to find out, our volleyball team was pretty good this year. UConn volleyball was pretty good this year. And I think actually Avery likes volleyball better than she likes softball. I told her, don't tell the softball players that I said that. But she, I think she likes the back and forth action of it. It's never a dull moment. Did Rockstar push back RDR2 for a year before they released it? I think so. The thing I remember about RDR2 was it originally was supposed to be on the 3, right? Think about that for a second, right? We're now current generation's 5. I'm gonna switch back over to Blondie's Posse. Now the Moonshine is done. I don't need any more interruptions like rescuing a buyer. It was supposed to be on the 3, and then I think it was going to be like one of the last games on the 3, and then they delayed it a year, and it ended up being like one of the earlier games on the 4, because by then the 4 had come out. I think they still maybe offered it for, no, they didn't offer it for the 3, right? It only came out on 4, and we're waiting for a current gen, still waiting for a current gen version upgrade. So yeah, RDR2 was definitely delayed, and it happens, right? And that's the part that cracks me up. It's like, and it's not just Strauss Zelnick, who I do not like, but that's a topic for another day. He's not the only one that they all do it. And I don't know why they all go on and say, like, at some point your game is going to get delayed. So, like, why are you going on TV and on podcasts? And again, another one. It goes on, like, Fox News and Fox Business and CNN Business. Talks all this shit about it's not going to be delayed. It's like, bro, yes it is. If it weren't going to be delayed, you all would have run an ad during the Super Bowl. Let's stop kidding ourselves. The second that an ad did not run during the Super Bowl, I was like, we're not getting GTA 6 this year. I try to tell people, even some of the best people in here, Ducky, I gotcha. I told you so. He's probably not even here anymore. He fell asleep, but whatever. I was adamant about it. I said they have not released a second trailer with a release date. It's past Super Bowl time. They're not going to miss the opportunity to take advantage of that, which is why they did May, which is why they said May of 2026. I promise you next year, if it's on target, we're going to get an ad during the Super Bowl. I promise you. You can mark it down now so that I can say I told you so again next year this time. But I knew it. I was trying to tell everybody else. I'm like, guys, it's absolutely delayed. We're not getting it this year. And this mother effer went on TV and told everybody that it wasn't going to be delayed. Insane. Absolutely insane. Don't do that. Like, find another way to answer that question when people ask, hey, is GTA 6 going to be delayed? They're like, well, we're looking at it. We're hopeful that we can get it out on time. But honestly, the reality of this nature of this business is you just never know. Say that. Don't say, no way. No way it's getting delayed. There's no way. It's like, bro. And you got an egg on your face because your fucking game's delayed. You dumbass. It cracks me up, man. You gotta laugh about it. Yeah, or 2020. Who knows, bro? Who knows? These guys taking forever. And I don't doubt that it's gonna be a masterpiece. It'll be buggy when it first comes out. They'll do the typical thing of, that's the part that cracks me up too. It's like, it's got to be delayed for some extra polishing, but it's still gonna be buggy as hell when it comes out. Well, why not do that extra polishing? It's crazy. It's gonna be a masterpiece. I don't doubt it. It's Rockstar. They know how to create games. They know how to maintain them. No, not necessarily. Definitely not with Red Dead Online. But they know how to create games, for sure. It's going to be amazing once we get there. If and when we get there. So, for as much as I'm dumping on it now, I'm most likely going to play it. I'll most likely have story mode videos on the channel here. I just think it's hilarious that these companies don't ever learn from their previous mistakes. Like I said, they're like, oh, absolutely, never in a million years are we going to delay our product. Wah wah. Yeah, I try. I try to be a good dad, right? Doing activities with the daughters. It's just the two of them, I never really had after Avery's diagnosis, and we went through literal hell during our hospital experience. Like, at the end of it was all fine. I ended up a dad with 2 beautiful baby girls, but getting there, whoo boy. So I'll tell that story real quick. I know a lot of you already heard it, so apologies. You can tune me out if you've already heard this story. But so obviously with twins, we were expecting them to be early. Usually you are. I don't know that we were expecting them to be as early as they were. I don't know that they were necessarily ready to come out. I know I wasn't ready for them to come out. I don't know how the hell Lady Outlaws did it. But, you know, the miracle of childbirth, as they say. So, because it was twins, and they monitor you closely whenever it's twins. I don't know what the protocol is if it's not twins. Like, do you go get, like, an OB ultrasound every, like, 3rd day, 4th day, once a week? Like, I don't know how that works, because I've never been through it. But I know our experience was we had to go, like, every other day. And what they were doing is just kind of checking, you know, blood, and ultrasound scans, make sure the babies are developing, making sure, like, one twin's not growing more than the other. They're actually scanning for Down syndrome, interestingly enough, which our scans did not pick up, interestingly enough, right? So I have a 9-year-old daughter with Down syndrome. I was all but guaranteed 1 in a million chance that Avery would have Down syndrome. The other thing they missed during our scans, multiple scans a week, multiple hospital visits, multiple insurance charges, is the fact that she has a hole in her heart, right? She has what's called a ASV, DSV? I forget which one she has. Either way, there's 2 different types of having a hole in your hearts. So she had that too. It's like, I don't know what the hell these doctors were doing, or what the hell was wrong with the ultrasound machine on the days that we were visiting, but they never picked up on the Down syndrome, and they never picked up on the hole in the heart. Fair enough. Science, medical science is not foolproof. Anyone who tries to tell you that it is full of shit, you should ignore them immediately. So we get, you know, Lady Outlaws goes for one of these scans. She really wasn't feeling well that day. Her blood pressure was like through the roof, like super, super high blood pressure. So they admit her. This is a Tuesday, right? They admit her on a Tuesday. They say, you know, we're just gonna keep an eye on you. Just want to make sure you're here so we can monitor you. They hook her up to the blood pressure machines and the IVs, the fluid, all, you know, the whole 9 yards. Well, Wednesday rolls around, still not coming down from high blood pressure. In fact, it's getting worse. They eventually, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday, come to us and say, there's nothing else we can do. The only solution for us at this point is to take the babies. We're going to start giving you steroid injections in order to build up their lungs, make sure that their lungs are ready for when they come out. Okay, cool. 24 hours later, we're going to do this at 5 o'clock on Thursday. So 24 hours goes by, we start telling people, hey, you know, expect us to give you a call that the kids are born. Maybe come to the hospital, help us out a little bit. My parents were already there. Her parents were on the way up from New York, right? Because we're in Connecticut, so they're about an hour and a half, 2 hours away. Just outside of New York City, really. So, kids are delivered. Lady Outlaws is still kind of recovering. I get the go-ahead from her to go down to the NICU because they're early, right? The neonatal intensive care unit. For those of you who are not familiar with what NICU is, N-I-C-U, right? NICU. So if you hear me say NICU, that's what I'm talking about. Basically, like nurses and doctors who are specifically specialized in infant care for children who were born early. 39 weeks is normal. I think we got to like 32 or 34, maybe 35. 34 weeks, 5 days, I think is what the girls end up being at. So I get the okay to go down to the NICU. As soon as I get down there, the doctors are like, where's mom? And I'm like, well, mom almost just died, so she's recovering. Like, oh, okay. Just when she finally gets down here, have her come see us. Okay, cool. It's important to the story later on, so just remember that I said that. Go back upstairs. Friday morning rolls around. I go back down to the NICU. You know, I think I went home Friday morning, checked in on the dog. I hadn't seen the dog in a few days, so I went and took him for a walk. He just passed last year, so he's another member of the family that we're kind of missing a little bit. But yeah, so again, the same kind of thing with the nurses and the doctors. They're like, hey, where's mom? Looking back on it now, I'm like, oh, they wanted to know where mom was because they wanted to tell us about Avery's Down syndrome, and they didn't want to just tell me and have her relay it to her. They wanted to tell both at the same time. So Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock rolls around. Lady Outlaws is still laying in bed. Blood pressure still not doing good, even though they told us the solution was to take the babies. And the doctors finally come in the room. Her best friend from college had literally just left, right? We were literally just getting ready to finally get some sleep. And here comes the doctors to tell us about Avery's diagnosis. And it's kind of funny because, like, Lady Outlaws was very much still out of it. The doctor stood kind of like in front of the window that was like having this bright light. So all she was worried about was like Lady Outlaws, God bless her. All she was worried about was the fact that she couldn't see. She's like, I'm sorry, I can't really see you. Can you come over here and repeat everything that you just said? Which was good because it was good for me to hear it twice. And it's one of those things where it's like, we first get the diagnosis, it's like earth shattering and it's like world ending. I look back now and I'm like, what an idiot. Like, Avery's the greatest thing that ever happened to us. And Morgan too, but, you know, having a child with special needs is such a blessing because it really, like, changes who you are as a person. It allows you to grow and learn from it. But yeah, so at the time it's like, oh my god, our world is over. And Lady Outlaws even said, she was like, I just wanted her to have the best life possible. And I was like, she's gonna, because that's what we're gonna give to her. Like, this hasn't changed anything. I think I was probably saying it more for myself than even for her. But looking back on it now, it was the exact right attitude to have, right? So anyway, that's Friday at 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock to maybe like 4 o'clock, depending on how long the doctor was there. I don't even remember. I just remember being completely exhausted. Finally, like, trying to get some sleep, but now I got this thing on my mind, right? So I'm the kind of person where if something is interesting to me or is happening around me, I want to know as much about it as possible. So I immediately jump on Google. I know the internet's a scary place when you're talking about like medical issues and stuff like that. Thankfully, I was able to find a family in England, actually. And again, this is like 9 years ago, right? So a family in England who also had twins that had one with Downs, but theirs was like a boy-girl scenario. I think the girl was, or the boy had Downs. So found that, was able to read through like the mom's blog kind of, and I was like, all right, we're gonna be fine. So eventually, when they get around to confirming Avery's diagnosis, they were like shocked at how well me and Jackie took it. Me and Lady Outlaws took it. I was like, at that point, what are we gonna do? Like, we've moved on from the initial shock of the diagnosis to preparing ourselves to bring home a child with Down syndrome. And obviously she had her challenges because she ultimately failed her car seat test, right? They won't let you take the kids home, at least not if you've been in the NICU, unless they pass like an oxygen test while sitting in the car seat. Morgan passed hers pretty much right away, but Avery kept failing hers. But in between all of that, so keep in mind, Friday 3 p.m. we get the diagnosis, possible diagnosis. Need to do some blood tests in order to confirm it, but later there's more pheasants for you guys. So 8 o'clock rolls around, and at this point, not only is Lady Outlaw's blood pressure not coming down, but it's escalating. Like, it is bad to the point where machines are beeping off the charts, and doctors and nurses are rushing in. I can literally see the light in Lady Outlaw's eyes fading, like she's literally dying at this moment. And, you know, like we talked about with the politics thing, left, right, center, I don't give a really what you are, but so kind of along the same lines as that, I'm a firm believer that God is still present and works miracles. You can say everything you want about the doctors, and I'm not going to take any credit away from them. They definitely did their work too, but you will not convince me that they had help. You will not unconvince me that they had help on this day from above, right? I prayed harder than I've ever prayed before in my life, and I was like, I remember literally saying, like, okay, dude, I can do twins, right? Like, still trying to wrap my head around it, but I can do twins. I can do the fact that they're both girls, and now I'm a girl dad and have to deal with boys the whole rest of my adult life. I can do that. Okay, compromise. I can do that. I can do the fact that one of them has Downs, even though we just found out about it 5 hours earlier, and I'm only still now just wrapping my head around what Down syndrome is and what it means for us in the future. I can do that. But I cannot do that shit alone. Like, I cannot be a single dad whose wife is dying in front of him, right? Can't do it. So please, 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 please bring her back to me. And you know, like within the hour, her blood pressure started to normalize. In hindsight, you know, again, like I said, I'm not taking anything away from the doctors. They're amazing miracle workers in and of themselves, but you're not going to convince me that they didn't have help that day. So anyway, long story short, she's obviously still here. She comes in the chat every so often. But yeah, God is absolutely great. Thank you, Kratos. I agree 100%. If you don't believe, that's fine. No judgment, right? Like, I'm not going to judge you. But I know, like, when you have the experiences that I've had leading up to this and then have this experience, like, I'll never doubt ever again. You know, I should have grabbed that freaking card while we were in Owangila before. Quick little side note, we were over here getting eggs, and I left this card, and it's one we ended up needing. That's hilarious. But yeah, so anyway, 9 years later, looking back at it, it's all good. But, you know, I always laugh. So, you know, the reason why I even brought it up was we were talking about my children, how many I have. It's just the two of them. Dude, even after all that, we were talking about, like, the whole thing with parents of the, like, generation that's older than us, you know, if you're 40 or 50, the generation's a little older. And again, not everyone, but my parents especially, dude. My mom is freaking nuts. She sat at my freaking desk at work. She worked for the same company I did we actually retired within like 2 weeks of each other. Well, gave her notice within 2 weeks. She stayed a little longer than I did. I gave my 2 week notice and bounced. I took vacation time actually and left early. It was like 4th of July. I'm like, I'm out. 3rd of July, I think was 5th of July was my official retirement date. But she would sit at my desk every day. When are you gonna give me grandbabies? When are you gonna give me grandbabies? I'm like, and she's great now, so don't get me wrong. But it was so annoying. We had a lot of issues. We had infertility issues. Not to get too graphic, but we did have infertility issues, which eventually we overcame, thankfully, through help, right? So again, I'm not like this religion versus science or faith versus science. I think, you know, a good mix of both is probably the best course of action. But again, that's me. You do you. So, yeah, I'm like, after everything I just told you guys, right? Like this insane birth experience. Totally not what they show in Hollywood movies. And not that I was expecting that, but we had the polar opposite of that. And there were some people who had even worse experiences than we were. There was a kid in the NICU, one of their girls' neighbors. He was born at like, I don't know, 17 weeks, 20 weeks, whatever like the earliest you can be born at and still kind of live with an oxygen tank and in an incubator. Like, insane, man. Again, I hate to use that word, but that's what it was. It was a crazy experience. Wild, right? I like wild. It was a wild experience. Unreal, right? Braytech hit the Unreal button, or Kratos hit the Unreal button. Someone hit the Unreal emoji earlier. Someone hit it again for me, because this is unreal. It is absolutely unreal to have a child born that early. They had been there since January. My kids were born in April. They had been there for 3 months, and it didn't look like they were getting good news. It didn't. I think they were getting frustrated that they weren't making any progress, and the child was unfortunately not, you know, growing at the expectation that they had for him. I think it was a boy. So yeah, really sad. Again, you know, I've been through NICU, so not only special needs dad, but like NICU dad. Like I have all these like badges of honor that I wear. But anyway, just for the purpose of this story, after all of that, my mom literally says to me, I don't even think the girls were out of the NICU yet. You guys gonna have another one? Don't you want a boy? Like all this bullshit. I'm like, Mom, I got my boy. He's furry and he's got 4 legs and I take him for walks every night. He can't get out of the house unless I open the door for him. Like, that is my idea of an ideal child. I'm talking about my dog, for those of you who may be slow to the joke. He was my boy, man. So, no, I don't want a boy. Like, look, again, I played my hand with God when I begged him to bring Lady Outlaws back to me. I'm not gonna freaking throw that away and play the roulette wheel again. Like, will we get a boy or a girl? Will it be twins again? Will one of them have special needs? I'm like, nah. And honestly, guys, it's a disservice to Avery. It would have been a disservice to Avery. Like, you know, it's like having 4 more kids. Running joke in the Down syndrome community is there's nothing Downs about it, right? Never a dull moment. And that's true of kids in general, but unless you have a child with special needs, you're never going to understand what I'm talking about. It is a whole other experience. And I know everyone, you know, all parents, all families have their struggles, so I'm not being dismissive of that. I'm just telling you guys, like, trust me when I tell you. It's a whole other level of experience. You know, she's 9 years old, she's still in diapers, right? We still are working on trying to get her to potty on her own. So, like, that should be all I need to say. We've been changing diapers for 9 years, and it's not because we keep having kids. If you keep having kids on your own and you stay in the diaper changing phase, that is on you, bro. I cannot get my child with special needs to learn how to use the potty. She'll probably be pottying on helping us, or she'll probably need help pottying until she's 10. There's some kids who are like 13. I mean, there's some kids who never learn. Like my kid who's in the wheelchair for cerebral palsy. I don't know what his situation is. He might still be in diapers soon. I'm not asking. It's not my business. But so just to give you an idea, right? And at this point, dude, I'm gonna go like full deep on you guys. Friggin' gross. It's nasty. Like, it's one thing to change a baby when they're eating like soft and squishy baby food. And luckily, Avery doesn't really eat that much like adult food. She eats like chips, macaroni and cheese, stuff like that. But it's still, it's not cute anymore. It smells. It's to high heaven. You smell her from like 3 rooms away. Like when we're home in the afternoon and she's sitting on the couch and I'm in the office editing MLB videos or whatever I'm doing. I know that Avery needs to be changed because I can smell it from the office. Even though she's in the living room. So again, just, you know, keep that in mind, man. It's rough out there. It's a struggle for parents with kids with special needs. And I love them. I love all my parents with kids with special needs. I talk to them. I tell them just how it is. There's no other way to talk to them. But most of them are, you know, still very happy people. All of them, really, when we talk to, they're thrilled. And honestly, again, I'm a believer in, you know, God gives you everything you need, right? And you know, I would have probably thought back then that He was testing me. I don't necessarily think that way anymore, especially because, like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's truly been a blessing. I feel like I'm still impatient today, but I was worlds worse before she was born. She has taught me so much about what it means to be patient, kind, and loving person. So, anyway, that's the story. But no, do I feel motivated to have more? No. Especially not now. Like, now it's way too late. 40. I just turned 43. Lady Outlaws just turned 43. Kratos out here giving out memberships. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Who else did one? Sasquatch Man did another one. Awesome. Ghost got it. Thank you, guys. I love it. I love it. Kratos' son was 4 pounds at birth, now almost 6'7", teen, and into bodybuilding right now. Dude, that's awesome. So mine were, I'm glad you mentioned the weight thing, because I did want to get to that. Mine were 3 pounds, 15 ounces, and 3 pounds, 14 ounces. And Avery actually came out heavier, which we always joke about, because now if you look at him, like I said, Morgan looks like she's about 3-4 years older than Avery. So for that one day where Avery was 3 pounds 15 and Morgan was 3 pounds 14, Avery was actually the bigger kid. She's still the older kid. In fact, the other thing we like to joke about too is Morgan, after she's done with her clothes, usually we give them to Avery. So we don't have hand-me-downs in our house. We have hand-me-ups. We actually hand our used clothing up to the older sibling. So it's a fun little thing, dude. We always have fun with it. It's an adventure. You guys know, those of you who've seen like the behind-the-scenes stuff. You know, Lady Outlaws will pop in and have a good time with us whenever she can. But I do appreciate Kratos and Sasquatch Man donating, gifting memberships. For those of you who got them, Ghost, I think you know the routine. CR17, that's the name I recognized before, so I'll give the spiel. Those do expire. They are temporary. It will expire 1 month from today. So for the next 30 days or so, you have access to custom emotes. Your name will be green. You have access to behind-the-scenes footage. I highly recommend you go. It's a long video. It's almost 3 hours, but go check out when we went to Disney this winter. That was such an amazing trip. We did a lot, so there's a lot of footage. I just couldn't bring myself to break it into 3 separate videos, but it is available for members only. So if you didn't get a gifted membership today and that's something you're interested in, if you have to do it from an actual computer. It's a pain in the ass to try and do it from a tablet or a phone. But if you have a PC, you can go to join, and you'll be able to join as a member. If someone's interested, I can post the link to it. But I also don't really like to self promote. So. But there are memberships, there are perks to being a member. I think I priced the memberships pretty good. You know, it's like $1 a month. But, you know, if you're someone who's struggling to put food on your table or, you know, keep a roof over your head, obviously do that first. You don't need to, I won't be offended. There'll always be free content in one form or another on the channel here. It's just for the members who pay to support the channel. I like to go a little above and beyond that.
Howdy there.
And,
Welcome.
Give back. Haven't done a member video. I think I did one maybe the end of April. I'm gonna do one maybe like next week or the week after. For June, we'll talk about a lot of the stuff that I don't necessarily talk about on the channel when I'm live, but I do like to do those sort of updates for people. I need to make some minty big game. Can't wait to see how many brother reacts to his first kid. Oh yeah. See, we don't have, that's the thing about me and Elite Outlaws, we don't have siblings either. We have very close family friends. In fact, her cousins are more like aunt and uncles to the kids. And I have a friend in Rhode Island, the guy who used to sing and play guitar in the band, not used to, we're still technically a band. We're still trying to write music every so often, but who has the time for that kind of stuff? Everything else going on. There's a lot going on. My buddy Tim, he plays guitar in the band that I used to play in, or I guess still playing. He's more like an uncle to the kids. We call him Uncle Tim. That's how he's referred to. If I say Tim, Morgan will be like, Tim? Like, Uncle Tim? Oh, yeah. But he's not, he's just a close family friend. He's the best man at my wedding. I've known him for 30 plus years now. Making music in his garage band as a younger man. But yeah, I did not. There was a long period where I had no interest in having kids. I would argue I turned into a pretty good dad for not wanting to have kids originally. In fact, I almost dated this girl when I lived in Texas. I almost dated this girl, but she wouldn't date me because I said in front of her that I didn't want to have kids, and that was like a deal breaker for her, which is so funny to me now that I'm like dad of the century. I say that jokingly. Some people are gonna be like, this dude's so arrogant. Why do so many people follow his channel? But yeah, I am growing out my beard for my daughter right now. I'm not gonna say why. We'll talk about that a little later in the year. Wink wink, nod nod. Stay tuned. My epic long beard I've been growing out is going to continue to grow. Some of you may know why, just based on what I just said. Don't spoil it, please. If you want to ask me, and you have access to private messaging me, please do so. I will answer you honestly, but again, ask that you keep it a secret. But I have been growing out my beard since like January. It will continue to grow throughout the course of the year. And eventually, at some point, you guys are going to be like, oh, that's why Outlaws was growing that beard. I'm whispering because I'm stealth right now, even though there's no enemies around. Ain't no problem. We got to get back to work there, right? I appreciate it. Appreciate stopping by. Appreciate you chatting in chat whenever you could, and hopefully stop by again soon. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Wild animal tagging, less than a minute. Shoot, I need to get my freaking varmint rifle off my horse and get it cleaned. I'll be late going into animal tagging again. I need this. Is there a watch on this one? There's gotta be. There's lots of wagons around. I need this pocket watch. And I need to loot that one last enemy. Then I need to grab my varmint rifle, get ready for wild animal tagging. And we are still, I was trying to make my way over to Downs, interestingly enough. Downs Ranch. Different kind of Downs. Thomas Downs. But yeah, it's funny to hear, Kratos, to hear you say how small your son was, and now he's 6 foot. I feel like Morgan's gonna be like that. Avery probably will never be big. She probably won't even be as big as Lady Outlaws. Tall, I should say. Call my wife big. It's a good way to not have her be your wife anymore for much longer. He called his wife big while he was live streaming. Why did they get divorced? Because he called her big while he was live streaming. But no, I need to drop posse and take this invite. Morgan is almost already taller than Lady Outlaws, so that's an inevitability. She's going to be big like that, which will serve her well if she wants to continue with her softball career. I feel like, you know, they don't have to be big necessarily to hit home runs, but a lot of these softball players that are on the bigger side, they freaking hit massive home runs, man. I saw somebody hit one like over a scoreboard recently. She actually broke the conference record for home runs. One of the players from Villanova. I forget her name, but she's a big girl. And I say that like, you know, not dismissively. Like she's fat, you know. Who cares? Even if she is fat, she hits freaking massive home runs and got a free scholarship to go to college to do it at a very good school. I mean, Villanova is one of the better universities in the country, right? I would go there. Where do I like to go on this one? Go this way. Oh, don't circle yet. Now we're in the circle. Let's do it. Let's get some animal sounds. Look, I know Naturalist roll isn't the most exciting thing for everybody, but there's a lot of us here who do like it, so stick with us for a little while. We do everything here. We do bounties, trader, naturalist, collector, moonshine, blood money, all of it, right? Looks like some people are down south of here, so let's go up here. Is this one of the ones that has a moose? I think this has the moose sample. Kratos would know, he does this event like every day. Even though he doesn't need any of this stuff anymore. Well, he does need the legendary sample, I suppose. Can only do it on weekends. Yeah, I agree. I wish there was a second one. This and salvage should have at least one other time when it pops. And that's how I felt about Trader for a long time, because it would pop when I was trying to get the kids off the bus. But then, you know, daylight savings happens and the hours for it shift, you know, or daylight savings goes away and the hours for it shift the other way, so I can participate more. But I know there's another trader out time at like 3 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, you know, I would gladly take more of this type of event. That'd be a nice little thing that they can do without really breaking the bank, you know. Someone's tracking the legendary. Looks like it's not attacking them, so it might be an elk, probably, right? I don't think it's a cougar. They don't have us sedated yet? Did it say? And I just missed it? How do they not have it sedated yet? I heard that, like, I saw it, they had it cornered. And they were shooting it with rounds. I don't even know if I can get up here. Looks like maybe someone needs some help with it. I don't want to steal it, but obviously I'm not going to let it get away. What are you doing? Please don't tell me we're focusing on, like, the other ones. Good talk. Like, why did I have to do that? I got it. Go get something else. It's not a competitive one, guys. We're supposed to be helping each other. Go get something else. Get the F out of here. Oh, it's a freaking animal head. They're probably gonna kill it. Or they probably were going to kill it. Yeah, Kataka, which kind of works out because I need to go back and visit Harriet again. Anyway, I totally forgot. I need more rounds, dude. You see this? I'm down to 80. You know I can twitch you after I get down below 100. I'm sure you do too. Someone was already over here. Someone just riding around and not actually getting these things. Why is it still popping? I was over here. Oh, now I hear gunfire. Okay, let's be taking care of it. I'm gonna go back up where I was. A lot of times people can't find the rams and the sheep over there. So we need a ram, pronghorn, some foxes still, coyote. I don't know. Where the hell is all this stuff? I don't know. There's the elk. I feel like I did better yesterday. There were fewer players. There's a coyote. I killed it though. That better be one that was sampled already. What's this? Where is it? Come on, show me the blip on the radar again. Must be in this area. What happened to the blip on the radar, bro? Alright, well. Keep going. Cougar. Oh, that's what that is. No. Is it? Oh, yeah, it's a cougar. That's a coyote. Pronghorn should be somewhere around here. Has anyone not been over here yet? There's a coyote sample. I don't even know how many of these I actually need. I do need some mountain grasslands. I did a bunch the other day. Tag the cougar. Don't even need that. I'm gonna take that. Too many cougar samples. I need to do some deserts. I don't really know this map that well. Another bison. We don't even need the bison. What are these people doing, man? Oh, something back there. I saw the blip. Come on, baby. Pronghorn, right? It's gotta be. Spawn in that area. Real map. Oh, someone's over here. What is he doing? Oh. He's over there on top of the goat pen. I don't want the cougar. Why did it bring me over here? There we go, something's over here. Dude, I swear to God, it's always a red fox sample, which I do not need. I haven't needed that one for months. We'll take it. Oh, are we done? No, we still need 2 more foxes. They're really halfway there in the fox. Yeah, I need a set of ammo pouch, dude. I agree. 100%. 100. I don't want to be near this guy. That's something killed me. It's kind of weird. I don't think we're gonna forget these. We still need 2 more. Unless somebody finds them quick. It's almost like you gotta have them found before the 1 minute mark. Sedated before 30 seconds. There's something over there again. Why am I getting notice? I think I'm going the wrong way. I wish I knew where they were. I don't know where they are in this map. Tyver Lee. I think you were about that. Why? Why did he throw a punch? That's the wrong one. Man. How many people are in here? I didn't think the fight that late. I got nothing. No answer for this. This is close enough to the map where I should be getting blips. There's some blips back there. It's the same damn one. It doesn't matter. It's just more than a minute. Shit. I don't necessarily need fox though. It's almost always a red fox sample, so I guess I'm not going to stress too much over. I hate not finishing things. More importantly, I hate not finishing things. Now where did the blip go? Why do the blips keep disappearing off the map? There's something over here. I guess I'll take this. It's kind of messed up to just do this to win in the first place. I'm going to get 5 samples. At the buzzer too, a little buzzer meter here. Take an extra sample, a tag, just to win the event. I did not see her. I'll check when. I'll check at the end. Whew, sorry. I'm still recovering from Monday. Bang, bang, bang! Finger guns! Yeah! Wish I got a picture of that. I don't see Juna Moon. She's like Kitty Cat something, right? Kitty... whatever it is. So, yeah, she's not in here. I don't recognize any of those names, actually. It's kind of an interesting thing. Usually I recognize at least one name from doing it. Must have had a bunch of noobs with me today. It's alright, it happens. Stop trying to kill my Crips. What would my Crips ever do to you? Alright, let's run some more Moonshine before we get back to our collector run. This is like more for the benefit of Blondie than anything else. And I gotta make sure I go back to see Harriet. Maybe what's over there doing collectibles. I'm still not gonna worry about it. It says it needs cleaning. I'm not gonna worry about it. Where are we going this time? To the homestead, aka Strawberry Stable. Blondie needs some food. Don't die me now, Blondie. We're not bothered anymore. Not helping with legendary samples. Oh, she's not worried about it? You never know. It's such a great way to get a legendary sample. It's like, even if you don't find one in the wild, it's like, at least you get one legendary sample every day. Granted, it's usually one of the more common ones, but occasionally you'll get like a snowflake moose. I was really hoping for just any moose, so I don't mind that Heartlands one. I was hoping for the Dakota Riverbend one or the Tall Trees one, right? Those are the two that get you a moose sample. Or a bull moose, right? So that's why I was doing it. But the game decided that I was not ready for a moose sample just yet. Maybe at the end of the stream we'll go up to Willard's Rest and look for moose. Well, I'm not even bothered with trying to get horse run. I'm sad. I do need to take a look though. I need to take a look and see what we got just now. See what we got. I think I might have needed like the coyote. Speaking of coyote, there's a midnight paw. It's the second time seeing it today. The game really wants me to have the midnight paw coyote. I wish I had something else that was more common. This freaking midnight paw. I might need to change my Moonshine shack again. Start getting different ones. Like maybe put it back up by Emerald Station. Get the moon beaver. I tried that though with the Bayou. Remember I tried that with the Bayou and I still wasn't getting the Tekka Gator? Maybe I'll do that again. Maybe I'll actually, instead of doing that with her, I think we tried that with her. Maybe I'll put his down there. Let's see if he can get that Tekka Gator. Not that I really need it anymore, but when I wasn't seeing it for a long time, that was a strategy I thought would have worked, but it didn't. So let's see. Oops, I whistled by mistake. Bison and Rocky Mountain cow elk. Oh, well I need the bison. I didn't technically need the Rocky Mountain cow elk for this. What about the coyote? Oh, I must have already had one on me that I did not mark down on my notes. And then the Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep. What about the American pronghorn doe? Oh, dude, when did I get these? I don't remember getting those two. The old brain ain't what she used to be. It's fine. Have Blondie pull him back in.
You are pleased with the profits from that batch, I hope.
Hey Ghost, how's it going? Thought you'd get lucky with a snowbuck, with a shack and tall trees, but get wapka boar more often. Yeah, it depends. I actually see the snowbuck quite frequently. I think I probably see the snowbuck a little more often because of her, more so than because of him. Because I agree. Obviously I see the cougar, but I see the coyote and the boar way more often than I see the snowbuck on him. On her, she sees the snowbuck like all the time. So I think if I'm playing in the posse with her, then I'm more likely to see the snowbuck on him than I would if it were turned around. Like she has to almost like be in the area for me to see it. So weird. But definitely, I've seen enough of those kinds of things that tells me that it's got something to do with where you keep your Moonshine Shack and or camp, but more so Moonshine Shack.
This batch is
Yeah.
perfect. We can ship it whenever you like. C'est parti.
I was surprised. So Braytech taught me something yesterday during his stream, or the day before, whatever day it was.
Now,
He
we
had
have
that
a batch ready for
Ghost
shipment,
Panther.
Okay?
and
I
he
can
skipped it
trust you.
and didn't do
I
anything with it
know.
because he wanted to try and
You
get the
are
Nightwalker
not like
Panther.
the
And then later,
rest,
sure enough, he got the Nightwalker Panther. I was like, I didn't know that was a thing. So
But,
I
when
might
give
maybe
a
that's
batch
why
to
I don't
you,
see the
I
Nightwalker
know
because
you
every
will
time I see
guard
the
it
Ghost
with
Panther,
your
I go right
life.
after it. So I'm
You
not
will not let
like,
a little
gonna
thing
try to
like
remember
a
next time I get the
barrage
Ghost
of
Panther not to
bullets,
do anything with
get
it.
in your way, huh?
That's a neat little
I
trick.
tell you, these are valuable
It probably won't work
customers.
for me like it worked for
You
him
will
just because of my
look
shitty
after
luck, but that's a
every
different
last
story for
junk.
another day.
So, they are yours. Allez-y.
You stop that wagon, hear me? Can't believe it. Okay, next wagon over there.
Now it sounds dirty. What happened? I didn't use it. Was it because I went to the water on the other wagon? Like, why would my guns get dirty going through the water while I'm in a wagon? Stop. Rockstar. You jokers. This one's... Beep beep. Out of the way. You guys are always bitching about me on my horse. I'm not even in your way. Now you're in my way. Oh, by the way, you get shot at because there's preferably a foot.
Boy, I will cut you into bloody little devil in hell!
Oh, this guy's dude.
Son of a whore!
Not wreck my freaking moonshine. I'm trying to aim on this guy. It won't let me. It literally will not paint this dude. You see this?
Horse-faced inbred!
name on it.
Hello. Thanks.
Have some faith, son. Yeah. How'd that work out for Arthur? Alright, so there's 2 more we're trying to harness. Again, that's basically just a benefit body. The XP. We'll do some more collecting. At some point we'll swing by and see Harriet. Sell some samples. We have some time. Maybe later we'll try to do, I don't know, mountain grassland set. I don't know. I'm getting way ahead of myself. For now, let's go back to the Moonshine Shack, start another batch. It's just so tempting to get that immediate sample, right? Like, and I'll be honest, I don't necessarily need the Nightwalker Panther, but I'll keep it in mind next time I do need the Nightwalker Panther. I think for now, I'd just rather just get the Ghost Panther sample and then kill it and wash it and throw it in camp. Still. So I'm not quite ready for that strategy yet, but it's good to know. It's good information to know.
I have some ideas.
I like it.
This one will punch hard.
Oh no, 100 raspberries on him now? He's got 2 absinthe, so we'll do that.
Délicieux. My
Maybe I
father
want to deliver it
would have
today. Maybe I'll save it
appreciated
for tomorrow in case Special Moonshine is a daily, and then I log in and immediately get a daily. I like that one too. I like that whole make a Special Moonshine and get credit for it as a daily the next day. Whoever found that one out, it's pretty cool too.
Ne vous pressez pas surtout. Good news. We have some new clients, I see. Good to see you.
Alright, we were on our way to Downs Ranch when we left for tagging. So I'm gonna head back to that area now, go to Valentine. I need the ebony hairbrush that is inside the wardrobe of Downs Ranch for my heirloom sets. Let me grab
How you doing, friend?
stuff from the postie first.
Howdy there. Welcome.
Howdy there. Welcome.
Well, you know where to find us if you change your mind.
Yes, I do. Mudville. Welcome to Mudville. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've seen that before. With the twin Ghost Panthers. I forget where I saw that. I don't know if I saw it myself or if it was on somebody else's video on YouTube. Or heard about it maybe. I've definitely, yeah, that's not the first time I've heard that or seen that. Twin Ghost Panthers. I still think my favorite is when the Winyan Bison is in the Heartlands. Or if the Tatanka Bison becomes unkillable like that short video that I have on the channel where I was punching it. I actually need to go in the house. Yeah, they call that payback. Yeah, it's nice that you got the proof, right? Yeah, you can clip it too. I would, clip it and put it on your channel. Might draw some views from Red Dead folk that find that kind of stuff interesting. Alright, so now back to Valentine, because there's also a card there that we need in the little tent, movie tent, theater, whatever you want to call it. Theater, tent theater. So yeah, this is taking much longer than an hour, obviously, but we've had plenty of distractions. I've only collected 6 of these since we started. I should have started and stopped the stopwatch. Keep track of the actual time. Whew, God. Sorry, guys and gals. I was up until 1 o'clock last night. By the time I finished doing my MLB baseball, the next round of college softball was on. So we went and attended what they call the regionals in Louisiana. This weekend is the super regionals, which is now 16 teams, all of whom play a best of 3 series. So 2 out of 3, and you win it. And then next weekend will be the Women's College World Series, where there's the 8 remaining teams will all play for the title of champion. So I was up watching Texas and Clemson. Texas and Clemson must have got a late start because I turned it on like around midnight, and they were only in like the 2nd inning. I was like, what the heck happened here? It's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. Must have had like a 3-hour rain delay or something. Did it rain in Austin last night? Is Doug still here? Yeah, get those samples first, always. Especially with that one. That's one where you can get them both. Get the sample, to kill. Either throw it on your horse to wash it so you can put it in your hunting wagon, or throw it on your horse and head to camp, and you're good to rock. Nice materials on that one. Hopefully next time we have like a specific trader month. Like I know this is still kind of trader month because the rolls are also on, but hopefully we get double materials. I like when we get the double materials. Oil fields is actually really close to where my camp is, so I'm gonna head back to camp instead of riding that. That's fast travel. Sorry, Sasquatch man. We're gonna fast travel to camp, and then we'll ride it on over to where that card is at the oil fields. Should be able to finish this collector run before another Moonshine delivery is available, but we'll see.
What's your problem here?
Bro, you turned right into where I was riding my horse. F off. I am so tired of these NPCs. Oh my god, all they do is complain. Well, here I am complaining about their complaining. I like when your camp's here, I feel like you're more likely to get the treasure hunter. Just north of here. He's not there right now, but more likely. Doesn't mean he'll always be there. Horseshit, that's right, horseshit. Sasquatch man does not like to fast travel. And I get it. I get it. It is, if you're into a more immersive experience, fast travel in any game can kind of be immersion breaking. I like when it's done well, though. If you're going to have it, do it right. I don't care for the fast travel in this game. I like, you know who I think probably did it the best is Forbidden West. If you've been to a campfire before, you can use that to fast travel to one that you've been to before. It's such a huge game, it needs to have fast travel. There's no way around it. But you also can pay, like use a fast travel. What do they call it in that game? Like package, fast travel pack. So if I'm not at a fast travel, if I'm not near a campfire right now, I would have to use a fast travel pack to fast travel. But if you go to another fast travel campfire, and you can use that one to go back to any other one you've been to before. It's nice because like you get to the end of that map all the way to the Forbidden West, and it would be a huge pain in the ass to try and get back. And they shouldn't charge you for it, in my opinion. So I think it's probably the best mechanic for it. The other one that's like super fast is Fallout, right? Fallout. You just, as long as like you're on the map, it's like you got a friend down here, come to me. You click on their little icon or whatever, fast travel straight to them. Weather delay from lightning was up past midnight Central Time. Lost 7. Yeah, I saw it. 7 to 3 or 7 to 4. Either way, when I put it on, it was 3-2 Clemson. And then Clemson had that big 6th inning. That 6th inning, dude, even like just the Clemson half of the 6th inning took forever between the runs they were scoring, all the like replay reviews and pitching changes. Because right, that's like they took Teague and Kavan out. Brutal. And then Texas comes up in the bottom half and they start hitting and scoring runs. I was like, come on, man. It's like this game is lasting forever. Let me see about this Angus Ox over here. But yeah, Texas lost. I was kind of disappointed about that. So secretly, don't tell the UConn softball team I said this. Texas is like our second favorite team. It's a Devin Ox. I don't need it. We also, like I said, we will be rooting for Nebraska. The young ladies on the Nebraska team were very nice to Morgan when we asked them for pictures. And, the catcher, Ava Breadwell, even gave her dad actually gave Morgan a signed card, so that was kind of cool. Looks like an old school baseball card, but she's on it. She signed it, so that was cool. And then we actually got to meet Samantha Bland's parents. Were staying in the same hotel that we were in, and fate would have it that I kept running into her parents in the lobby like every day. In fact, one time we got home, we were in an Uber. We got out of the Uber and he was just getting back and walking in, so we started talking to him a little bit. So, and then we got to meet Samantha herself quickly after the championship game. But very nice. I mean, they're all nice young ladies. Well, not all. Most of them are very nice young ladies. The ones that we've met, anyway. They always take time. I think they recognize. I think they do a good job of recognizing the younger generation better than maybe baseball does. You know, who knows what kind of career, if any, Morgan will have in softball. But they certainly set it up for her. Like, hey, you know, the way they present themselves, and obviously their play on the field. You know, they were all dirty. Like every uniform that I just mentioned was dirty from sliding and diving for balls in the field and stuff. They play hard. I love it. Unless you are over encumbered and Fallout. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So if you have too much weight, dude. Tell me that that's a Bethesda game without telling me that it's a Bethesda game. They freaking love that. Whoever the developers are in love with that. You are carrying too much weight to do this activity. They freaking love it. That was, as soon as I saw that in Starfield, I was like, you mother effers, you mapped this over from Skyrim. Of all the things you could possibly map over from Skyrim, you had to map over that you're carrying too much weight. Unbelievable. Part of the reason why I stopped playing, because then even like your ship doesn't have enough of a cargo hold to carry the weight that you're carrying on your person. Come on. That's part of the reason why I stopped playing Starfield. I'll tell you right now, though, there's been rumors for a while that they might bring some of that stuff back over to PlayStation, including some of the Elder Scrolls stuff. That would be a point where then I would sell my Xbox. But also, more importantly, I think I would give Starfield another try. I think part of the reason why I didn't care for Starfield, I just can't get used to that Xbox. It's such a minor thing, the way the Xbox controller is set up. And I know through Scuff, right, maybe if I enjoy my Scuff PlayStation controller, I'll look at ordering an Xbox One, because you can, with the Xbox controller, you think you can move the buttons around so that even though it's an Xbox controller, it behaves more like a PlayStation controller. Squashwatch Man, if you know, keep me honest. If you know for sure, because I don't know for sure. I'm kind of just saying hypothetically. If he's even still here, I don't think he might not. He might be busy, which is fine. All right, over to Butcher Creek. Butcher Creek. You're dead, you bastard. There's a couple cards in the area of Butcher Creek. One in latrine. Gotta love it. Good spot for boar. Because you haven't figured that out yet. It's funny, I used to always go to the bayou. But this is like my go-to spot for boar now. Whenever I need them boar samples. I like Bethesda, don't get me wrong, but they need to catch up quick. That dialogue tree nonsense for Starfield was a huge no-go for me. It was a huge... I think that was one of the first... Like, again, so now we're like talking about Xbox controller, the weight thing, what's the other thing I didn't really care for? The graphics, right? The dialogue tree, obviously, but the graphics too were kind of like... I wish they would have made that game on the same engine that Horizon runs on. I feel like that would be an amazing game. So, Gorilla, if you're interested in parting ways with your proprietary software in order for the rest of the video game community to enjoy a better version of Starfield, please contact, what's his name? Todd Benson? The owner, the guy who runs Bethesda. I can't wait for Horizon 3, man. I can't wait for them to announce it. It's gonna be glorious. Glorious. The other thing that's been rumored too is there was supposed to be like a full box set of the God of War games. I haven't heard anything about that in a while. I'm wondering if it's like just someone messing around, or I would love to go back and play some of the earlier God of War games. I caught on to that one way too late. Alright, there's your 8 of Cups. Over to... Is this the house that has the pentagram in it? The one that has the card in it. Usually... That's the one that has the pentagram in it, the storybook. I forget. This one right here. Pretty sure it's this house. Pentagram. The good news about Texas stinks that they lost, but we got 2 more chances to... I mean, obviously you want to win that game 1. Whenever you have a 3-game series, you have to win that game 1. Almost have to win that game 1. But they got 2 more chances at it, so see what happens tonight, and then they get it done tonight, tomorrow night. They're not out of it yet. Thankful for best 2 out of 3. But I was surprised to see Clemson actually do that, because when we were looking at potential landing spots for our Huskies, that was one of the spots we looked at, and I was like, I don't think they're really that good. Like, if they would have sent us to Clemson, it would have been closer, right? South Carolina. We could have drove instead of flying. It would have been on a hell of a long drive, but whatever. And I figured Clemson was maybe more beatable than LSU. Little did I know, LSU was super beatable. And it didn't matter because Nebraska is a friggin' powerhouse. So I actually gotta look up the field and see what Nebraska plays today. Nebraska versus Tennessee. Good luck to Ducky and Sasquatch, man. Don't need it. I'm not saying Nebraska's gonna win, but it's gonna be tough to beat them. They can hit, they can field. That Jordy ball is something else in the circle. That's to help someone in need. It's also potentially an ambush. I can go check that out, actually. I don't want to bring him if it is someone in need. I just came from where he wants to go, which is not somewhere I want to go back to at the moment. So. Yeah, well, hey, dude, #1 this year was almost like a curse. Look what happened to A&M. Like, that is, I mean, Liberty can ball, no doubt, but I still think a lot of people would have picked A&M to take that regional, since it was like their home turf, and they were #1 for a while. But Oklahoma lost when they were #1. Tennessee lost when they were #1. There's been like 4 or 5 schools that have not done well about the #1. Yeah, but are you really? Well, you're not necessarily a Texas fan, right? I was gonna say a Texas fan that's upset about A&M being out. It's like unicorn. But no, yeah, they shockingly out. LSU even, like I said, they have their history of not making it out of the regionals, but they weren't bad. They weren't a bad looking team. They just maybe didn't play up to their expectations. But it's been an interesting year. I'm actually glad there's, we're all just playing to beat Oklahoma at the end of the day, right? Everyone unified against Oklahoma. Because if we don't get them this year, we might not get them again for another 3 years. They might, if they can get #5, you might as well go ahead and give them 6, 7, and 8 while you're at it. Oh my gosh, man, it's unbelievable. But I think Tennessee's a good team. Maybe not as good in all of their games. The fact that, look, I love the Huskies, right? Talked about it multiple times. But the fact that it took them 10 innings, Tennessee took 10 innings to beat the Huskies. I think they have their question marks too. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I know, yeah. So the interesting thing is, when I was in Dallas, I was friends with a group of guys who all went to A&M. A bunch of like engineers, structural engineers. One guy even designed at one point what was supposed to be the retractable roof for the Cowboys Stadium, and then they ended up going with a different design for it. But he put like a year's worth of effort into designing the retractable roof for the new Cowboys Stadium when I lived there. He's an A&M grad. There was a bunch of other A&M guys too. One was like a, whatever you call it, robot engineer. I don't know what the technical term for it is, but he was a cool dude too. They all were cool guys. So, obviously, coming from Connecticut, it was going to be a different walk of life no matter what. But they all were like super friendly. They all like hung out with like their girlfriends and stuff, and we all kind of hung out there with them. But it was a bunch of A&M guys. So I went to Texas versus Texas A&M basketball game one time, and it was kind of funny. Obviously, like you said, Texas is definitely the more competitive in the sports realm. Occasionally A&M will get one, but usually Texas is top. University of Texas is top. But yeah, I figured you were. Creepy, how's it going? Welcome. I think I said welcome to you already. If I didn't, sorry. Welcome. But yeah, it's no Longhorn in their right mind is upset about A&M losing. And in a lot of ways, like in the softball world, it was kind of like, okay, you're gonna put Liberty over there. That's kind of a tough draw for them. The committee did some weird stuff, some very interesting stuff. One being, like I said, I just watched it, putting Nebraska in that LSU regional is kind of a wild thing. And then Liberty in the A&M regional is kind of an interesting thing too. forced upsets, I think. This isn't a yard here. I need this one. I'll get the other one in a second. Bueller? Bueller? There it is. Ooh! Dude, I might need to go take a nap. So that was the one that we needed. That gets us to 14, whatever this is. Is this a card? Another heirloom? In the wardrobe, maybe? I think it is. I don't need this one, but let's grab it while we're here. This is the horse hairbrush. And then I need to go to the statue cave, so we'll hop over to a PD. But can I get a camp? There we go. Yeah, it's almost like, and it's like, then they like, you know, oh, upset. Is Nebraska over LSU really an upset? I mean, maybe you could say Liberty over A&M, but Liberty's played well in the regionals the last few years, right? So I don't think too many people were that surprised. It's almost like that's who you put in the regional for your number one. Didn't really make too much sense to me. I mean, at that point, they're all good teams, right? So I was telling my daughter, it's not like, you know, we have in the Big East Conference, we have DePaul, who only won one conference game, and Georgetown, who only won one conference game. And I'm pretty sure they beat each other. So, like, yeah. Maybe one of them won two, right? And it was against each other. It's a 3-game series. But yeah, I told Morgan, I'm like, there's no DePauls and Georgetowns around anymore. Like, no disrespect to them, but what is this? Oh, beauty. You beautiful, beautiful moose. Go run away now. Oh, she's gonna get to shore. Nice. Yeah, buddy. Finally found what I was looking for. Yum. Hello, beautiful. Now I just need a bull moose, and we'll get a silver fox and a possum, but I'm not gonna worry about the silver fox or the possum until we get the bull moose. Underrated moose spot there. They're not there all the time, but occasionally when you're going through, keep an eye out for them.
Friend, how are you?
Yeah, dude, and it's so funny. So our regional, they said two things during the selection show for our regional. One was Jordy Ball's a beast in a circle. Come to find out, she's actually a pretty good hitter too. But they were talking mostly about her pitching. And I can confirm, after having seen her live, she is legit. And the other thing, so there's 4 teams there. It was Nebraska, UConn, LSU, and there's this tiny little school from down the road called Southeast Louisiana University, or Southeastern. Which is funny because it was LSU versus SLU, and SLU beat LSU twice, which is like, a lot of people are saying that the LSU coach is going to get fired over it. Whoa. Where am I? I'm like lost in here. There we go. We knew that the SLU team led the nation in stolen bases, and we can confirm that they legit are fast. Like, I mean, when I say fast, they were incredible. Yeah, it was kind of something to see. Even like the way that they sprint out onto the field. Like, there's hustle, and then there's what they do. They're like a whole other level above. So credit to them, they beat LSU twice, and that's who Nebraska had to beat to win the championship. And even then, they did a lot better on Sunday's championship game than they did on Saturday. Nebraska beat them 16-1. I would have liked to have seen what our girls could have done. Our UConn girls could have done against that SLU team, because both of them got mercied by Nebraska, but I think they got mercied worse. So it probably would have been a very good game if you can use that. And baseballs and softballs never really definite like that. Every day is different. Every game is different. But that was a possum right there. Right? Yeah, I hear you, little guy. You need to get got. Give me your blood. Oops. I hate when you get too close and it breaks your lock. But yeah, so they were amazing. They were a lot of fun to watch. The whole thing was fun to watch for different reasons, but the SLU team was very good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's crazy too, because it's like, yeah, dude, I don't see them hardly at all, these moose. They, so their school is built mostly on the fact that LSU recruits mostly from out of state. Now, the LSU coach has ties to Florida Gators, as I understand it. So, I get why she would recruit out of Florida. But, I think because she let so many of these Louisiana girls go unnoticed, they made her pay for it. Made her pay for it big time. Those are two of the best games I've ever seen. I mean, I think LSU had the tying run on third in the first game, and there was a lot of nice defensive plays that kind of prevented LSU from scoring that final run to tie it, and then they beat them again on Saturday in the final game. It was a weird experience though. So Friday, so our game was like 3:30 on Friday. Nebraska mercied us, but because of the amount of runs that were scored, it almost like ran over what would be a normal time for a 7-inning game, right? It was almost like watching an 8 or 9 inning game, even though it was only a 5-inning game. So Nebraska mercied us, or maybe it was 6 innings, I forget if it was 5 or 6. Nebraska mercied us. That Friday night game between LSU and SLU, it was packed. Like, I've never seen a softball stadium like that before. We're used to like max capacity of like 500. I think they said their stadium holds about 1,000, but there may have been more there. And it's kind of hard to tell how much theirs holds because they have that berm out in left field where it's basically free for all. It's general admission at that point, right? So if they weren't at max capacity of 1,000, they were certainly close. So then SLU wins and LSU comes to play us on Saturday.
Let us get back
And
on track.
there was like, I don't want to say there was nobody there, but there was not a lot of people there. Even as the first Nebraska SLU game was ending, I kind of was like, where the hell are all the LSU people, right? Like, where are the Tigers at? And then I was thinking, is it because they think they're going to roll over on us that they didn't bother to show up, and then they're just waiting for a rematch against SLU on Saturday night? Well, that's not what happened. I think they were so pissed off at the coach that they basically like boycotted the rest of the tournament. So I don't know what they were showing on TV, but I can tell you from being in the crowd on Friday night for LSU was way bigger than the crowd on Saturday night for LSU, and I think that probably played a role in the fact that SLU beat them again.
A unique elk indeed.
So, kind of a unique perspective that maybe the TV didn't show, or that the highlights won't show.
Somewhat more intimidating.
That's what's cool about it. I like both aspects of it. I like being there in person, and I like watching again afterwards to see, like, I don't always trust the analysts and the commentators, but it seems like with softball, they know what they're talking about. We actually got to meet Amanda Scarborough. That was pretty cool. I don't know if you know who that is, Doug, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Like, I'm not surprised they didn't show it on TV, but there was definitely some of that stuff going on, and I feel like, rumors are speculating that what's her name, Beth Torino.
Be careful with these.
At LSU, they're saying that she's probably gonna get fired. And the guy sitting next to me was like, "We're gonna be looking for a coach before midnight tonight." They're so passionate about their sports, man. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like
A
that before.
trade. What do you propose?
Alright, so let's turn in some of these actual samples, like the Devon Bull. I still need that Angus ox if I'm gonna have a farmland. Where the hell is it? Did I get 2 of them? Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, I remember something about fake video. Is this fake video? I forget what that guy, Chris something. I want to try and give that dude credit every time I say that, 'cause
Just
it's
watch
freaking
the world
hilarious.
turn on by. Forever.
Stealthy is healthy. Alright, we got a Baja Buck in here somewhere. There it is.
Poor
The
thing.
Baja Blast.
Hope it doesn't miss this.
June. That Baja Blast. Sonoran Doe. I don't need the rattlesnake yet, but I will. Y'all's cooter samples. Get out of here. Didn't I get a Sonoran Doe sample? There it is.
Every mammal I meet feels
Oh, then I
like
do need the black
looking
tail
in a
rattlesnake.
mirror.
I don't know what I was thinking. Daughters are I got from protein that she pitched for. They came to Austin when my daughter was playing. Nice, that's cool. She seems nice enough, but like I said, those LSU fans are super passionate about their sports. Like
A fine
they
sample.
almost care
What a
more about
fascinating
the sports at
species.
LSU than they do about like their education system in the state. You know, like all you ever hear about is how they're like them and Alabama are like 49th and 50th in education. It's like, who cares? Sports. Who cares about education? You don't come to school here to learn. Come to school here
Hello,
to
my
party on
lovelies
Saturday
out
night
there.
at Tiger Stadium, which was awesome. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it was cool. We got to see Mike the Tiger, which I don't even know about any of these things. Like I don't follow college sports closely enough to know about all this stuff. But man, I sure am learning quick. Oh, I'm looking for coyote under desert. How am I doing in my life? Get your shit together, outlaws. I'll say it for you. Where did it go?
So much to discover out there.
I know, right, Harriet? I know.
This beautiful creature is not so different from you or me.
Coyote.
Practically the same.
She's super nice. Took a lot of time. Yeah, and that's what I love about. So I'm not gonna say all of them, but I think overwhelmingly, like I was talking about before, the sport is definitely. The only thing I can think of is I keep calling it like a sorority, right? It's like a sorority of girls. I think all of them know how hard they work. All of them know maybe they don't get the attention that
Some
they
large
deserve.
mammals are
Like,
so graceful
not to say that
despite their
baseball
size.
players don't work hard too, but I feel like they probably feel like they're underappreciated. So when they see those girls smiling and waiting for an autograph, I think that fills
You know,
them with joy
mammal comes
just as much
from
as it fills
rest,
the young girls
the
with
giving
joy
power
getting
of
the
the mother,
autograph,
the nurturing breast.
receiving the autograph. I think it fills the players with joy to know that there's people out there who appreciate them. And that's one of the things that they said about in the piece on us, Avery and her bond with the team. They quoted the catcher, Grace Jenkins, as saying, you know, those girls don't know if you went 4 for 4 or 0 for 4. They're just happy to see you. And that brings a smile to
Take
their,
your time.
their face,
Nothing
the players'
good comes
faces.
from rushing.
So it's such a great sport. I'm so glad I'm so glad I rediscovered it, right? Because I used to watch it. I didn't appreciate it as much back then, but I watched it when I was like 25, back when I was living in Texas. And again, I'm looking under freaking mountain grassland for a moose. What am I doing, bro? I'm too busy talking about softball, which is fine.
Well, I've met more decisive hummingbirds.
Harriet, trying to live stream and talk and read chat and give you these samples. Leave me alone. But yeah, it's definitely a cool sport. I'm so glad I rediscovered it, and I can appreciate it now. For like I said, I saw how hard
Around animals
Morgan
this
worked, and I know those girls are
magnificent, I
working
am
10 times harder. We haven't
humbled.
even started lifting
I'm
weights
in
yet.
awe.
She's too young
Thank
to
you
lift
for
weights,
this.
so we're still focused on hitting and pitching and mechanics and fielding techniques and stuff like that. I can only imagine once we start lifting weights. But she's also into She did some like throwing the ball against the wall, and they did like a little training routine, exercise routine with her at one of her one-on-one sessions. I think if she keeps at it, she's gonna be a beast. The problem is she's very good about finding something she's interested in, passionate about, and then dropping it, which is kind of how I was. So I'm not that surprised, but you know, like her drawing, she still occasionally does like drawing and stuff like that. But if she sticks with the softball thing, she's gonna be a beast. And again, I'm not gonna force her, but I really, really hope she sticks with it because she's really good. I can only imagine how good she'll be. All the more reason for us to move to Texas, so she can play year round. Not gonna force her, but we're gonna move so she can play year round. But yeah, it's dude. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. It's just a great sport. And I can't wait to look forward. You know, here I am to live stream. Appreciate everyone being here. Don't go anywhere, but I might have to stop early so I can go watch some. I don't even know who's. I know somebody with. Was it Florida State was playing at 11 a.m. today? They lost too, right? Didn't they lose? Texas Tech? I gotta look it up. Actually, while we're cinematic riding, I'm gonna take a quick peek at the scores. See what's going on. Softball world. Collegiate softball world. Oh, excuse me. I still have it up on my phone. So there was a game at 11. Who was playing at 11? Oh, see, this doesn't show the scores until after it's over, though. There was a game at noon that must be getting over soon. Arkansas and Ole Miss. I watched a little bit of Ole Miss. Yeah, Ole Miss looks good, too. They're leading Arkansas 9-4 right now. We didn't actually see them in person, but by the time we got home every night, Ole Miss was on, and then Oregon and whoever they were playing was on as well. Florida and Georgia, 11 a.m. today. That's who it is, Georgia. They're 4-1. Okay. I see you, Florida. Florida. Oklahoma and Alabama play at 5. Oregon and Liberty at 10 tonight. Bro, it's going to be another late night. I'm going to be tired again tomorrow. Oh, there you go. Texas Tech won. Oh, no, that was yesterday, Texas Tech. They play at 3. Florida State and Texas Tech again today. And then, yeah, Texas and Clemson at 9. Dude, that Tennessee-Nebraska game at 7 o'clock, I'm so looking forward to that. That's going to be the one. We'll have that one on and then check in on some of the other scores as we go along. But that's the big one for us. We'll be rooting for that Nebraska team. Sorry, Ducky and Sasquatch Man and all the other Tennessee Volunteer fans out there. The Balls. But that's who beat us. They won our regional. We like them as people, so it's kind of easy to root for them in that situation. I'm big on rooting for the team that beat you, so that way you kind of have the excuse of saying, yeah, well, we didn't win the championship, but the team who beat us did, so we probably could have won it too if we didn't run into them. Right? It's the automatic out. Then easy out. Let's go down into Saint Denis. There's a card in the bar on the shelf. That's my 14th cup, so we're good on cups. Only need, it says 8 more, but it still has blood flowers on here, so that's not necessarily true. Let's see. I'm not even going to auto ride this one. I don't want to run any of these fine citizens of Saint Denis. I don't want to run them over.
Whoa there.
Hello, boys.
Hello there.
Don't mind me. You can get back to whatever you're doing. Spending your hard-earned money, getting drunk. Only 12 watts.
So?
There is an heirloom at the... Where is that? The hotel? Across from the hotel, looks like. Bang. Can't go that way. Can't go that way either.
Hey, be careful.
Oh, excuse me, man. Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm already away from you. What the hell are you talking about? Dude, they're bickering about it. Took longer than what actually happened. Oh, man. Hockey season. My hockey team lost last week, too, man. My hockey team got ousted from their playoffs. The same, like, within 3 days of my softball team getting eliminated. Rough week to be Outlaws.
Hey, watch it.
Sorry. Oh, no. You dropped your guitar, dude. Your lute. L-U-T-E, not L-U, not L-O-O-T. Alright, this is on the back, in the backyard, by the pond. Go on foot, it's on the knee, I like it. I like to run through town. Watch this right in front of the cops. Bam!
You kidding me?
Cops ain't gonna do nothing.
Mais bonjour. Careful.
Damn. Careful, like it was an accident.
Hey.
Very purposely ran into you. Say something other than careful. Careful. Careful.
Pardon me.
Yeah, you damn right, pardon me. Something running.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I'll talk. I didn't say anything.
You saw it in the head.
What's going on?
Hey there. Careful.
Oh, actually, dude, the way the map is set up for this is jacked up. This is over by the sheriff's office. I gotta run back through these people. I just ran over them.
Growing up okay, I hope.
What in the hell?
What you think you're doing?
I made two guys. Oh,
What
I
the
ran
hell?
into a cop.
Are you just gonna take that? You shouldn't
I-
take that.
I remember I was so worried about even bumping into those guys when I first started playing this game. Like, why is the card back here? It's so scary being near the policeman. Now I'm like, bam! Out of my way. Oh, is our Moonshine done? Is he in her posse? Or is he in his own? I need to get him out. His Moonshine must be done too, so we'll do that. And that.
I've had it.
Oh,
Who the hell
what?
do you think you are?
Maybe I was right to be worried about them this whole time. That is absolutely ridiculous. At least we get a wanted level dropped again. Take my 5 cents. My 2.5 cents. Don't take my 2.5 cents. I need it. I'm more annoyed by the fact that now when I hit the down button of the D-pad, I'm going to see that nonsense. Alright, we gotta go into Arthur's room for a card here. We gotta be getting close to being done. 24 of 29, so this will be 25. I think there's still one more blood flower I haven't taken off the map yet. I'm gonna skip those. I skipped those quite a bit just because you gotta be in the right area at the right time, and sometimes I don't feel like coming back. So I know at some point though we do need to go up to Coulter. I saw that on the map earlier. There's the third blood money, or blood flower. Did I say blood money that whole time? Every time? Blood flower. Yes, let's collect this blood money. You gotta be in the right place at the right time. Blood flower. There is actually two of Pentacles over by Braithwaite. So let's go over here by these fine folks. Nightwalker Panther. Probably won't get it twice, right? Although technically Braytex is the one that got it the other day. He just allowed me to join on him and get the sample. So I wonder if it would spawn again for me. I wonder. Oh.
You got a problem.
Well, I already got a bounty. What the hell? What's one more thing? Unarmed assault. My freaking horse ran the guy over. I didn't do it. Fix your cinematic if you're that worried about it, Rockstar. Where's this card? Look at this. I'm already outside of the wanted level. Wanted area. Let's go for a swim. Dude, what? The law's not even gonna show up. They're like, the cops, yeah, we got an issue with that, but run over the guy and Braithwaite Manor's not a problem. No, I don't want to burn any crops. I was hoping to get a camp and fast travel up to Coulter. It's the last card I need. Ya bastards! I'm dropping Moonshine things on me. I really have the wanted level, really. Ride roads. There we go. Can you get a camp here? No. But I'm outside of the border of Braithwaite. You would think that we could get a camp here somewhere. I guess it doesn't spit you out far enough. That's the thing they need to fix. Just have it spit me out far enough to wherever the closest camp is. I don't give a shit if it's in Great Plains. Just like when it does this, I don't care. Put me in Great Plains, Blackwater. Put me in the desert. I don't care. Just give me the effing camp, so I'll have to try it a million times. And this is, looks like, in Bill and Javier and Micah's room. It says on the top of the table. It's gotta be this one over here. Yep. Done this too many times before. That is another complete set. I feel something else vibrating. Alcohol bottle, maybe? Let's see what's over there. What is this, the rum? No, it's actually the heirloom. Rosewood? Which hairbrush is this? Why is it not? There it is. And it is the rosewood, dude. I've done this too many times. Alright. Satchel. 14 swords. Oh, I missed a wand. What wand did I miss? Which wand? I didn't miss any. So yeah, this will happen occasionally. I'll do something like this. Maybe I missed one when I was first doing my setup. The Knight. The Knight of Wands. Let me clear my root generator. Let me turn important items back off. And then let me make sure show all. Hide all. Wands. Where's the Knight? Bro, get out of here. It's on the edge of the water basin at Braithwaite. Oh, we just came from there. Good thing fast travel's free. Otherwise, that doubling back would have cost me. It's gonna cost me time all the same, but at least no fake money. No fake money was injured or harmed in the making of this live stream. We'll go to Rhodes, back to Rhodes, ride down to Braithwaite from there. I can't believe I did that. Of all the places, like it had to be somewhere, right? I just came from, right? It wouldn't just be some random spot off the beaten path that I just didn't visit, like Willow's Rest or something. But in a way, that's fine. It's easy enough to get back to Braithwaite from here. Out of any kind of meat. It's crazy. Wild. It's wild. I do like this ride in here. Trying to do a... There we go. Give me that clean look. Go away. Go away! There we go. No minimap, no HUD. That's the name of the game. Only once I have all of the legendary animal samples I need will I go back to that. After I have all the animal samples. Alright, so now that should be it. Right? 14. I never got the Irish whiskey because it's up on Mount Hagen. 14. 15. There were no jewelries on the map today. 14. Alright, so we have like 5. I think I counted. All 4 card sets, the heirlooms is 5. 15,000 XP inbound. You I should probably at some point do something similar for Blondie like this. Get her that big XP. And the money, who knows about the money, but I owe 5 cents, 2.5 cents to the state. Give my money to the state. Probably should get blood money. I said blood money again. Blood flower. Right? Not quite yet. Got with the 10. I don't really care enough about that little bit of money. Or XP. I mean, the XP is nice, but anyway, that's what you should be doing. Those of you who are looking for money and XP gain this month. Be sure every once in a while.
Good evening, sir.
Howdy.
Do what I just did. Set yourself up for
Got something to post?
big XP and money gains, right? 281 8671.
It'll be there before you know it.
9256 9737.
I'll take care of this real quick.
2,820,000 now. Looks like we're gonna end up at 2,821,000.
This'll get where it needs to.
2,821,362.23. The XP won't show on this guy until tomorrow when I log in, which is fine. I don't really care. Or if I log into a different session. We just picked up a bunch of stuff, right? Alright, you guys hang out with the post office man, the train clerk. I will be right back.
It's a decent town, but boy, would I like a vacation from this place. Always folk coming and going, and I'm stuck right here. Too many folks seem to be running from their problems. I see it every day. Glad to see some decent folk passing through town. I had a fella try to pass off some jerky as his ticket. You believe that? It's a decent town, but boy, would I like a vacation from this place.
Alright, I am back. So,
Too
did our
many folks
dailies,
seem to be running from their problems. I see
did our
it every day.
valuables, did a little collector run there, important items specifically.
Come on, things to do.
Maybe do some naturalist stuff. I do have Moonshine I can do. Let me go do that first. And then we'll take a look at some of these naturalist things.
Hello.
Let me... Where did my notes go? There we go. So I only need the Angus ox for farmland. I definitely want to check on that. I really only need desert iguana, Baja doe, desert ram, Sierra ram for desert. Rocky Mountain ram, buck, deer, boar, American pronghorn buck for mountain grassland. We could potentially do 3 today. I might go check for the moose too. Maybe do all 4. We'll see what happens. Let me see. Check this gun. It's on at 30 before. And let it get a little more dirty. Save the gun oil for now. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we can get done. I'll try to go the full 6 hours, maybe until about 3 o'clock, another half an hour or so. And we'll see if we can get some samples. But we are getting close. We're a lot closer than we were. I think at one point I needed like 8 mountain grasslands. The desert ones are kind of looking pretty good too. Only 4 samples needed there. And only 1 of the pronghorns from that habitat. So, yeah, let's see what we can get done here. Let's get these moonshines delivered and then do some natural stuff. And we'll have done everything today, right? I said, well, maybe not. Maybe do a trader or bounty hunter, I suppose. But we did a lot. That was back to the homestead. She probably needs berries again at some point. And then, yeah, she's 4,000 into 704, so well on her way to 705, rank 705. It's still kind of easy at the low 700s to rank up once a day. I mean, I'm pretty much doing it on her, and she's not even my main focus. So if you have a character that's in rank like 700, you should be able to rank it up once a day if you can play for a couple hours. If you only get like an hour a day, maybe not, but if you get like 2-3 hours, you should definitely be ranking your character up. I don't think you have to play all day. Certainly not like you do once you get to the 800s and the 900s and beyond. I think towards the end of the 900s, I was ranking up like once every other day, or like every 3 days, and then, you know, we did a live here on the channel. It took 18 days. Now, granted, I was in a terrible bonus month when I got to 999, but from rank 999 to rank 1000 took 18 full days. Freaking naturalist month got me. Which wouldn't have even been that bad. Like, it wasn't necessarily Naturalist Month. It's just that whenever they do Naturalist Month, they don't do bonuses on sample sets. It blows my mind. Like, why is the bonus only on samples? One of these days, one time, Rockstar, one time, give us the bonus, the Naturalist bonus, on sample sets. Not just the individual samples. Please. Thank you. Still, it's not great. I mean, it's still only like 2,000 XP for a set of farmland, but 2,000 is better than 1,000. I feel like it would motivate maybe a little more people to play Naturalist. Maybe not. Maybe people just don't care about Naturalist anyway. But for those of us who do, gimme. Oh, did he? That's pretty cool. That would be interesting to me. Like, what does it feel like to play as the video game character that you voiced? I know Ned Luke does a bunch. He was doing GTA for a while, and I think I saw Roger Clark might be starting something too, if I understood his posts correctly on Twitter.
Good sail.
Alright, she has one berry left. Nice. Final berry cobbler for today. I've been getting this resupply required for like the longest time. Oh, I guess his moonshine wasn't done. It just finished. That was the 150 I got. I think. See what happens when this notification goes away. Yeah, there you go. Wow, that's interesting. I thought I had already... His moonshine is finished. It's alright. It's done now.
We have a batch ready to go.
I wasn't going to deliver this poison powder for tomorrow, wasn't I? Screw it.
Hello.
Maybe he'll drop us somewhere where I can
This
pick up some
batch is
berries for berry
perfect.
cobbler.
Now we must go. But I must warn you, we can afford no mistakes with this. Purity. That is what they are paying the big price for. And that is what Marcel has created, is it not? I have not slept. I have not rested. I have stopped at nothing to create these little jugs of heaven, eh? But now, relax and enjoy your trip.
They didn't realize I'm gone. They never even got a shot off. Sleeping on the job.
Thank you.
Friend Johnny Omega has been $9.99 for a month. He hasn't checked, so it's weird. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. See, I mean, it was like 180,000 lifetime XP or something like that, right? Like, that it was crazy. Or 800. It was 800,000 something. Yeah. Treasure map? No. The other day, there was one down here after Blondie delivered. I brought him down here to get it. I was like, she don't need it. Give me that. But yeah, it's interesting. Collector roll still best XP method or better cleaning thieves landing? I don't know. I mean, if you want to clean thieves landing. Yeah, collector's always going to be best. I mean, even when these other rolls run bonus, sometimes collector's the best. You know, you can make so much money just picking these things up half the time. You don't even need to turn them in or selling the sets. Selling the sets is going to help, but you don't have to. You just literally go around collecting them. 100 XP there, 100 XP there, 300 XP there. It's pretty good. This is pretty good too, though. These Moonshiner bonuses, if you have two characters, you know, you can make upwards of like 3,000 XP every hour. Again, not as good as Collector, but probably the next best thing, I would say. It's on Steam. Yesterday, that Red Dead is more popular now than... But yeah, it's so funny. They say that every time, and I'm like,
Success.
where are they getting those numbers from? How is that even possible?
So, what shall we create?
I always try to take that one with a grain of salt. Swathouse, man. I don't know, you know.
There are things you could do to lower the
I
price,
feel
huh?
like I would not be surprised if, like,
This
5
will
years from
work
now,
very nicely.
a report came out that said that Rockstar was using, like, bots and stuff to make that look true, to make it, you know, make the investors happy, and now they're being sued for fraud and stuff like that. I mean, I hate to be the one to accuse them of that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that comes out. I don't. It's a great game, don't get me wrong, but there's no way that's more popular now than it was during COVID. COVID was wild. That's when all of us started playing together. That's when I met a lot of these guys. It's crazy. Yeah, PS and Xbox Live. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know, dude. I would question the source of that report, and then if they're trustworthy, I would question the data of that report.
J'attends votre
That doesn't
inspiration.
sound anywhere near legit to me. But I happen to be wrong,
By the way,
you know.
I see we have some fresh customers.
I mean, you can look at the streams and see that, right? Look at the views on not even just my channel. Like look at like Hazard or like a PvP Cat. I don't know how to buy it. You have always been a robot. Oh, someone's home. Someone's here. Hold on, I'll be right back. Maybe it's my controller. Okay, sorry about that. Definitely not my controller, unfortunately. What do you mean you have always been a robot? Gotta say, playing Xbox daily, can't make solo lobby. There's at least 20 low ranked. Yeah, so and again, I think Rockstar's doing something. They have figured out some way of having bots create like low level accounts. I've seen it in like Salvage, right? I saw it like 2 years ago in Salvage, where you know I died and I was focusing on someone else, and they weren't even doing anything, right? Like they didn't have their metal detector out, they didn't have a gun out, and they were doing stuff like this. Like they would run this way and then run this way. It was all kind of like straight lines, right? They run this way, and then they'll come back. They're not on their horse, right? They're doing salvage on foot. They're not on their horse. Then they're going this way, and then they turn around and come back this way without even, without the camera swinging. And then it goes this way, and it just a lot on a bigger scale. But that's how they were doing salvage. So if you remember salvage, that's like, you're not going to get any collectibles. You're not going to get anything just running like that. And it wasn't like, if it was a player, maybe you see them doing this kind of thing, running in circles, or, even just standing still, completely AFK. Yeah, it was weird, dude. So right away, I was like, something's up with that. Like, that was some kind of bot. So that's my theory. And also, Doug, just so you know, you can create solo lobbies. Maybe not solo lobbies like you can with MTU, but you can create poker table lobbies. So I don't know if you know that. I know sometimes we talk about the two kind of interchangeably. I know you can't do an MTU lobby, but you can. I know you can do poker table lobbies because I've been in one. So yeah, man. It's one of those things. It's like things that make you go. Hold on. I have this. I have something for this. I have something for this. Things that make you go, So yeah, they dude. I do not trust them as far as I can throw them. I think that they continually lie to their investors, keep them on the hook for as long as they can, and it's tough, to sit here and accuse somebody of fraud like that, but that's basically what they're doing. They're committing fraud. I don't think they get through these large gaps of downtime. No updates to Red Dead Online. Not really much going on in GTA Online. GTA 6 is now pushed out a year. Like, how do you get through that without also saying, oh, but, there's more players in Red Dead Online than there's ever been before. We haven't released any new content in 3 or 4 years, but there's more players. Like, no, there's not, man. There's not. There's bots. So that's why I stopped even checking the player list every day. It's nonsense. Occasionally you'll get folks like us, and I think there's still plenty of players, but compare some of the numbers on the live streams. Like I said, don't take my word for it. Go look at some of the stuff that PvP Cat's doing on his live streams, his Red Dead views. Like, you know what I mean? They're down across the board. Interest in this game is not up. No way. No way. You do well. Yeah, you have to have either two characters or you have to know somebody, right? You have to have, and again, I don't know how it works on Xbox versus PS4 and PS5 on PS, but I have sold trader wagons in a private lobby before. With Ducky was there, I think Key was there. A lot of you may know Rose through like Brandy's streams. Trying to think who else maybe was there. Some guy who used the R word, who I bothered not to remember his name because of that. PC version can be private lobby with password. Yeah, you gotta have like a file that you share, right? So, and the problem with that is that if your private lobby file ends up in the name of someone who means you harm, then you got to start over from scratch. But yeah, I'm aware of that. I've seen those a few times. I've seen PC players playing in private lobbies. I need food, man. Alright, let's take a look at maybe doing some naturalist stuff. I'm going to head back over to Carmody Dell. We'll start there. Because if I don't get my Angus Ox, at least I can go up and get my Rocky Mountain Ram. And start doing some mountain grassland stuff all that way. Let's head to Emerald. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know, like, how they track that stuff. What safeguards in place to confirm that it's an actual person sitting there playing Red Dead on Steam than like some bot that's just like logging in. And you know, you can have like 10 accounts, log them all into story mode, and then just sit there. Right? There's no kick time for inactivity if you're in story mode. Whenever I hear that stuff, I always question it. It just doesn't make any sense to me why people are overwhelmingly playing a 6-year-old game. Almost 7, really, 6.5. I know I'm still playing it, but I also know that a lot of people who used to play are no longer playing it. A lot. Like, I would argue the people who used to come into the streams, and it's across the board, right? I know people have come and gone from my stream individually, either because we had a falling out or things like that. So I'm not even like taught to discount that, like throw that right away. That's not what I'm talking about. Just in general, there's a lot fewer people hanging out and playing. I mean, I used to get 30, 40, 50 viewers on a pretty consistent basis. We're lucky if we crack 20 these days. And again, I know that part of that is some stuff that I've done, either as a person or as a streamer, that people have left, but there should also be some trade-off of new people, I would think. And there's been a little bit, but definitely not to the level I would expect if they're really saying that there's more people playing now than there was. Damn, there's only Devin Ox around here, dude. And again, I'm happy to be wrong, but I question it. I question it based on what I see with my own eyes. I like stats and data too, but too many people are interested in manipulating that information for their own financial gain. Tinfoil hat time with outlaws. So, yeah. Rocky Mountain Ram? No, I'm looking for a ram, so of course they're going to be sheep. Oh, that one might be a ram. Hey. Oh, don't run him over now. And then I'll take the sheep. Oh, that's a ram too. Sweet. I'll gladly take 2 of these. Dude, I don't know. I don't know enough about trucks. I was a Dodge guy for a while. I was pretty loyal to Dodge. I had a Intrepid back in the day, right? Second model, I think, Intrepid. Then a 3rd model Intrepid after that. Then I had a Dodge, a Charger. Of course, I had a Dodge. And then I had a Journey, and then I had a Caravan. So I've been pretty loyal to the Dodge, but it's not like I'm not that passionate over it. I don't really put that much thought into my cars, or in this case, trucks. So I don't know. Good question. Anyone else have any opinions on that? One way or the other. Alright, so we need a buck, a deer, a boar, and an American pronghorn buck. Let's see if we can find a deer or something in this area. There's more sheep up here. Oh, there's a buck. Separate him from the sheep. There's an elephant too. Are you like heart set on those two brands, or are there any other that you might be willing to look at? Alright, I see with my little eye. I spy with my little eye. Blood money mission. Let's do it. I really was hoping to get the Angus ox from over here, but I'll settle for a blood money mission. Alright, let's see if we can find some deer. I need a deer, a boar, American pronghorn buck. Those are horses. There's gotta be some deer over at Heartland Overflow. What's that? What's that elk? Also, I gotta say, I love the idea that someone would buy a 50,000, I'm guessing, dollar vehicle based off of a streamer's recommendation. Like, that's not an actual question, right? GTO max level 8,000, RDO 1,000 is nonsense. Yeah, I know. I know some people who've been playing friggin' GTA since the beginning still haven't maxed out. Or will ever max out. I mean, they gotta play GTA forever. But at least you have more content over there with which to do that. Alright, boar and an American pronghorn buck. The boar we can get over here. Silver? Ooh, nice. Alright, so now it really truly is just the moose that we need. Bull moose, specifically. We're gonna have to take a run up to Willard's Rest. Like I said, maybe we'll end the stream with that. I have so many streams where I feel like I end with not finding the moose up at Willard's Rest. It's kind of become a funny kind of gag, really, at this point. Hightailed it. That's why I don't like the one. And then the American pronghorn buck. Stop and collect some berries. This timer's not gonna run out for a while. I think we'll probably end it after the timer. Am I over 6 hours? just about. Ad inbound. YouTube likes to slap a mid-roll 6-hour ad, even if you don't have mid-roll ads set up. So, anyone watching this on the replay, get ready for an ad. You don't have to watch the whole thing. It doesn't really help me at all. It just helps out YouTube. This one, but let's get it so we have it for next time. Oops, I'll have 3. Did you skip the ad? Let me know in the comments section. If you're watching this on the replay, drop me a comment. And let me know what the ad at the 6-hour mark was. Or even if you're not, I don't know if it does it when you're live, if you're watching live too. If you just got an ad, put it in chat. I'm curious. What was the ad for? Was it anything remotely related to what you're interested in? I find that the ads on YouTube could not be further apart from what it is we're interested in. And I realized that one day on the band channel. Oh, I just got an ad. Royal Kingdom! I got an ad for Royal Kingdom on my own friggin' stream. It's got the guys from Modern Family. Modern Royal Kingdom. Get out of here, Royal Kingdom. That one's not bad. At least it knows that I'm interested in gaming. Dude, the ones on the band channel, they're so bad. Like, we play in what I would call heavy rock band, right? Some people, the church-going crowd, maybe call us like metal, but we're definitely not metal. The metal crowd would laugh at that. We're definitely more of a rock band, right? So when I'm watching that channel, I should not be getting ads for perfume and like women's hosiery. Not that women don't like rock too, but like I said, it's like a heavy rock. It's a male-dominated genre and a male-dominated fan base. YouTube thinks that they want like ladies' handbags. It's so funny to me, man. It's so bad. You did not get one watching live or watch your video. You do, yeah. So right, and you shouldn't be getting them mid-roll. If you're in the middle of one of my MLB videos and you're getting an ad, I would like to know about that because I have it set up. I don't like that. Like I personally don't like that. YouTube is constantly telling me that if I place them, I could earn more money. And I'm like, I don't care about more money. I care about not interrupting someone's experience, right? Like I don't like ads on TV. To me, it's like almost like a little 1-hour movie. Right? It's like watching a sport. You get to watch a sporting event without commercials. Hell yeah. So they should not be. And this goes for anybody, not just Doug. If you're watching my MLB videos, ads at the beginning, yeah, I can't control that. That's YouTube mandates that you're probably getting 2 ads at the very beginning. If you skip the first one, maybe you're not seeing the second one. But yeah, that's not something that any content creator can control. YouTube automatically puts 2 ads at the beginning of every video, whether you're monetized or not. Ironically enough, so you spend all this time creating this channel, community, not getting paid for it. It's not like they back pay you once you get monetized either. So yeah, but they're not supposed to be. I have it set up so that you should not be seeing mid-roll ads. And if you are, I want to know because it means I'm not getting paid for it, and that's bullshit. Horse shit, as Sasquatch Man would say.
Yeah, I guess I'll settle
Yeah,
down one of these
yeah. If it
days.
does it in the middle, like I said, if you see it at the beginning, that's fine. That's one thing. I don't care about that. But if you see it in the middle, definitely please let me know. That's not supposed to happen. and I may need to go to that particular setup. Because if YouTube's going to do it anyway, then I might as well get paid for it, right? My personal philosophy on it is, like I said, I personally don't like when I'm watching a video I get mid-roll ads. You'll see kind of the shadiness of some of the other content creators. Like, you have to have at least an 8-minute video in order to place a mid-roll ad. That's went off at the same time as that lightning strike. Nice. So you see a lot of content creators make videos that are like 8:03 and 8 minutes 6 seconds and 8 minutes 10 seconds, and the last 3 minutes is them just rambling. I'm not naming any names. You can figure out who I'm talking about. There's plenty of them. But yeah, that's why there's a lot of 8-minute videos on YouTube. So now you know. The more you know. Me personally, I don't like them, so I don't have them on my channel. Even on like a 55-minute video, right? Maybe I could throw one up there, but I don't care. Like, I'm not here for the money. I'm here to have fun and create content. But all of that being said, if YouTube is going to put them there anyway, even when I requested them not be there, then yes, I will be switching all of my videos to mid-roll ads, and I'll probably be able to not have to find a second job. Alright, so I came down here because we have all of the mountain grassland samples that we need now, so I'm going to sell to Harriet. Those ads are by your search history? Yeah, no, that's... nope. That's not it. It should be, though. That's my point. It should be.
Explore.
But it's clearly not.
Let me see what you've collected.
You know? Alright, so mountain grassland. American pronghorn buck. That's a doe.
You know, mammal comes from rest. The giving power of the mother. The nurturing rest. Every mammal I meet feels like looking in a mirror.
Deer.
Hope it doesn't miss this.
Whitetail buck. Somehow I have 4 of those. Did I really just get 4 of those?
Or me. Practically the same.
And the Rocky Mountain ram I saw, I think, at the top of the list.
This is a good thing you're doing.
While we're here, well, you know what? Let's turn this one in. Ads drive you nuts. You pay this out. Yeah, see, and I did that too. And then why did I stopped? I think it had something to do with how they were treating me as a creator on YouTube. And I was like, well, if you're gonna treat me like this as a creator on YouTube, then I'm not gonna pay for your premium services anymore. And I honestly, at the end of the day, I don't mind the ads. Again, I don't like the mid-roll ads, and I think YouTube made a huge miscalculation when they started doing that. You know.
That's a full set. A perfect time to get started on the next one.
But now it's like this thing, like, you used to be able to pick where you could put your mid-roll ads, so it didn't, like, interrupt you in the middle of a sentence. I know a lot of creators that do, you know, 10 to 12-minute videos or hour-long videos. I know a lot of them are upset because you're supposed to be able to pick where you put that now, and now it's like they changed the AI so that YouTube does it for you, and the ads are cutting them off mid-sentence, whereas they used to be able to have an ad break where they wanted the ad break. It was like a whole thing just a few months, like maybe a month or two ago. You know, it's like the dirty little side of YouTube. I think is kind of hilarious. It's like, you know, we all use it to like interact with each other, and you would think that YouTube would invest in making that better, but instead they invest in like how to make the ads better. And they, of course, there's the spin where it's like, this is better for everyone. If it's better for YouTube, it's better for you. It's like,
this beautiful creature is not so different from you or me.
Because I feel like, you know, for the first 3 years I was doing this, you guys were making a lot of money off of ads on my channel, and I wasn't monetized yet. Like, there's no back pay for that. There's no, hey, thanks for, grinding through to get to 1,000 subscribers.
Gentle giants. They're far more
No,
patient with
YouTube's
us
taking all
than
that
we
money to the
deserve.
bank prior to you getting monetized. And how many people have the subscribers and watch hours on things they need to have to be monetized that don't? I mean, I know Cap's definitely not interested in the monetization. A few others I've talked to, I think Kratos now, he's at the point where he could potentially monetize. He hasn't taken advantage of it. So they're just like stealing from everybody. They're stealing from all these creators. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's their platform that we're all using to even talk about this stuff right now. But there's no doubt, in my mind, that there's, again, just like with Rockstar, there's absolutely shady business going on behind the scenes that,
I'll never understand.
I saw someone. Do you guys follow Hollow? Are you familiar with the content creator known as Hollow? I'm not subscribed to him. I think he might be on Twitch, but I'm not actually subscribed to him. Other than on Twitter, I follow him because I like his insight. So he posted something recently. He video captured an ad that was playing for a game that was similar to GTA. It's a mobile game, and in the video, it shows a girl. It looks like she's giving the dude a roadie. If you know what a roadie is, right? It's I don't want to say it because I don't want to get in trouble, but it is a sexual act performed. A woman would perform it on a man using parts of her face. I guess that's the best way I can say it. At this point, YouTube's like, shut him down, shut him down. But then she pops up her head and she's like, got a lollipop in her mouth. So it's kind of like tongue-in-cheek kind of thing. Like I said, very similar to like GTA if GTA was a mobile game. But they're showing that ad. There's other bad parts of it. They're showing that ad on like shorts videos where they know there's a lot of kids watching, and it's like, bro, how come you guys can do that, but if I swear within the first 20 seconds of my video, it gets demonetized? It's like there's just so much nonsense. I almost like hate that I have this inside view into everything that goes on involved with YouTube, because it really is. I mean, I shouldn't say hate. It's unfortunate that things are the way that they are.
A trade. What do you propose?
Especially after YouTube already got in trouble. We talked about this recently. YouTube already got in trouble years ago for even having ads on videos that are geared towards kids, right? So everyone always freaks out when they see that. Oh, I'm playing a violent video game. I got to make sure I tag this as not for kids. No, you don't. The not for kids thing is like, are you planning to sell Legos or something like that? Even Legos kind of a sketchy, like a borderline area.
Oh, don't think I missed you.
But it's because YouTube got sued by the FTC. You can look this stuff up. Go to Google, use Google's own app to Google YouTube/FTC fines. And what you read will be very eye-opening for you as it relates to, you're not supposed to target kids. It's a online privacy issue to target kids with specific ads. So what they do, instead of taking,
Very much enjoyed the alligators.
the ads for Super Mario Brothers that they were gearing towards kids, now they're advertising roadies. I don't know what else to call it, man. It's unbelievable, dude. I don't get me wrong. I love this platform. I'm thankful for this platform. I'm thankful that you all found my channel, that I'm able to create content for you and make a little bit of money, but ultimately just having fun and stuff like that. But this little platform that we use, the company behind it is dirty birdie. Just like we were talking about with Rockstar before and the bots. Like, I don't trust any of these things, man. So, let's take a quick run up to... I need more rounds, don't I? Let's go a quick run up to Willard's Rest and see if we can get this bull moose. Probably not. Like I said, we're probably going to end the stream on another sad,
If only these were in all guns. Note, the impact will kill small creatures. All right, that's fine. Thank you, be well.
Got the hours on that, but not the subs. If I had the subs, I don't want it monetized. Yeah, it's like an interesting thing. Like I said, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but I would encourage encourage you to do it just from the perspective of, like I said, YouTube is definitely taking advantage of you. And taking advantage of all of us, right? But to then not get your little piece of the pie seems like you'd be letting them take even more advantage of you. And I'm sure maybe you have your other reasons for it. Like, I'd be happy to hear it out. But I told everybody, I'm like, get your little $50 a month or $25 a month. Because YouTube's making millions off you. Tall Trees area near Aurora Basin has wolves howl every night creepy. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like wolves. I was excited, man, speaking of their games, which we weren't, but now we are. The Ghost of Tsushima, or Ghost of Yotai, looks like it's going to have wolf companions. Like, that's super exciting for me. But you're right, it is a little unnerving to ride through there. Even if there aren't actual wolves, like you don't see the red dots, you definitely hear the howling. I do like that. It's a nice little ambient noise. And some people do like that stuff. I used to play with a guy who used to love that. Well, probably still does love that, but I used to play with him. And he would always talk about the howling wolves and tall trees. Oh, nice, you did. Oh, good. I'm glad you went through with it, man. You deserve it, dude. Anybody who grinded like that to get those watch hours and to get the subs and everything that they need for it, kept it clean with no violations, right? Like that's no small feat, dude. It took me 2+ years to get that, and now I'm throwing it all away by revealing all of YouTube and Google's deepest darkest secrets. But it's a different story for a different day. Nice. First member, sweet. Creative outlet, enjoy people who show up, that rewarding for me. Yeah, I get it, like I said, but I don't, it don't sit right with me that corporations are taking advantage of people. But yeah, you do what you want, I'll be okay if you're not monetized. I'll be okay. I'll be happy for you either way. Once you get there with the subs, whatever you decide to do. Do we have a bull moose here, or is that an elk? It's an elk. Of course it is. Of course it is. I can do this hideout, but I don't really feel like it. I came up here for the moose. And for another shot at disappointing ending to stream. No moose. Not even a western moose. Just definitely no bull moose. So, anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank everyone for being here today. We had some good conversations. Did some dailies. Did our valuables run. Did a little important items collector run. I only need 26 more of these. Probably get that tomorrow, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I'm get much time to play tomorrow. Weekends are tough for me. Lately. I do need that. But if I can get that freaking bull moose, we'll be able to reset Forest and River. That's kind of cool. 3 more mountain grassland. We still got a ways to go on that one. What did I count? Like 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them's a wolf, so we'll just wait to run into some wolves. And then another Angus Oxford Farm, that's not on here, but yeah, you can say the 2 Blood Money Crimes today. I think it was 24 valuables sold to offense, throwing weapon kills, executions, melee kills, sniper rifle headshots, getting close to 500 there. That is going to do it for me. It is Friday. Hope everyone has a great weekend. I will be back Tuesday, right? So no content over the weekend, unfortunately. Like I said, I got to edit some videos still. No content over the weekend. Back streaming on Tuesday. Hoping to have some MLB videos for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday of next week. So keep an eye out for that stuff. Again, if you haven't already, please hit the like button on the way out. It is much appreciated. If you're new to the channel, you haven't yet subscribed, hit the subscribe button, turn those notifications on, set them to all. Hopefully YouTube will notify you whenever I go live or post another video. It's the best way to stay up to date with everything Outlaws. Till next time, everyone, take care. Bye.